Hello and welcome back to Bally Live Poker, live at the Tropicana here in beautiful Las Vegas, where the city is getting ready for the Super Bowl, but we are getting ready for this coaches stream. I am so excited about this lineup. I am Nikki Limo in the booth with Ryan Laplante, who is also a player in the game. It's kind of weird because we're at a 30-minute delay, so Ryan is going to be commentating on his own hands.
Hey, Mom, I'm on TV.
How's it been going so far, Ryan?
Good. Yeah, we've had some pretty big pots already to start. So not only am I going to be in the booth, but every coach is going to be in the booth.
Yeah, this is a really special lineup. We haven't done anything like this before, and I really love the concept. So we have a representative, basically, from most of the major coaching sites. I think we're missing Upswing and a couple other ones, but most of the major coaching sites, and each one of these players are buying in for 100 big blinds.
Yep.
And one of the twists that I also enjoy, because so many are tournament players and cash players, and they operate high levels on both, is that they can't just top up on their stack. They can only rebuy once they've hit 0, which will have us having size stack depths throughout the session, which is very interesting for a cash game.
Yeah, I didn't want to do like a singo where when people bust, now they can't buy back in or anything like that. So this is kind of a good mix in between, where everyone gets to keep playing the entire night, and also we get some dynamic stacks. And, you know, like I'm a tournament coach, Jesse's a tournament coach, Octopi Poker, that's tournaments as well. CLC is tournaments. So most of these players are like tournament-focused coaches. Yeah, Justin Saliba is tournaments as well. So most of the players here like focus on tournaments. So this is kind of like a little bit of a hybrid. So pretty good mix.
Yeah, I love that. They're very familiar with varying stack depths. So it'll be interesting to see them navigate all of that. Let's introduce some of these people. So we got Luckychewy right here. This is Andrew Lichtenberg.
He just had his largest career score, 3rd place in the 10K win.
The WPT, yeah, World Championship final table.
All right.
There's Landon Tice representing Solve for Y.
He made about that?
No.
Yeah.
I think they're getting into a pot together, although the graphics are going to catch up with us.
Good content.
Yeah, I like his stuff a lot.
There's Justin Saliba, and he's representing pokercoaching.com. There is quite a few coaches on that roster.
Yep.
Time shifts are a minute. Okay.
Yeah, Ian Matakis, he's for CNC Poker and his own coaching as well.
Okay.
CNC Poker, high stakes tournament players, mostly online guys. There's Sylvia, of course, Floptimal.
Yeah, Jesse Sylvia, Floptimal, and also does private coaching.
Pretty much everyone here does private coaching as well. Of course, Foxen.
When was the last time?
Mega Sicko, CLC.
Like no limit guys?
Yeah, including the collection means it comes out of the pot.
Live?
Yeah, some of these players were just competing against each other in the Poker Go series.
Okay, cool.
I mean, I knew we were playing like
Mostly
Mega
not
Sicko.
no limit games.
Yeah, and pretty much everyone here plays high stakes. I actually think I might be the lowest stakes player of the game.
Ian Matakis is going to defend his big blind. Hits top pair
They let me into the
next.
against Justin Saliba under the gun.
Pretty standard continuation bet here for Saliba. He's at a pretty large range advantage. Good board texture for him to continuation bet with pretty much his entire range.
mostly limit, and then sometimes like whatever mix.
His weak top pairs you just want to use as check calls.
Everyone is, I will donate to the game if you guys tell me what I did wrong.
Pretty interesting spot here for Justin on the turn. The 6 is a pretty good card for Ian's range, but he still has that range advantage. Ace-Jack doesn't have too much showdown.
Oh, wow.
Does check it back, though.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So I played the first 25 minutes or so before coming up, and we had a pretty good mix of it being really talkative and it being quiet. Sometimes it was talkative during big pots. Sometimes it was really quiet during small pots.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see like what pots people care about and are watching really intently.
I also think people are getting a feel for each other. You know, these are not only their peers in the poker playing space, but also in the coaching space.
Right, exactly.
So they're representing businesses as well. And that tends to have people be a little bit more polite.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Get to know each other. I mean, they all know each other, but like get to know the table dynamic, really.
Right, exactly. Tony's saying this is small stakes, which, yeah, this isn't the biggest game, but the thing is that this lineup, if, like, anyone saw this lineup, would you want to play
my God.
high stakes
No,
versus these
no.
guys? I mean, I wouldn't.
I think this is just a really sick way to watch high-level poker players, kind of like, so their reputation's on the line with
Right.
them representing their coaching sites. And even though it's smaller stakes than what they typically play, there's some interesting things that are going to throw them off.
Yeah.
Like, they're not just playing recreational players, first of all. So not the typical players that would play these stakes. And they're having to kind of show that they have a very thorough understanding of theory
exactly.
in order to represent their coaching sites. So they're not, I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of people getting out of line, except for in very specific spots.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I'm very interested to see what those specific spots will be.
Yeah, everyone's going to be playing their A+ game. It's a big enough game where people care, but small enough that people are willing to battle against some of the world's best players.
You'll play all the PLO though, right?
Yeah, feel
Looks like Ian's 3-betting out of the small blind here to 270 versus Landon's button open.
Still probably doing fine.
Issue with the small, maybe. My biggest opposition to playing is like the satisfaction that all those miserable regs would get from having someone who's inexperienced.
Learning the game.
They're just,
So 3-bet and a call. Pot size should be about 570 once graphics catch up.
yeah. If I were to play, I'd have to like take it seriously and try to get really good.
Yeah.
Piss them all off.
Yeah. Good thing you have 8 weeks.
Yeah, that's enough, right?
Yeah, I think so. It's only one bet size from a lot of
Yeah.
I don't hear this.
Simple
So,
enough.
yeah. Ian with the King 10 suited, pretty typical 3-bet here. Continuation bet about half pot. Len here has a pretty interesting decision. His King high can be good, as you can see it is here. He has 2 overcards. He turns equity on a lot of cards in the deck.
Not bad.
You don't have to say yes.
The salmon.
I'm going to take that as a no.
I'm enjoying it.
He is going to float here.
It's solid. It's just, it's very okay.
Okay.
It's like a $25 steak, so.
Yeah, that's,
The fact that you asked before ordering it makes me have to
Ian does pick up a gutter ball.
think on whatever I would have given it.
Right, yeah,
because
yeah.
I feel like you like your steak.
He also just has the worst hand essentially always here, so his hand doesn't have any showdown. So he's at a pretty large range advantage.
I've like almost not
Yeah, it's a Landon Tice there.
3 times in the last 3 years or something like
Oh,
that.
wow.
I just only cook them at home now. 'cause
Shout out to
like
Jordan Coons in the chat for pointing that out.
The best steaks that I have had.
What's
are
poppin',
all-
Albert? How's it going in the chat? Where are you all tuning in from? Let us know in the chat. We're also going to be giving away some swag. We got some poker.org hats, as well as some Card Player Magazine subscriptions.
Butcher's block?
So stay tuned for details on how you can win some of that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Where is it?
It's down by me in Rainbow near
Butcher's block. Okay.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Rainbow.
'Cause I have a
and-
Featherblade is a good butcher that I
I
go.
have not had a good steak in a long time, honestly. Every steak I had, like you said, the restaurant one.
They're
was-
super disappointing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how I've been feeling. So just use the cast iron skillet and some tallow, and that's the best way to cook them.
little reverse here. Going
Yeah,
the other
oh,
way. Yeah. I cooked a couple tomahawks recently, and that was.
We had one like 2 nights ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so much fun.
It was amazing. It was amazing.
You get the meat thermometer out and everything.
Yeah.
Sweet.
So yeah, definitely a really tough lineup.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was
But you got
building this game and people were saying yes, I was like,
I feel like locally this.
do I have an edge?
You got more and more scared
Yeah.
about being in the game
Yeah.
itself.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't blame
Yeah.
you. So Octopi Poker, probably the newest site to come out.
Yep. They're still in beta testing. They are launching very soon. They're doing some really cool stuff. As you can see, it's .ai, so they're using an AI build solver. It's really sick stuff. Lucky you'll be on later to talk about it. I absolutely love it.
Oh, that's
Great
another thing that
product.
we meant to tell you guys. So another thing that's happening is it's not just going to be Ryan that is playing and then coming in the booth, but each one of these coaches will also be rotating through the booth to give you some insight on the strategy that they played versus their opponents. So I think that'll be really cool, something I've never seen before. Look at this flop.
Chewy did bluff this. Holy this is such a sick bluff. Sorry for the spoiler. There's
You were just playing this spot.
Yeah, this was a real fun spot.
Like a Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah, so everyone's going to be in the booth.
Really good.
It's going to be a really fun. Chances are, when we do another one of these, we'll probably make it a bigger game. But this being our first game, we wanted to make sure that we could get a lineup going and get people interested in playing.
Or it could be like backhands, and it's just back and forth, and he's like, "Thank you, chef. Sorry, chef." It's really good, man. You gotta see it.
So Jesse's Sylvia definitely has a good spot to go for value here. Looks like he's going to bet a third pot. Now, Sylvia just defended pre-flop. Tens isn't a super high frequency 3-bet against the big blind.
Against the under the gun?
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
against in the big blind versus UTG.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Yep.
I know, I think people mistake that. quite a
Yeah,
few times.
exactly.
I guess
Yeah.
tens is a good 3-betting hand, just not versus the under the gun out of position.
Yeah, if they'd open from cutoff or hijack, really good 3-bet. Yeah, now he's raising to 155. Such a sick spot here for Jesse because Chewy doesn't really have that many bluff combinations. There's very few hands that Chewy can really bluff with here.
Also, I was talking to Jesse earlier, and I asked him if there's anyone he feared at the table. He said no, but I asked him if he's rooting for anyone, and he said, of course, Luckychewy.
Yeah.
What's that?
It'd be a really sweet bluff.
Yeah, it would be.
And it was. Nice bluff there. It was a semi-bluff.
That's about what I had.
Hit the nut flush draw.
It's a rare line, right?
From some.
10?
Just puts Jesse on his exact hand.
Greatest.
I don't know about that.
Well, he has telepathy through aliens. It's been uncovered.
Third greatest as of December.
Yeah. Looking to improve upon that scoreboard next year.
You gotta leave room for improvement.
Yeah.
Of course.
Jesse knows what it's like to be one better.
True.
Brian Laplante has ace-king.
Oh,
The big flick.
that I do. I
on
wonder
the
what I
button.
do with this. I think I raised. I think I raised.
So he decides to open this because he's just being really
Yeah.
splashy.
Very loose aggressive. Oh, interesting to see Jesse call the 9-8 suited. Pretty good 3-bet candidate as well. Ace high two-tone board going to be a pretty easy continuation bet for me and going small. It's not that dynamic of a board,
In those series?
and it's not a board texture that I should be betting large on super frequently. And Jesse just has this super easy fold. So yeah, so tonight, each coach is going to be rotating through. Justin pulled the first high card, so he's going to be commentating with you right after this. I think most of these guys are probably going to do a mix of like commentating for fun and coaching, kind of
Yeah.
like what I'm doing for this too. You know, usually when we're just doing like the fun, splashy, high stakes games, I'm more trying to have fun and mix in a little theory. But for this game, I think everyone's going to try to be a little bit more
Theory-oriented, for
yeah,
sure.
Exactly.
That's what it sounds like based off the interviews that I was having with the players earlier.
Why?
He just dislikes us.
And I'm, of course, here representing my company, Learn Pro Poker.
He's just not like a big fan of eating that much red meat. It's also like not great for your cholesterol, and I don't know. He just doesn't really. I know. Yeah.
If you want.
Landon Tice, I can't get over it.
Plenty of literature for you.
Just calling King Jack off on the button here.
I'm never gonna disagree with you.
Landon Tice is falling down.
No, I'm just saying if you want ammunition for that argument, I'm happy to help.
Nah, I just eat more red meat than he does. We just don't eat much red meat at home.
Yeah, that's fair.
Especially since I'm doing commentary here, I usually get one of the steaks at least once a week.
Chewy peeling over peeling 3-5 suited from the small blind. Does flop best hand here.
Strong water presentation.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
London, pretty great c-bet spot for him, or good check raise option, being 3 ways with Jesse peeling from the button.
This is
Oh,
This is what's up.
there's this brand called Solely.
I love those. Yeah. Like little jerky things.
Yeah.
Jesse is going to stab at this. Certainly has plenty of 10x in his range.
That one's so good.
Yeah. Really
Chewy's 3-5 suited here is pretty interesting.
This is great.
He is going to call it. Obviously, I like that. I also like check raising it. You know, bottom pair, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Really good candidate for both options. The downside of calling is having turns like this hit, and you're in this kind of disgusting spot with it.
Is there an explosion?
I guess. Ever heard that?
No.
If you are in chat, let us know who you are rooting for to win, and maybe who you're rooting for to lose.
We're interested by it today.
Jesse's barrel takes down.
It feels like you're so far away, Jesse, but you're only like
This is a big table.
1, 2. This is a really big table.
Yeah.
I think because there's no one here, too, it feels like we're on this little island together.
Yeah, just by ourselves.
Yeah.
Abe Limon in chat saying, if I was on the show, I'd have a 100% fold rate because everyone can read your mind.
Yeah.
I'd certainly feel that way.
I mean, Foxen's definitely one of the best, like, readers of people.
Well, and after Luckychewy just called Jesse's exact hand.
Yeah.
You're so far away.
Look at me, you know.
Yeah. Like,
Too much confidence.
He's
I don't-
clearly
I
up
don't
to
need
no
that
good,
in my
yeah.
It's actually better when you're like right next to him.
Can't hurt, right?
Sylvia full Octocrab. I don't think we're going to see any Octocrabs played tonight.
Just stare at you like,
You never know.
Maybe suited.
Maybe it becomes a bounty hand.
Yeah.
Working on the neck mobility for the...
yeah. He's been stretching every day.
For
The greatest
trying to
feeling.
owl.
Yeah, we got the chat pros in the house.
Oh, yeah.
Zach's calling them out.
Betting the 9-seat relentlessly.
I see Greg's rooting for Jesse in the chat. Who are you guys rooting for?
God, I love that.
Who's your favorite player if you can choose one? We were just talking beforehand how there's like no villain on this lineup.
Yeah, it's really nice.
All just really wonderful, kind people.
Some of the best players in the game.
Some of the best players in the game.
And then there's me.
75?
Yeah, maybe you could be the villain.
Yeah.
Stir the pot a little bit.
We're up 3 bets.
I can be the table fish at least. Maybe not the villain. Definitely a table fish.
Especially if you're in Tahoe playing.
Oh, yeah.
I can't take it there.
Albert rooted for Landon, who just 3-bet Luckychewy with a mystery hand.
Looks like we get to play this hand from Luckychewy's perspective.
Yeah.
Nice. You go up there a lot?
Okay.
Wow. Well, just flops top 2. No big deal.
Tough.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Tough.
Actually, it was pretty bad when
Tough
we were there. They had gotten on Heavenly, I think they had gotten less than 12 inches of snow for the whole season.
So far this year?
They've gotten a storm since, but this was as of like, New Year's-ish.
Brutal.
Yeah, so we went to Kirkwood, which was
nice.
much better.
Wait, you have the Epic Pass, I take it?
No, just
okay.
just Heavenly was
Pretty standard C-bet size here from Landon.
like
Going
average.
about half
Quality
pot.
was the worst I've ever seen, and the
In position,
were terrible.
feels like
It was just
Chewy doesn't really have a reason to raise.
it's usually
After he
very
calls, Landon only has a pot size bet.
yeah, just went-
So calling here protects his range.
Oh, he needs boats up on the turn.
Never ski Kirkwood.
It's basically like a more wild version of Heavenly. Like it's less manicured, and some of the runs are a little bit more obscure.
More backwoods.
Yeah, a little bit more, and there's just a lot less people on it.
Chewy here doesn't necessarily need to bet this.
Yeah, I gotta check that out. I got the Epic.
His hand is so strong that he doesn't mind giving Landon some extra equity.
rope to catch up?
Yeah, exactly.
I
Yeah.
didn't broaden my horizons enough when I was...
Yeah.
It's hard to when that one's so close. It's just like,
So he does
Yeah,
go for the
especially
check
if you're
back.
staying right there, it's like
Upside of checking back is Landon could now value bet even a hand like pocket kings,
Oh, up to...
pocket queens,
Yeah.
king jack.
you could just get there so fast. Like you were just,
oh,
He can run some bluffs as well.
I was kind
I
of
didn't even know they had
those
those.
back when I was snowboarding a lot more.
they're so sick.
Yeah, that sounds really
You
nice.
just book it like 2 p.m., head over there, like hop on the plane at 3. It's like not even expensive.
Yeah, they're so sick. Like, you can
Yeah,
call them
Landon
for
bets 300.
plane for
Yeah.
10 minutes.
There's a good chance Landon just has like kings or
Like
queens
one
here.
bag, you like show up with it.
Probably more likely queens since kings often check flop,
You're good,
Yeah.
you're good to go,
but
man.
queens will see bet more
We
frequently.
took a flight when we were...
It'd be so sick if it was Jack's.
North Island, New Zealand.
Just
And we-
unbelievably dirty.
Yeah, or nines.
The whole airport.
Snap.
Snap fold.
One lady's working the whole airport,
Definitely not jacks or nines.
Probably not kings or queens. He might have just been stone bluffing. Because I feel as though, like, if you have kings, you at least think about it a little bit. Even if you think it's a theory fold,
Yeah.
probably just think about it for 20 seconds.
But the lady checks us in, and then she goes out there, she puts on the vest, and starts flagging down the plane. Like she did
The annoying thing about me going first as a commentator is I don't get to see how people are adjusting to each other or whatever. I'm watching people like settle in.
Yeah.
So
You don't get to see the wild part later in the game when you guys all, you know, get drunk and take your clothes off. And
Yeah, exactly. Not surprising, no one drinking.
You folded the queen 3?
I know.
So disappointed.
The bally hand.
Soloed in a Cessna when I was 16 years old.
Seems pretty balanced on who everyone's rooting for in the chat. I like it. Alex Fox didn't wake it up with the cat jam, the Landon hand.
Keeping control, so much fun.
I really want to watch Landon play this hand.
My dad won an award.
I don't think I've ever seen it in the flesh.
Big Air Force Museum there. He won an award where he got to go up with the Blue Angels.
Oh yeah, that'd be
So,
real
like,
sick. I've never done a jet.
They were like just going like Mach 5 or whatever it is, and he'd like learn
Fox
how to
on Ace 5 suited.
up there.
Certainly one of Landon's favorite hands.
It's so hard for me to root for anyone in this game or like unroot for anyone in this game because I have such a connection to almost all of them.
Yeah, I mean, all of these people are people I know really well, people I play versus pretty often as well. So
Yeah, I did a flight academy when I was when I was 15, and when I was 16, I was one of the head cadets and soloed. That's really
cool.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it a lot.
So you know how to fly a plane?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I could fly.
You know how to fly a plane?
Yeah.
That's sick.
Soloed in a soloed in a glider when I was 15. And
It's one of my
soloed-
5-year goals.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Different is the skill set.
Pretty easy. Honestly, the only.
Have you been in a small little,
No.
No.
Well, yes,
like a
but
2-seater or 4-seater before?
not that
No.
small.
There's
No.
a decent amount of margin.
It was like a
when you're
8-seater.
Yeah, when you're high up,
Okay.
Something like that.
It's so much fun. I love it. It's
They
great.
called it a
they require
taxi.
you to do some
Taxi plane.
Yeah, yeah.
So you get used to it pretty easily.
You know, Matakis
But
playing the 7 deuce. The bounty isn't on, right?
No, no
Okay.
bounties.
Ground. That's just one.
7 deuce against 7-4. Completely dominated.
Oh, no, he folded it.
Oh, okay. The graphics are just not
Yeah,
catching
they're
up.
just slow.
Okay, that makes
Yeah.
way more sense.
Landon just raised button just as in the big blind here.
Almost crashed. We had my mom didn't latch the door on the plane properly, and the door flew open when we were like.
Almost crashed once. That's
The
it.
plane went like that.
Oh, that's so scary.
I was flying it, we would have died. But
Yeah.
my stepdad was flying it. He's flight instructor for many years, and he recovered it no problem. It's the only
What
time I've been
happens to
scared.
air
of
just
flying.
Justin here, going with the check raise.
It's the only time I've ever been.
Really great candidate to do it with. He blocks Queen Jack, he blocks Jack 10, he blocks Queens, he blocks 10s,
Terrifying.
and it's a rainbow board as well.
When I
So
went
when he does turn some type of equity,
with my stepdad.
a lot of times he's going to be drawing to the
We have,
nuts.
it's,
Landon here, definitely supposed to be calling.
it's a
These types of calls are like calls that you make when you know your opponent is either very aggressive or very, very good.
It has a really balanced range, like knows the spots that they're
Yeah.
supposed to check raise on.
Sounds like a cool piece of
Yeah, and this turn queen,
700.
it's gonna end this hand.
Now giving him top pair.
Yeah. So Landon's down to 7-10. In most cash games, after this hand, they would just, top up to whatever amount.
Yeah.
But we're actually doing forced rebuys only at $0.
Yeah, they have to lose their entire stack before they can
Very often now.
rebuy. So they're going to have to spin up a stack similar to what you would do in a tournament situation.
I didn't get my.
We'll probably adjust it later in the night, just so people can play a little bigger, get unstuck, whatever. But
Yeah.
I wanted to keep it like this, at least for the early stages. That way, we're seeing dynamic play from different stack depths. Players making different types of decisions, and then when they're in the booth, they're going to be talking about, oh, hey, not just 100 big blind poker, but someone's 40 big, someone's 100 big, someone's 200 big.
Yeah, and a lot of these sites have both tournament and cash
Right.
courses on them. So they are very well studied in both. But you typically do not see these varying stack sizes in cash games.
Yeah, exactly. And I didn't want it to just be like a sit and go.
Never skydive. Alright, I'm gonna head up with them in a sec, so this will be my last time.
Never skydived. I'm parasailing. That's obviously quite different. It's fun though.
Yeah, it sounds fun.
Atlantic City Phil, this is Nikki Limo in the booth.
Parasailing?
Although I have been getting mistaken for Jamie Kerstetter quite often. I don't think we sound that similar. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
this is
a
the
hand.
one.
Yeah.
This is your one. Ryan was just talking about this hand before we came in the booth.
Yeah.
What am I thinking of?
So pre-flop, I feel that my hand works pretty well either as a check back or as a raise. I rolled low with it, so checked it back.
But you have like a
On flop, my hand actually works really well as a check back or as a bet too. Again, I rolled it and rolled really low.
Right.
The reason why I'm rolling against these guys is I want to play fairly balanced. So I don't just want to go, oh, this hand works well as a bet some of the time, so let's just do it this time.
Yeah, so I was actually just chilling.
Turn 10 is a pretty bad card for my exact hand. These number of hands in my range, I'm going to be c-betting. I just don't want to use a hand like this that has some showdown.
Oh, cool.
And it's like quite similar.
What body of water?
And then on this river 5, my hand doesn't really have that much showdown.
Okay.
And when he checks me, he's about to.
By like the labs,
Right.
like the full frame labs.
Because it's not
Kind of a weird spot for me because
Like amazing.
my hand does win occasionally, so I think Theory might check this back pretty often.
I'll live.
But I also feel as though I can just rep an 8 or a 6,
California
even a
area.
5 here. I can have like 3-4, I can have 4-7. I never have like 9-7, but I have enough hands that are fairly strong to bet. And my goal is to get a hand like ace high to fold, or like a deuce to fold, or maybe even like a 5 to fold.
Like you would know.
Yep, this is live.
I might not.
And each coach is going to be rotating it. So I'll be here another 5 or 10 minutes, and then I'm going to go down and get Justin.
That was addressed to someone in the chat asking if this was live. We're on a 30-minute delay, but yeah, Ryan is both on the table about to come up here at the commentary booth, and he's in the commentating booth. Justin will be the next up in the booth. I'm very excited to have the rotation of coaches commentating various hands that they themselves were just in. Also, shout out to chat.
First time I got up.
For everyone that mistook me for Jamie Kerstetter, it's totally fine. Keep mistaking me for her. It's a compliment. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Jamie's definitely one of the
She's
best
great.
in the industry.
That didn't work.
Probably not going to work.
She also has the best Twitter of anyone in the industry. Sorry.
She's what? Oh, yes.
best Twitter.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That's hands down.
Yeah.
Like infinitely more intense. It is amazing.
Yeah, no, that's awesome.
Okay, now you get to see some brand new hands.
And you land in the wake, and the
Oh, yeah, because you left before these hands.
because it's just like churned up from the bottom.
Lucky Chewy gonna open pocket threes from under the gun.
Other side, it's just like the contrast of how smooth it is just like such an amazing feeling because you like try numerous times and it's like this rough landing and
That's
then you
awesome.
finally get it.
Pretty standard event here from Jesse, 5 deuce suited. So pocket threes here, even though completely bricks and it doesn't really have like much equity, it's still a pretty good bluff spot. Just because your hand is so vulnerable. He does decide to check it back.
Yeah, me either.
He still might run a bluff on later streets.
Yeah, I would like to do that one.
Yeah, Jesse picking up a little bit
The
of
order there.
equity with pair of fives on the turn.
Let me live
Yeah.
again 40 years or something.
Yeah, I'm sure it would be sick, but for some reason it doesn't have that much allure to me.
Yeah.
River 6 is pretty interesting.
I would just feel so
side
dumb if I died that way.
I guess
fine.
both
No,
players have enough equity to show down that neither will bluff.
This parachute doesn't go out and you're just like, man, this was fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Stayed home. What are like the statistics on that happening? I mean, it's got to be
Very
so
like astronomical.
Yeah.
No, I know it's like it's somewhat
Book
irrational.
review saying, hi, Jamie, you're the
Thank you.
Well, of course it
I
could.
accept.
It's like some serious.
I will now take my Twitter awards.
Your voice and her voice sound nothing alike. Not even a little bit.
That's what I was thinking. But oh, here's the chip count. Lucky Chewy at the top here,
Yeah, I do like the idea of doing.
and Landon Tice with some catching up to do, but he's gonna turn on his tournament stack mode and spin it up. I'm very sure of that. His VPIP is the highest currently at 50%.
I like the no cap.
We're 12 hands in, though, so.
Yeah, there's
That's
a very small sample size.
silly.
And Luckychewy at the top of the winnings chart. It's funny, most of the players, when I asked them who they were rooting for, they said Luckychewy. Landon throwing a little bit of a party, but also only 12 hands in. Much poker left to be played.
All you do is 3-bet Mitch.
Let's go solve for Y, guy from Montana. Yeah, I have a little bit of bias towards that.
Rude.
Just because I happen to know the executive producer on the Only Friends podcast. Shout out. And it's me.
One of the best in the industry.
Scoreboard.
Steve Lidner says that they mistake me for JB because I sound unusually mature on the broadcast, much more than we're used to hearing on the podcast. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to take that as a compliment. I'm gonna take it.
All right, so for the dealer change, we do double board PLO bomb pot for $50 a person.
Oh, you missed the bomb pot.
I know.
Oh, it's so sad.
I'll get to play all the rest, though.
You love PLO.
So that's okay.
Justin.
All right, it always takes the graphics a little bit to load, so
Yeah.
pardon us for the card reader reading 4 cards at a time. More difficult than 2.
Foxen flopping mid-set up top. Should be the best hand pretty often here.
6. Check the round. Check
Turn jack giving Foxen a full house up top. Ooh, we're going to have some spicy action up top. Justin turns trip jacks. Chewy has a full house on the bottom. So we're definitely going to get some fireworks. MVP saying, this is my favorite type of stream. Love high-level poker. Good job. Do more of these. Hopefully we will.
Me too. I hope we do more of these as well. Good job, Ryan, for putting this together.
Thank you. If you're enjoying this lineup, please give us a like. Please go to social media. Share the post. Talk about how much you're enjoying it. Get your friends to watch. If we get good views for this, not only will we do more of these, but we'll do higher stakes versions of them. So if you think this is good, you want to see us play 25, 50, 50, 100, 100, 100. I mean, all these players are used to playing those stakes.
Yes.
So
give us blood.
Yep.
This is the nice game.
Give us love, and we'll give you blood. Ouch. What a river card.
Wow.
Justin drilling the higher full house up top.
Wow. That's so mean.
Yeah, it's pretty
It was
rude.
really mean of him to do that. Bomb pots are so mean.
They certainly can be. The double board is supposed to end in a lot of chops, but when you're going 3 ways to the river and 2 people have full houses, all 3 people have full houses, there's going to be some pain.
Fine. Check.
Hop in.
Foxen could bet this. Even though he does have a full house, his hand actually isn't ridiculously strong. So if he bets and get raises, he could actually fold. Justin definitely is in the driver's seat here. Anytime you have like the nuts on a board here, you're just going to be ramming up the action.
Pot.
4 to 1.
Nice number.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
300 pre 40 times 3.
Oh, they took money out from tip.
Right. That's the part that I'm confused by.
Oh.
So is the, can you pause the clock for a second? Is the tip money included in the pot, even though it's out of the?
That's how they do it usually.
Okay.
Even though we take it out, but.
Yeah, so pot size bet is 420.
Essentially.
Just
420.
to do that, though. The rest of you have to bet.
Yeah.
Foxen here actually has a pretty disgusting spot now.
Yeah. I feel sick for him.
Yeah, when it goes pot and call, your full house really is not that great.
Ooh, he's going to find the fold.
Yeah,
Yes.
what a great fold.
Wow.
I have Jack 10.
I have deuce 5.
Like, I feel as though if this was almost any other stream game, we're
Yeah.
not going to see someone folding full house like that correctly there.
This hand is 9 o'clock.
That's awesome.
Spade.
All right. Well, we're going to have our first rotation of the day. Justin Saliva's going to be hopping on.
Yeah, who is about to chop his pot with Luckychewy.
Yeah, drilling the nut full house up
Great
top.
timing.
Oh, the actual nuts up top.
Yeah.
$40.
Yeah.
$40. That's
Yeah, I
like 1.5
know.
steaks. You just called it nothing.
I was thinking that.
Oh, you got it
Position's really key.
Top board? Okay. You could lose some more steaks, though.
We are back to hold.
You did.
Such a great draw.
Yeah, big fucking draw.
I was gonna make you fold 9-10 anyway.
I better.
Fold a jack 7.
No.
Small boat.
I had 2 sevens.
Wow. I was expecting more cards.
Yeah, can we just keep playing the bomb pots? That was way more fun.
Bomb pots are sick.
More cards.
How much do you have, Landon? I'm getting confused by this. I'm gonna put this right here.
Like 600.
I prefer one board,
Six
though. I
more.
think it's-
650. Like one.
Yeah,
660. You can't chop one board very easily.
I know, but that's why it's kind of like, I mean, it's fun.
All right, we have Justin Saliva in the booth now. How's the game going so far?
It's good. It's good. It's fun. Fun little lineup, and just feel like we're
I think it's a little bit.
just starting to like get the hang of the table a little bit.
Yeah, it seems like you guys are kind of feeling each other out. Table dynamic. It's an
And
interesting.
like me just
Yeah, for
Vibe.
sure.
boat
For
draw,
sure.
hitting it.
Yeah, it's hard to like sit down at a poker table and just like, want to put
I
in
enjoyed it.
hundreds of big blinds like super fast. So
Yeah.
I think just kind of getting things filled out a a little bit. Although they put in a lot here, so
Especially against these
Come out, hit a bomb.
types of players that are all like very studied.
Once, twice.
Oh,
This is actually the biggest hand that we've seen so far.
yeah.
At least as far as people's hands go.
Can I have this glass?
yeah. I don't think I had more money or 20.
Landon is all in. He got very short stacked, and his only opportunity to rebuy is if he gets completely stacked.
Yeah, I wasn't.
Twice. I mean, once.
He's hoping to double up here.
That's the
you got it.
Pretty promising.
Yeah, it looks good.
No, but I mean, the option to run it twice is not
Oh, yeah,
not
yeah.
happening.
Yeah. I don't think we should even have that option for this format.
Ooh, I'm cool with that.
But yeah, I mean, he did loosen up a little bit for once,
Yeah.
which is nice.
Yeah.
Maybe running it twice. So far, so good. Ooh, so close to a
Like
straight.
8 should win.
Those eights.
I kind of wanted ace-5 instead. I still would have
A
won.
little bit of a sweat.
I'd have been like happy.
We have Cowboys in the chat rooting for an 8, which is interesting. I've never seen the guy anti-sweat any spot like this. So
You've never seen Colpo's anti-sweat a
yeah,
spot?
never.
Yeah,
never.
could never be something that he would do. Shout out to Colpo's in
Yeah,
the
shout
chat.
out Cowboys.
6 Elements in the chat says, don't forget to congratulate Justin on his excellent Poker Go Cup run. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, how was that?
Jack, brother.
Yeah, it was fun.
It's a good one.
Poker Go always puts on great tournament series, so
I love the winners picks too. They're like the purple in the background. It just like looks very
Yeah.
vibrant winners photos.
yeah, for sure. I wasn't lucky enough to win one this time, but it's still a successful week, so I was happy.
That's a bad type of colorblind for poker.
Yeah,
huh?
for poker, yeah.
Yeah, when I first moved to Vegas, you were actually, I think, on the final table of the Stairway to Millions tournament a couple years ago.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's cool. Yeah, with Joe Chung. Joe Chung.
Yeah,
Yeah,
mhm.
that was a fun one.
Call. Call.
Like it feels like his
Was it
nine.
Ian Matakis that just had the pocket eights?
He's just so far away.
Gets it again here.
Shot an island away.
Maybe it'll be better for him.
We need to all remind each other to grab our racks when we leave.
That V-pip below.
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking, I was like,
That's
this is how you win all the chips.
You'll
Yeah.
probably remember because you have to cash out the chips in front of you anyways.
When was the last time you've done wakeboarding?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll try to
A
remind
long
you.
time.
Try to remind me.
Like a really long time. I
Sounds
can't
like a
even
plan.
remember, honestly. Probably when I was like 18.
If you guys are free next time we go visit her sister, you just come.
before?
Hell yeah,
It's
that
so much
sounds
fun.
amazing.
They have their own boat, and they're like the house has the dock right behind it.
wow.
It's
Oh,
amazing.
you just went
Yeah.
go there.
I played in Vietnam.
It's great.
And then on the way back, I just
very
24
happy.
hours.
And they're both awesome.
How's that?
Yeah.
It was actually nuts.
He's actually hilarious.
I
I thought of him when Ryan was talking about
Art
the
Poker?
plane and stuff because he's
What's that?
his name's
pilot
Art Poker.
and-
He's like a streamer or something.
he's just a very like
Joe Chung from Guys, but he lives in Seoul.
Not even
And Joe
sure. He's
connected
very
us.
industrious. He's like an engineer type guy.
Okay.
He was playing late, but we're gonna meet for dinner at like midnight.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And I leave my
Landon picks up the gut shot.
off, and the place is
Good
closed.
post-apocalyptic
Everything's
friend.
8 still holding.
Definitely.
that many English
Yeah.
speakers there, so
Knows how to
like,
fly.
How did you get your phone back?
How to move around a boat.
Did Flop go check here?
Yeah.
I
believe so.
Trying to figure out what to do. I go to a bar. There's like 3
Strong
guys standing
jawline.
outside the bar. And I'm
I was actually trying to read the comments during the flop. I apologize. That was incorrect.
And I gave them my passport that I had with me, and I was like, "Look, I'm not trying to like do anything here." Like,
Yeah.
And they were helpful. And then I saw art like
That always feels good.
Yeah.
Wow.
we ended up like all
Big bet with a gut shot and just get a snap forward.
having a fun
Why not?
night, and they finally got a hold of the taxi at like 4 or 5 in the morning, and he drove.
Yeah, Landon's spinning it up again. Has not had to rebuy.
And then got on a plane the next day, so it was like a perfect 24 hours in Seoul.
Yeah, that's great.
So, pokercoaching.com.
This is cool.
You're representing them today. Quite a roster of coaches.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
don't really know
Who's your favorite cash games coach on there?
Ooh, I'll have
Check
to
out.
pick Chris Brewer.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I've learned a lot from Chris. He's such a sharp guy. Really good cash game player.
We had him on stream like a week or two ago.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Poker.
Yeah, he's a great player, good guy. So yeah, he's probably the guy I've learned the most for cash games. Also John Jaffe. He's like an old school legend under Iftari, and yeah, he's played so much cash that especially like down in South Florida.
Yeah.
And so learning from him is cool too because he has like just a way different perspective. Like they're almost polar opposites on like the way they're approaching the game.
Like almost like street versus.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Street versus
Yeah.
GTO, and you know they both get to a lot of like the same answers, and yeah, I love learning from both those guys.
So,
That's
those, like,
really
kind of
cool.
the 2 biggest tournaments outside the Grand Slam. So
That'd be fun.
hopefully I'll check
Big
both
tennis
of those
guy?
out. I've gotten back into watching a lot of it lately. I really enjoy it. The ultimate dream. would be
Flopping
to
top pair,
travel
but
around and bet tennis.
goes a monotone board.
I don't know
Sounds
if I'm-
pretty good.
I don't know if I'm there yet.
Sharp
never
party,
bet
yeah.
cash in my life.
The swap graphic is wrong.
I think it's super fun to watch. I
The
really
2 came on the turn, yeah.
So conditioned.
Yeah,
is-
it's sweet.
I think
it's like
if you ever get a
I've
chance,
caught myself like thinking
feel
about
like
when the
watching
blinds are
this,
going up like
obviously,
5
there's
times.
a Netflix
Right.
show called
Started playing.
Breakpoint.
Right.
It follows some like I don't even want to say up and coming, but some of them.
I hope we raise the stakes.
That's the
Like,
magic they
follow
do.
Ian going for value. Snap fold from Chewy.
I gotta go
And
find
it's
a different.
very similar to the poker tournament circuit. Like, they'll hire like mental game coaches.
No, I want to go the other way.
Do you have any history with
They have
these
to deal
players?
with the issues of, like, traveling.
So I've played a lot. I would say the most with Foxen and Chewy.
Yeah, it's fun.
Mostly in just like live tournaments. So yeah, there's definitely like interesting dynamics. Me and
Good show.
Chewy both played a ton online, 2020, 2021.
Okay.
A lot of fun hands back and forth.
Yeah.
And then Foxen more so live, probably
For sure.
in the last couple of years. So yeah, there's definitely some interesting dynamics there that could lead to some fun hands.
Do you feel like you have more of a read on them than anyone else at the table from that history?
I'm not sure if I'd call it a read, but it's more of just like a dynamic that we both know that, like all 3 of us, like when we're in hands,
Dad's very
like
dad
that
and brother are very good.
all parties are capable of just like pulling the trigger in any spot, and like there's definitely a lot of leveling going on. So
4-0.
That makes sense.
My brother is
good, right?
Landon with the aces now against your pocket 9s.
But it translates somewhat well.
I would think it would. Would you start with him?
I want to say like 1,500, but let me make sure.
Yeah, I haven't played pickle in so long.
5,000.
Get back in it.
You got into it for a bit?
I mean, for like a couple
1,500.
Yeah, it's fun.
And then it's just like hard to be consistent,
Yeah.
but it is a lot of fun. I also had like my right elbow was like a little fucked up, so it deterred me from playing a little bit.
Yeah.
It's feeling better now. So.
Oh my God, just gonna flop top set there.
I know.
Bring him down a peg.
yeah, it's a spot where you're rooting for the 9, and I got very lucky not to have a 9 on the board.
Yeah.
Keep him in check.
For sure.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want to hit your hand.
Yeah.
What did he win?
Him and Sydney apparently won the. There's like a mixed doubles tournament somewhere.
Really?
That they won.
Yeah, I've definitely played a lot less with Ian, Jesse, and Landon.
I haven't.
So it's going to be kind of fun to see
I haven't talked to players.
some hole cards here before getting back out there and playing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's neat.
I like that all of you have an opportunity to see like what everyone's playing.
Yeah, it's fun.
Keeps it fair.
It's a lot of fun.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's quite a group.
Yeah.
We've never done a stream like this
I
where
don't know what level.
we had like high-level coaches and players rotate through the booth and give their insight. So it's fun to hear everyone's different perspectives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very,
Heard he was.
very good.
Okay.
Julian's unbelievable. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like fun. See, it's one of those games that I feel like everyone feels like they're good, or at least feels like they're better than they are.
Like
most games. Most games, yeah.
Who else?
Well, physical games are harder to have that level of delusion, but.
Hey, Mac and Tara play, you know them, right?
Chewy's probably the best deck reader at the table. He has a very, very good feel for when he's going to hit the winner or not going to hit the winner.
Yeah.
I'd have to agree with that.
So I'm going to want to stay away from playing too big of pots with him in some spots.
I love those guys. They're awesome, and I never get to see them because they live in Henderson.
Okay.
It feels like another planet.
Yeah.
From where we live.
They were like legit. It is fun. Ops for you to go like, yeah, thanks so much.
Thanks, man.
Didn't get fucked up with the concussions and shit, right?
It's kind of hard to say, but like my numbers were
there.
Double paired board here.
Yeah, all those.
Luckychewy's king high, hand still good.
Yeah. I didn't really get a chance to play at tight end while I was there, just like special teams, because there were good people ahead of me.
Yeah.
So.
Right.
I don't know. I think so. I think my game IQ is good. So, but I didn't really get a chance to prove it. So it's hard to say.
I want to see Foxen back in football pads right now.
Yeah,
you know?
same.
Like, get that guy in pads and
I'll do the.
Let's see him tackle some people.
The next time we do a coaches stream, should we do kind of like an Ironman?
Get rice instead of whatever.
1/3 poker, 1/3 football.
That sounds great.
Yeah. Any sport that you want us to throw in there that you're specialized at?
Let's throw golf in there. It's hard to do golf in the studio.
We could do anything.
Yeah,
the virtual golf?
Oh, yeah, let's put golf in there then.
Shit out of it.
How much thinking about golf, it's actually just like, oh, you're waking up early.
Surprised you didn't say pickleball, though, because everyone's obsessed.
Yeah.
Dude, I would literally go play with my buddy, and I would play like.
Wow, Chewy a little sticky on the turn there. No diamond.
And I just chill the last 3 holes.
Let's see if Ian pulls the trigger.
Happy to be outside.
So fun. I trust the Fox.
So fun.
We get some pickle going if you're interested.
I'd be down. I have paddle, little paddle.
Steak is something
played in a while.
Yeah, Ian probably knowing that he has to bluff to win this pot.
I mean, the thing about golf is it's not.
I have so many.
It's not getting that much.
He
It's like tennis.
He just pots it. Nice.
he blocks the 8-9.
Yeah.
Blocks the nuts.
Yeah, Chewy's going to think about this one. I mean, Ian can shove like the deuces, threes, fours here. They got counterfeit. And then a lot of hands like this. And missed diamonds. I mean, yeah, this would be an amazing call.
Gets the bluff through.
Very nice.
Nice job, Ian.
I never stop speaking.
Was it pretty coded there, or was it clear?
No, it was not clear at all.
Yeah.
6 Element saying Bally's full contact poker featuring Foxen.
I mean, how great would that be to like, biggest loser in the session just has to take like a full-on tackle from Alex Foxen.
Certainly get views, and I'm for that. That is what I am about.
What was being said.
Not bad. The vibes can be. Sometimes it gets lost.
The vibes were a little bit
My reach is far, but my skills aren't very good. I get great ball strike.
It is tough on that.
Yeah.
Vibes doesn't translate to
Need a second reading.
pickle or tennis.
Okay. Trying again. There's some good poker players that play a lot of table tennis.
Yeah.
The 9s versus the Queen 10.
Yeah, I haven't played in a while, but got pretty good.
Kind of fun when you get to see what you were up against.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Jesse, how's your meal on your island?
I like having a little island meal.
Yeah.
I could go for an island meal. It's nice, man.
You're so far away, but you're only like hijack.
There's a lot of peace and solitude over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tranquility.
Mm-hmm. I'd invite you over, but then it wouldn't be an island.
Yeah. Island with friends. Where'd he go? He's gone.
Fold. Raise to 60. Fold.
Even after that king-queen fold from Chewy, you could hear him say, you know, the deck was kind of talking to him there. He kind of had some sort of feeling that didn't want to, you know, he didn't want to let the hand go.
Something felt off.
Yeah, couldn't quite decode it in the 30 seconds allotted, but yeah, I mean that's Chewy for you. He's
very intuitive.
Yeah, great feel. He has great feel.
Got top pair for Landon and got shot for Luckychewy. Definitely better board for the opener.
Alex, are you traveling much, or are you mainly playing when it's in town?
Basically, just been traveling almost nothing.
Nice.
Yeah.
You like it?
Yeah.
Please ask Justin what brand of hoodie he wears. What brand of hoodie you wear?
Like, yeah, 5 years.
Let me check.
Probably was averaging 11 months.
I think this one is Zara.
5 years, so.
Intense.
Okay.
The way that I approach hoodies
is
that
Feels good.
whenever I need more, I'll see whatever city I'm in, and I'll go to the store, and I'll just buy 5 new hoodies. So this last time I was in Monte Carlo, and I needed new hoodies, and there was a Zara nearby, and I just got 5 new
First
hoodies.
of all,
so.
that's very bougie to go to a Zara for a hoodie.
Is it? Zara?
Yeah.
I didn't think Zara was very
I mean,
bougie.
it's like fast fashion, but like more like, isn't it more pricey?
I don't think so.
No?
I mean, it's not like Lulu's nicer or something like that.
You think that?
I had a lot of Abercrombie hoodies before this. I liked those.
And then 5 hoodies. Wow. How did you fit that all in your suitcase?
Send it back. Send it back. This is the Landon's giggle here. He laughs a little bit and then goes for the 225 bet.
Trying to get some value with his 2 pair.
And I think Chewy's just thinking about bluffing here.
Nothing like the pre-river giggle.
The giggle bet.
I love giggle.
Landon, very much an online player, doesn't play a ton of live, so it's always fun to see him
How many times I played against
interact with the table and
lost it mid-hand.
how he plays live.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can hide the giggles when you're playing online.
Yeah, the giggles don't matter online.
Yeah.
But
Experience with giggle bets this man has?
if you have Foxen staring you down and you're giggling, I don't know if that's how that's going to work out for you in the long term.
Kind of love it.
I don't.
Very endearing.
Yeah, it is.
Foxen's good for a good giggle bet.
Giggle bet.
I'm not sure about that.
Because like part of it's just like feigning the seriousness. It's like I can't pretend to be serious. Like
You can't pretend to be serious.
yeah, like
Maybe the key is not pretending.
but like if I'm not serious, if I'm giggle betting.
Fair point.
Think about stuff like this mid bet and like, oh, like how much do I want to bet? You know,
Oh man. That's funny.
maybe be able to play this one.
All right. Hopefully you laugh during this. Turn.
Yeah. I'll have to give you a giggle bet now.
Might make it hard for you to win that.
I'm really hoping I get to rocket it.
All right.
regardless.
Both players catching a piece of this one.
Because most of the time I'm giggling. I'm thinking about how much is actually in the pot.
So math makes you laugh?
A lot of things make me laugh.
Alex feeling Landon out. Trying to decode these giggles.
I think it goes for a pot size bet here. Interesting spot for Foxen with no real backdoors.
Call.
Oh no. Foxen. Turning trips. The giggles are coming.
It's so funny.
For Landon.
It's so funny.
I call you weak.
He like can't help it.
Just for a while there.
Chewy has the best laugh in the game. That's great.
Check on turn.
Let's see what Foxen goes for here.
Bet
I win.
90 and call.
Snap called by Landon.
It's such a good hand.
Great value bet from
Money back.
Alex.
You had a better one. You had a really good one.
85, right?
He's not thrilled with that snap though.
You know how many stakes can you get for 90?
I think he.
I think it's like
I think he's probably gonna want to
size up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, when you get snapped and you have just like the nuts like that, it's not the best feeling in the world, no matter how good the play is or whatever.
It was like $44.
Oh, okay, cool. I was using the metrics of the steak here.
Yeah, no, I was told it was a $25 steak. That's why I almost didn't order.
Good turn check from Landon though. Keeps the size of the pot a little bit smaller and
Meme callback.
I'm really good.
doesn't just start piling money in.
I did this today.
Yeah, I like
did
that.
this today on the
Over that
podcast too.
instant.
Like Fedor got moved to Integrity Council, and
saw
like yeah,
that.
this whole back and forth about like how if he can see a regs cards, he won't tell them he can see them. He just like tweeted this. So like Fedor got moved to like yeah. So he said that. So Fedor got moved to Integrity Council. I'm like, well,
I don't know if you would defend that. That seems absurd.
yeah.
Is it a recent thing?
Yeah, it's like a couple weeks ago. So I was just like, oh, like, okay, he's like,
I need more context, but go on.
he was like, well, it was basically like, there was a conversation about if you could see people's cards, would you tell them? And he's like, he took the stance of like, if you're a pro, what is it?
Race 90. Sorry.
I was ahead.
We have a question from Atlantic City Phil. It says, Justin, do you see a non-high roller circuit becoming poker boom popular again?
There was a tweet.
I mean, yeah,
where he
like
said, like, if it's a pro,
all over the world right now, poker's just booming. So
you should know you should protect your
you
card.
can have
And like he like very clearly took this stance. So, like when he became Integrity Council and like the Security Council, I was like, well, if you're a live reg and you better watch out if you can see your cards.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think social media and the pandemic probably contributed a lot to that.
Yeah.
A lot more people got into poker, including myself. I was playing a lot. I was playing casually throughout my life, but I never really took it seriously until the pandemic. I got really into like, studying strategy. I was like, oh my god, I didn't know this was like a whole world of complex strategy. And that, and then the social media. A lot of TikTokers doing poker stuff, vloggers, and this new generation. Like 3 years ago, these 18-year-olds couldn't play, and now they're 21. And I think we're just seeing a lot more of the younger generation getting involved, which is really cool.
yeah, and just record-breaking fields everywhere. I mean, you have Florida hosting huge events the same time the Winds hosting huge events. Then you have EPTs in Prague. It's like every single like big poker company is just like
breaking records.
Like breaking records left and right. Exactly. So
it's really cool.
Yeah, it's a great time to be a poker player and to like love and enjoy playing poker.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited.
It's cool.
I'll call you weak from now on.
They did a really good job. I mean,
That's what I'm saying.
It tricked me.
It tricked me. Like I'm not that hard to trick, you know.
It's very honest.
Yeah, I actually had a buddy in town this past week, and he was saying essentially that like, he lives in Chicago and they have a Thursday night game with just a bunch of people that have jobs and just enjoy playing poker. And he's like, that's like the most fun I have every week. It's more fun than going out to the bars and going to the clubs or whatever. It's like you just get to play poker with friends. So I think that like no matter how much time goes by, no matter what happens with the tools or whatever, like poker is such a beautiful game that it's going to be played for such a long time. And the more people that like get introduced to it, the more popular it's going to become.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it attracts a whole variety of different personalities and types of people, which I think is also a really fun part of the game. Like you have everything from, shy, more like introverted math nerd types, and then you got like the aggressive jock types, and then you got everything in the middle, in between.
For sure, yeah.
You left us, Jesse.
I didn't even think
there's just like something for everyone with poker.
It's so far away.
You are very far.
All right, you pick up queens here against Landon's queen jack.
Giggle fold.
Oh my goodness. Giggle fold.
Fives are pretty good. Fives are live.
And a king. Or is it a queen?
That's your favorite hand, not mine. Queen 5 off. You gotta play to win.
So
laughing to myself here. Foxen's favorite hand is king 5 off.
Is it?
I'm convinced. Yeah.
You guys are a little too deep. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I like that.
Declare a hand.
What's your favorite hand?
Like if you get the hand, you gotta.
So.
Well, just more that you.
Not talking about value, like aces obviously, but I really like 7-4 suited.
Okay.
7-4 suited.
You played that earlier, didn't you? Or what?
I hope so.
Someone else did. Someone played it earlier.
Yeah, I don't know if I got dealt it today, but I will be opening it if I get dealt it. I've just played a lot of fun hands in my life with 7-4 suited, and I always drag the pot, so I like that hand.
Yeah, that checks out. I've seen that hand at Showdown win pots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can make straights,
It's just a
you can
random
make flushes.
hand.
I mean, yeah.
It is suited.
I didn't see what it
Mine's
was.
pocket fives.
Or a diamond.
You like pocket fives?
For
Yeah.
whatever reason, I've flopped quads with pocket fives so many times.
There you go.
Like
Yeah.
randomly.
Makes the most sets, makes the most quads.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
It's my favorite. Chose me.
Great.
Ridiculous to hear them just giggle in the middle of a hand.
I mean, Chedwick, it's up there.
Yeah, Chewy could be a good one.
Chedwick giggle would be strong.
Especially if it was audible. Like a.
Yeah. If you just lost it somehow.
Like Chewy laughs a lot. Ike laughs a lot. So.
Ike does laugh a lot.
Like, I've heard, like when you hear people laugh, I don't know if I've ever heard Chedwick giggle.
Well, there's a 7-4 offsuit.
I don't think I've heard it.
Chedwick laugh.
Alex just throwing it away.
Has no respect for that hand.
Yeah.
No respect.
He'd probably be my choice.
Ian picking up the aces.
There's just like a database.
No one with anything to call off.
Bomb pot PLO time.
Like you never know. What
Looks like we're going into another bomb pot. PLO double board. PLO double board bomb pot. Here's the current ship counts. We got Luckychewy at the top.
That doesn't happen for me.
And Landon Tice at the top of the VPIP still, 42%. Again, we haven't played a large sample of hands yet, so still a lot of poker left to be played. Alex at the bottom there with 15%, but I think he'll get more involved as more cards come his way. Luckychewy still at the top of the winnings chart, up $555, and Landon Tice digging himself out of the hole. Only down $290 now. Was down like I don't know, $1,700 on the last dealer change. So a lot of poker left to be played, and a lot of insights from all of the coaches that are going to be circulating throughout this booth. Justin Saliba still in here with me now. Let's go to this bomb pot. Do you know PLO?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. I'm very bad at calling the cards for PLO because I don't really understand them.
I can help you.
Ten of spades.
I'm first act, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
King of hearts. Five of clubs. 10 of spades.
This double board bomb pot's pretty fun.
The graphics take a little bit to load, so excuse us.
Check.
Well, they do that 4 cards each over the readers. Sometimes doesn't read all the cards.
6 of diamonds. Check. Check.
Not counting for Chewy and Landon, people do not have very strong hands here at the moment.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see when, like, sometimes everybody hits the board and then sometimes nobody hits the board in this huge multi-way bomb pot. A lot of cards there for
Yeah, it's
will not be
interesting for me
hitting.
in here. Just goes for kind of a small bet with the 10-8-7-5. Open-ended with a pair blocker on the King 10-5-6. Wow, does he just get this through?
You win.
Sick. He's got to feel good about that one.
Nice.
Yeah, button stays in 8.
Great job.
All right, we're
A+ job.
So people are asking why the game is so small for this particular lineup who's used to playing very high stakes. I've been told that when we put this game together, one, it keeps it inclusive for anyone that wants to represent their coaching site, so it's not just high stakes players that could get involved. If someone else from like poker coaching came along that doesn't necessarily play like 10K or high rollers or anything, they were to represent. Just keeping the game inclusive that way, and then also testing it out as a new format. So we weren't sure,
Some people
would like it. If you like it, definitely give us a like. I think it's very interesting to have such top-level players dissecting hands and playing against each other, and the dynamic at the table.
Okay, good job.
And in the future, we'll definitely raise the stakes. And we might even raise it during this session.
Connectors.
We just wanted to come in smaller.
Yeah. Double suited rundown here.
And then also just to make sure we had enough players available to play. But yeah, we'll definitely raise the stakes in the future.
Saw Chewy show no respect to the truckers and fold the 8-deuce off, also
So
known as the
rude.
trucker.
Why is it called the trucker?
I believe it's called the trucker because they drive from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. long days.
I like it. I like names for the hands.
Yeah, yeah, me too.
Great. Suited wheel.
You don't get to
ace.
play that one too much, but it's still a good one.
The 8 deuce off?
Yeah, I'll play it if I get delta.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm counting on you. Also want to see you take a pot down with 7-4 suited.
Those are what I'm hoping for. No aces and kings. Just give me 7-4 and 8 deuce.
Three players.
So Landon currently with the top pair with his 8-7 off. Best hand.
Check around.
Very interesting turn.
Check. Check.
There are giggle bets, but no giggle checks. He's very serious about these checks.
He wants to get a showdown with this one.
We also do a segment on the Only Friends podcast that's called In the Muck, where people present like weird situations and want to know if they played it right. And we have a GTO wizard that's actually a wizard animation that approves your play or not.
Okay.
So Landon has extra incentive to play these spots well, so he doesn't get brought up and the wizard disapprove his play.
Gotcha.
Check.
Check.
8.
You win.
The nuts.
I think the wizard's going to approve that one.
Yeah.
Check call on the turn, get a showdown.
Also, for everyone in the chat right now, listen up. If you want to win a poker.org hat, we're giving away 3 of them, or a card player magazine subscription, we're giving away 5 of them. Head over to poker.org's Twitter. I believe Twitter is at poker.org. There's instructions on how you can win some swag. They've been covering this event today. A lot of poker.org people in the house. Got some Bally Live swag behind Alex there.
2-2 raise, 65.
Here's Alex getting the VPIP up a little bit.
There we go. Yeah, he saw it.
Yeah. I mean, it's motivating. You just see it in the background. It's like 8%.
Damn, you're
it's
the
like,
nit.
Whoa. Yeah. Got to get that one up. Interesting to see if Landon chooses 3 better call here.
C3 raise.
Landon comes from like a 6 max background, I think. So I think he's going to lean like very aggressive in the small blind in these kind of configurations.
the smirk.
It's so funny.
He's so funny.
Yeah.
The fold.
All right, time for the big blind. Welcome back. Can I hit the rest? Okay, sure. We'll get you now.
Take $10 for that, though.
Still sitting down.
I think we only missed the small blind anyways.
Well, then it went around again.
Oh, there's Ryan Laplante headed back into the game after he finished commentating here. So I guess you should be getting up from the table.
Yeah.
No, I just
This
generally know if you
time.
missed just the small blind.
Yeah, so these will all be hands I have not seen before now.
Generally, yeah, if you just walk away.
You've had enough like steak experience to realize like rare plus is probably just like medium rare normally.
Usually that's what it ends up being.
Landon was talking about steak experience and thought he meant the stakes of the game, but he meant actual steak.
When it's like a little extra time in between.
Right.
There's a conversation earlier that Alex is very picky about
Transport.
how the steak is cooked.
Yeah.
Just it's sitting on the
I'm
plate.
sure Alex and Chrissy
Yeah. It's slower than normal. So
Yeah.
probably have quite a bit of knowledge on how to make a good steak.
Yeah.
Yeah, good steaks.
My friend's dad cooked us some steaks one night. This was probably a couple of years ago, and one of my buddies, like,
A legendary steak night.
yeah, legendary. That's what I would call it if I had to put a name on it. One of my buddies eats his steak medium. I won't judge him too much for that, but
We will.
the cook, the dad, likes his steaks rare. So he's a very like polarizing person, and
C360.
he brings the steaks out rare, and my buddy's just sitting there. Normally has them cooked like medium, and he's just like staring at it. Like, he doesn't want to take a bite. I don't know. He just looks at him and he's like, you know, I can put that back on for you if you want. You could just ask.
That's funny.
Alex said restaurants don't have good steaks in town. I'm not so sure about that. There's some great restaurants in town.
Yeah, Las Vegas is like one of the top entertainment
Called out like
restaurant chef residency places in the world.
Perfect. What a city.
Yeah.
What a city Vegas is.
I'd probably use
I
store.
love it here.
Me too.
How long have you lived here?
A little over 5 years now.
Nice.
Yeah. You?
Almost about 3.
Nice.
Yeah.
So
Where'd
just
you
trying to
come-
settle in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird though. It immediately felt like home.
Cool.
Like, I mean, I lived in LA, so we were here like 5 times a year, and
Telling a story.
I was surprised because I would never thought I'd move here, but yeah, right away just felt like home.
Cool.
Facebook Live is now posted, so if you guys pick up your phones and retweet sometime soon.
Sure.
Where are you from originally?
Ohio.
Okay. I was gonna guess Canada.
Canada.
I don't know why you have like a slight accent, I guess. Like,
In that 30
couldn't place it.
I'll take Canada as a compliment. A lot of nice people from Canada.
Yeah, and that too. You're so nice. Both players with a pair of 6s here.
So Justin's doing commentary now.
Yeah, just doing commentary.
Who's next?
We need the high card quarter. However you guys want to.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Or if you guys want, the coach.
All right, Justin, well, thank you so much for being in the booth with me today. I hope you enjoyed your time here. I'll let you go back and crush some souls with that 8 deuce off.
Thanks.
Is it off, or can it be
has to be
suited?
offsuit.
It has to be offsuit. Okay, yes. I hope you take it down with that.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Justin.
I want to rotate into this seat.
Right, everyone has to be on the island by themselves.
Yeah.
We will be bringing up a new coach for you from this table rotation. Not sure who it's going to be yet. Who do you guys think is going to be in the booth next? Let me know in the comments. Right now we got Alex Foxen making the call. Luckychewy's going to take it down.
So, not really. But not because I don't want to.
Can I request that you start doing it again at some point?
There's no VPIP rule yet, but everything is on the table. So for the first hour, we were just going to do regular gameplay.
What my buddy Landon
See what you're
up to, you know?
Yeah, because I still haven't been to your house in fucking forever.
Thanks, bye.
I know.
A few extra rules, if you missed it earlier. You're not allowed to top off your stack. You have to go completely to 0 before you can rebuy into the game. So this is going to create some varying stack depths, and the coaches can give some insight on how they would play these different stack depths, effective stacks, SPRs, etc.
I'll take the salmon.
Kind of lends, what's the term I'm looking for?
Yeah, since everyone's leaving to go.
It lets them talk more about some tournament type play. We rarely see super short stacks in a cash game, unless you're Phil Hellmuth.
Thank you. Now we're good to go. Action 4.
But yeah, sometimes you'll see someone get to like 30 big blinds in this game, and then they're very familiar with a 30 big blind stack because a lot of them are
you doing
tournament crushers.
soon? Stuff coming up?
So they can give some insight on that.
I'm cutting before I have to do anything.
It was between this or a sit and go.
You gonna pre-cut?
Okay.
No.
This keeps everyone at the table longer.
Bad choice.
There's a lot of great stuff coming up in town.
Bad move, bad move.
PGTLS series. There's all this stuff in March. And
Bad move.
You just don't ever have to leave.
What if we just don't play this hand and just eat our steaks?
You want to play like high roller?
Yeah.
Occasionally, but it's like there's
You're busy right now.
Sacrifice all time banks.
I love it. I've been pretty happy.
Alex Foxen hitting that deuce. Got the 2 pair flop.
But I feel like playing tournaments.
the main cash you've been playing is that 30-60 limit?
Oh,
Is it like
half of his is already gone. He's woofed it.
what is it mostly like?
Yeah.
Hold'em.
Chewy got a salmon.
Studs. Got a.
I have to say the salmon here at the Tropicana is amazing. Blackened salmon. Very picky about a salmon's cooked, and it's
like
always
like
perfect.
Resource World one where it's like 40 billion games.
It really just depends, I feel like. But yeah, it's a lot of games sometimes.
It was just like fourth or like 8 game or whatever that I play it way more often.
Better than I expected.
It's tricky because I want to learn the 8-game games. So
The hand was just as bad as you expected.
Like higher than 1500. But I also want to learn the other games.
Yeah.
You know, it's fun to learn the other games, and you see them more in bigger cash games.
You play much mixed, Chewy? I know
Not
Ian
really.
plays a decent amount. Or you
no.
just play PLO?
No, just PLO.
Pleasantly
yeah.
surprised.
I guess Jesse and I are the only
I'm
two
trying
that
to learn-
actually dabble in mixed.
Who's
Trying
going to
to
be the
learn
first
some
to have the
games.
mixed sims on their site? That's going to be...
That's a tall task. To get
It is.
Like the stud game tree is insane, right?
I mean, I know there are private
Yeah.
solvers for pretty much all the mix.
Yeah?
Yeah, because so Dylan Lindy's book, Mastering Mixed Games, it's all solver based.
Landon's been picking up the most playable hands so far of the stream, I think.
Yeah,
It's got the premium pocket pair. It's got this sexy Jack-10 suited
his
blind versus blind.
Wasn't sure if it was 90%.
Ian with nothing to call off with.
on a launch back in 2007.
Well, except for we did just see the blind versus blind with Queen Deuce off versus Queen 4 off, so technically
solver stuff in it.
could have defended there against Landon.
Yeah, I mean,
I have no
it's a
idea.
really good course, but he didn't have any sims or anything like that.
No, he didn't show any sims, but it's all based off of solver work, yeah. I don't know, you'd have to ask Dylan about it. Because I assume it wouldn't be too difficult to build, especially with, I assume your guys' solver could be adapted for it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure you could build it, but it's,
No market for it, but
I don't know about no market. I think it would just be tough.
Luckychewy with the suited wheel ace.
yeah.
You have to organize the information differently for like almost every game
Yeah.
too, which is a big task, figuring all that out, like how you want to design it. And,
Yeah.
like the stud games are very different than the draw games and in how you display it.
True. Raise 215. Full.
Speaking of premium hands, Alex Foxen waking up with the suited big slick. A lot of options for Luckychewy.
Full.
I mean, there are definitely some guys who did it privately.
He makes the fold.
Yeah. Do you play in private PLO cash?
Considering the 4-bet.
Or
Not really. Most of
But
it
as Justin said earlier, Luckychewy just has such a good tech read.
online.
Yeah, look at this,
Just
ready?
knows when he is going to hit.
where do you play?
I will
PLO
hold it
cash?
for you while you cut.
Something that I would love to be taught.
So far.
Honestly,
got
the
the good part of
games
the
like
table.
lately haven't been that
I
good.
got the 30
But like,
part.
I like the rat hole games.
So you
Build a
play,
stack and then kind of run equity versus 10 big
Clearly
blinds
likes you more.
over and
That's
over.
like-
It's like tough for them
you play the
to.
50,
Can you
100,
blame
or
him?
Yeah,
No.
up to 2-4.
such a sicko. Those games are ridiculous. Those have to be some of the toughest PLO games in the world.
There's some
Always
spots.
feels
There's
bad
some
to have
spots
to
for
fold,
sure,
you know,
but yeah, there's
Before you look at your cards, you have
best of the best do play
Yeah.
the
and
games
they
for
take
sure.
it away.
Like I'm sure I would
Like
just
Laszlo just
very
sitting there with $1 million stack at 200, 400.
so absurd. Oh, so for Occupy, when are you guys still launching? I thought it was supposed to be.
Yeah, we delayed it a bit because just certain features weren't ready, and we
Yeah.
figured it was better to wait.
What's your new target?
Couple weeks.
Couple weeks? Oh, okay,
Yeah.
sweet, awesome. I am very excited to check it out.
Well, thanks, man.
Yeah, I am pumped for it.
Yeah, I'll be in there as well.
Awesome.
Yeah, the poker base. That's
I don't think this is the
super
thing
cool.
I'm most excited about.
I'm super excited about that.
I think that's
Especially
the
you
range of
and,
motion
you and
it's
Nick
got.
doing commentary for hands
Yeah.
and stuff and seeing the ICM solves. I am thrilled for that stuff.
The ROM,
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting.
the Ranger.
I just
That is the
We
main
both
kind of
try.
architecture that took a bit longer to.
So I've been told that the stream started at 100 big blind buy-in maximum, just to keep stacks a little on the shorter side, because a lot of the coaches are tournament players,
Do you have house here?
and with the rule that you can't top off
Do you have gym?
unless you get to 0, you'd have the varying stack depths. But I think they'll be able to buy in deeper a little bit later if they choose to.
What's the latest you showed up to a 24-hour fitness? Just saying, like 3 a.m. Like, fuck it, I gotta go lit. Yeah. Really? Yeah.
I mean, if you're in circadian rhythm at all.
Right.
That's like sleep.
Yeah, it's sleep time. That's time you go to bed. Check.
All right, our next coach, I don't know if you guessed it in the chat, but we got Ian Matakis up here. Well, you know what, he's got some tampering with the headset to do. It's like kind of complicated being this commentary booth. I don't blame you.
Hello, hello. Well, nice to join you, Nikki.
Yeah, welcome. How's the game going so far?
Yeah, I think it's going pretty good. Good group of guys. Very tough game. Probably one of the toughest cash games I've played in, but...
Yeah, it's interesting because even though it's really small stakes, everybody's taking it very seriously and,
Yeah.
you know, playing their most optimal. I haven't seen anyone, you know, get out of line yet.
I think I got out of line a couple times.
You're telling on yourself.
Yeah, well, they'll see it.
Yeah. Is there anyone in particular you've been like kind of not sure about in a pot?
You know, I feel like Chewy's a tough read.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't know. I mean, everybody's tough to read, right? But
for sure,
Chewy's got this like allure about him.
What do you make about Landon's giggle bets?
Landon's giggle bets.
You think they're strong or?
I'm not too sure about that yet. I can't wait to see what he's kind of holding with these giggle bets. I'm gonna take advantage of my time in this booth.
It's very fair that you guys all get to see some hands and how people are playing.
Yeah, I agree. These guys have a big advantage on me so far, so it's my turn.
Yeah.
On like 75 minutes-ish, you start to get diminishing returns. Yeah.
But the advantage for you, though, is that they were kind of like...
I'd say you're weekly
feeling each other out in the beginning, so playing like more light, cautious, and I think they're kind of getting into it now.
Sure. I'm honestly surprised nobody's been stacked yet. I think it's just a...
Yeah, Landon came close. He was all in against you.
I had him all in,
Yep.
I wasn't in good shape, but 20% is 20%, you know?
Or my husband and I do yoga before.
One of the boards just hit every number around yours, around your pocket eights.
Yeah, I think somebody said 8 should have won there.
Yeah.
Probably
fair assessment.
Yeah.
Because you'll be tired.
We do like 20 minutes before only.
Yeah,
it's
that's
pretty light.
Yeah.
It's more just so I'm not going in.
Like active mobility stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not like...
But it really all depends on your goals, you know?
Yeah.
We got to get some straddles going. We got to really juice up the action here.
Make it more action. Do you think it's because everyone's kind of on the shorter side? Don't wanna,
yeah, probably. I think if we're, you know, if we could buy in deeper, then maybe the straddles would be flying. And
yeah, I'm also for VPIP shaming. You know, when those VPIP charts come up, it's just gonna start
hopefully
shaming
it pops up so I can shame with you.
Alex Foxen, freaking knit.
I know, right?
Routine or something like that becomes someone who lifts.
No, he must really be card dead.
Like, identify. If you go on a diet, you're inevitably.
I love the 6-5 suited 3-bet.
But if you become someone
my favorite hands.
In your mind, then
look at that, get a better hand to fold.
So it's like.
Yeah, when I see someone like Luckychewy do it, I'm like, yes, I'm doing things right.
Healthier. Less carbs, less sugar.
Those two things are not connected.
Got a poll in the chat. Are you all digging the action, or do you want more blood?
Yeah, I know.
Let us know.
Well, we know where that poll's ending up.
You know where my opinion stands.
I'm just trying to be a little.
We need more blood.
Avoiding me, just eating more diverse stuff, trying to get more vitamins.
So Justin Sleba was just in here, and he says he's going to try to get out of line a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, mix it up with some.
I like that. Like we got to get the 7 deuce game going. We got to get all sorts of stuff going.
I'm with you.
Let's do it.
Yo.
The stand-up game.
There has to be someone to start it though, so maybe you can Maybe you
I'll
can
get
lead
the
the
action
pack.
going when I
Yeah.
come back, yeah.
Yeah.
If
I think
Justin
everyone's had
doesn't do it.
enough time to feel each other out,
Yeah.
get their emotions out,
Yeah.
90.
get the giggles out. Maybe
Giggle
not.
butts,
Maybe
yeah.
not. For
Landon's got a
Landon.
few left in him
Yeah.
for sure, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what
I don't think he runs out. It might be part of his strategy,
I feel
though.
like that's another
Genius strat.
pit that people fall into.
Got Battle of the Spades here. Ace Jack suited versus 10-4.
Step back feels like failure, but
Not a bad flop for you.
I'm not even.
Is it weird watching yourself play then?
It is kind of weird, yeah.
Start on a machine, go, okay.
Don't get to watch yourself play too often.
Less, and then just.
Yeah, in like almost real time.
Yeah.
Like something you played
Like,
just
this was
30
half
minutes
an hour ago,
Yeah.
Like most of the basics. So I'm
Okay.
just. Sure.
Yeah, that's that should be kind of how you're
Ooh,
doing it anyway.
nice turn.
It's like some days
Though
you
it does complete the
have strength,
front door
some days you
flush.
don't, like kind of adapt to your body.
Yeah.
You don't want to go in with the intention of like setting a PR. If
So how nerdy have these guys been getting up here?
energy or
Pretty nerdy so far.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
yeah, it seems like it.
Have you ever competed?
We got some
Not
some mild anecdotes, but yeah, feel free to switch it up.
well, and like teammates and stuff like that. Like there's
Okay.
always competition.
Got you.
through.
My buddy did a competition.
But I've never
did
done
it
it.
here in town, and I
that's
went and
cool.
watched for a little bit.
Really?
Yeah, it was interesting.
It was just like the big three.
Let's get some value.
Kettlebell squat and bench, yeah. It was cool seeing the different.
Looks like Ian's gonna go for some value here on this river.
How they
Don't
I'm
ask me
thinking
how I
like
know.
120.
Because some people are kind of like engaging the crowd a little bit, and some people
Oh.
are just completely in their own head. And
Oh my God, that's the exact amount he went.
Up to it. and different
I'm good.
walkouts.
Wow.
It was fascinating, actually.
Gets the fold.
Was it relatively high level? Like, do you remember the numbers they were doing?
Yeah, so they had a few
You
different
win.
divisions.
They were weekly.
I would have
I think we work out pretty regularly.
My buddy did
Where you
something
just do
like
then.
Oh, right.
5,400 squat,
I just pulled anyway.
550.
I know when Mikey
deadlift,
lived in
and maybe
town,
like
you, two of you were.
375 bench kind
You
of
didn't
thing.
do that.
Probably like
See, everyone's been picking up the bounty hand.
I had it once as well.
Yeah.
and I forgot to ask right after if we were gonna get it going.
Makes sense.
It's always funny to watch people pause on it because they're
Yeah,
not
I
sure.
took a little
yeah.
pause, a little peek back.
Yeah.
I think yours was suited too.
Yeah, I'm not
Pretty
sure.
sexy.
Oh yeah, it's a nice looking edge.
Yeah,
oh yeah.
Just like this one here.
10-9 suited.
Right.
Let's go.
It's like feet and yards and miles.
Yeah.
All right, well, we could just have a standardized metric system.
Have you heard when the Brits talk about stone?
Yes, I've heard of
Yeah,
stone.
stones.
Stone is
Like the
whack.
equivalent
All
of
right.
feet. And
It's just
its
whack.
lack of applicability or like
Yeah.
Stone is whack, but the metric system is base.
Metric system is based.
Just raise it to 5,100 and I'm satisfied.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, stone. It's like, oh, like I'm 10 stones. Like, what do you get this arbitrary number?
So you're representing CNC Poker
That's right.
tonight, and also your private coaching.
Yes.
And so tell us a little bit about the site.
Yeah, so I've been with CNC for like 2 or 3 months now.
Where the rain is.
I'm one of like maybe 5 new additions, and that is, a big part of them. They're always kind of like looking for more coaches, looking to keep getting better.
Dark Knight.
But yeah, it's basically just a big like Discord.
Yeah, I think I showed you.
A schedule will come out every month. You sign up for whatever sessions you want. So you're not paying for the whole thing. You're kind of picking and choosing the coaches you want.
yeah, but that's probably different.
And then, usually 90-minute sessions. You have between,
Usually when we go, we.
some people might have 10 people in their session. Some people might have 70 people in their session, just depending on, their reputation, what people want.
Oh, so that's interesting.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of that. It's like a rotating group sessions almost.
So pretty much every coach does 1 or 2 sessions a month.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like someplace with online poker. Or like
So spicy board.
Yeah, I don't know, like,
Open ender for
for sure.
Jesse and
Kind of a boring turn. Jack would have been better.
yeah.
Couple years. We have so many like young nieces and
Yeah, you're rooting for blood too. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Of course I am.
Team blood.
Yeah, we'd actually been considering moving back up north because of family stuff.
But no, CNC, we have Graf Teckel, who is Jan's errands. We have Ben Heath, who just had a very nice run in the 10K at the Win.
Sweet.
Ponditi, Alex Theologis, I'm not sure if that pronunciation is right.
Sounds good
and
to
then
me.
a bunch of other great coaches, myself included.
I'm like, well, Michigan.
That's awesome. So what do you mostly coach? Do you do mostly cash or tournaments?
Mostly tournaments, yeah, but I do coach cash as well. Most people just want tournament coaching over cash.
They want the glory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Commentary?
Cash, so boring. Yeah.
Yeah, nobody knows if you're crushing cash games, but if you're crushing tournaments, everybody knows about it, you know?
Then I'll come.
You gotta come on streams to like prove to them that you can crush cash games.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, I started in cash and I like the I guess lower variance in some regard. You're winning more sessions.
Okay.
But you're just not like what you win is smaller than what you would win if you binked a tournament.
Right. Well, tournaments, you just have, 80 to 85% of your days are just losing days. So
Yeah,
if you're only playing tournaments, that can get kind of
depressing.
Yeah, depressing's a great word for that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why you always hear tournament players are like taking a break, and cash game players are like, no, I still play 5 days a week.
Yeah. Burnout, what's that?
Shout out Pat Moore. Ian is the GOAT coach. That's somebody I coach privately.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, no.
All right.
So do you mostly just do lamb and steak? You mostly do lamb and steak? You don't do like pork or chicken or?
I'd say in that order, it's like steak, lamb, pork, chicken. I eat very little chicken.
Is that just a taste thing, or is it like specifically?
So there's a few reasons, but mostly the higher fat, the fattier meats, I think are better for you.
I'm
Partially
pretty
because
on
it
that
helps you
thought
digest the
process,
protein.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it like helps your body.
how'd that happen?
Like
absorb it
dark
as far as
meat
my
chicken,
understanding.
technically better.
Exactly, like you'd want the
sorry.
dark meat chicken.
Awesome, sweet.
And it's also tastier. I think most people feel
Yeah,
that way. And I think
love-
there's,
yeah.
to some extent, when it comes
Yeah, I mean, just looking at that, there has not been enough blood at all.
Yeah.
Not even a single rebuy yet.
evolved to,
Yeah,
you want, obviously there are some things that hijack it, like processed foods. and shit.
Landon's still at the top of the VPIP charts, and Ryan now at the bottom, but he was in the commentating booth. But Alex did
Ruminants are
up
also,
his
like, they have the
VPIP
most
from 15% to 22.
that they like.
Lucky Chewy still at the top of the winnings board, up 785. Jesse needing to catch up, down 480 currently.
Smooth.
Yeah, Chewy's then.
Everyone kind of balanced in their swings.
mixing the fattier meats with simple carbohydrates, but
I think that's probably, like somewhat suboptimal, but I mean, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Personally.
I mean, lately I've been doing it, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like when I did keto, I was
We can
unhealthy in a
just
different
high
way
card
'cause I
for it or
was eating
whatever.
way too
Doesn't
much,
matter.
like,
Or
junk
Justin can just
food.
pick someone that has it.
That's
So
like,
doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think it's just mostly comes down to like just having good.
Yeah, they'll bring the
like,
commentator
whole
down
foods
and then
that are
pull
good
someone up.
quality is like number one over anything else.
it's
That's
funny
why I
is-
think so many people run into problems with keto because they're like, oh, this is like a keto snack.
Yeah,
and
that's
it's
what
just like
yeah.
a bunch of bullshit sugars and like,
We got our
No sugar?
PLO double board bomb pot.
artificial sugars. I should.
Takes the graphics a little bit to catch up with the card readers.
They're just like complete.
Registering 4 cards at a time, so excuse us.
like the stevia product.
You play a lot of PLO?
Like all that.
I do, yeah. That's mostly what I play for cash games.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
PLO tournaments are kind of few and far between, but anytime they have one, I'm interested.
Do you live in Vegas?
No, I live in Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to Vegas. You staying for the Super Bowl?
I'm not actually. I'm gonna take off shortly after the game, but I spend a good chunk of time in Vegas.
Sweet.
Yeah.
You're here for the little rainy season. that we had.
Yeah.
All right, we got a bunch of mystery hands so far.
Can you put your cards on the reader?
Sure.
And you too, please. Thank you. Is that okay?
Maybe to get more blood, we just make it a PLO game.
3 players,
Yeah, I'm sure Ryan would love that.
3 of club. Okay.
I get so tilted just a few times I've
This is great.
tried to play like PLO double board bomb putts,
No worries.
thinking I have a flush and I don't,
Yeah.
or I have a full house but I don't.
Yeah, it was good.
I haven't had enough lamb lately though, so that's gonna remind me to eat some lamb.
Lamb's great.
Thank you. Yeah, lamb is good.
Check it on. For a spade. Yes, I took the.
What was your hand?
I think I had Jack, 9, 5, deuce.
That's a good
So I
memory.
have,
Simulation.
yeah, I have a good memory with poker specifically. We have a straight on the top and top 2 on the bottom.
I always felt like my
You know, for your career, it's probably the best thing to have a good memory in.
Yeah, for sure.
but my dad's side of the family just
I have 2 pair and a straight.
I have a flush.
Straight and 2 pair.
I win the top.
I think everyone's.
I win the bottom then if no one has a
I have
straight.
9, 5.
Did you win?
I get fucked.
I got half.
Oh,
Me and
let's
Chewy
go.
chopped it up.
Great job. Wow, what a scam.
What a
Yeah,
scam.
Landon did get scammed. Me and Chewy chopped up his money.
Rude.
Not mincing words.
Back to my broccoli. Back to my regularly scheduled programming.
That's what you get for eating broccoli.
Yeah.
Chewy has a contagious laugh.
He does. He's just such a
Broccoli top.
cool, fun person to be around. Like, his energy is really great.
Yeah.
The way it's overwhelmed your
We were
brain.
talking earlier about how this stream has no villains. Just like a lot of really
I
fun,
know. We should
nice
probably bring
people.
in like one more person.
Who would you bring in to be a villain?
Oh, that's a good question.
For a coach's stream?
Yeah, for a coach's stream is kind of tough.
Maybe Doug?
Doug would be a good villain.
Yeah.
I feel like.
He stirred the
I feel
pot
like
a
he's
little
like
bit.
kind of like, you know, it's a little bit of an act sometimes. With
Yeah,
him.
totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've met him in person. He's a very nice guy. But, you know, at the table, we can use a little needling.
Yeah, for sure.
Entertainment. No one's needled enough. Those are my notes for
All
the
right, I'm gonna
this
work on my
coach's
needle
stream.
game.
Okay, thank
I'm
you.
gonna
I like
Try to get a few in.
I like this game of just assigning each of you like a secret
task
mission.
when we
Yeah,
come back. Yeah.
something to do when you go back.
So I gotta get blood going, and I gotta needle people.
Yeah, you got
Alright.
2 very special assignments.
Okay.
I gave Justin, well, he kind of came up with them too, but like we have a couple not orthodox hands that he's gonna definitely open and
Okay.
definitely play.
Okay.
Yeah, shout out to Kiero Loves You, who actually said Doug. I will give him the credit.
Yeah, I like pre-digested grass in the form of cows and lambs.
I think I did a good job of like making it seem like I thought of it though.
Once it's
Yeah, Doug and Berkey at the same table.
Similar
Be
to
fun.
how birds operate, except
yeah,
a little more complex.
a little bit more.
Or I guess in these times, Berkey and Jonathan Little maybe at the same table.
On the body to digest some of that
Be
shit.
fun.
Like it's hard to digest. That's why cows have super thick stomachs.
Couldn't even imagine eating grass straight up. You got to go through something.
You probably couldn't.
Yeah.
You'd get sick.
Try though. It's like feeding Jesse grass.
Yeah, that's different.
So how much grass can I eat?
No wonder there hasn't been any blood though. There's just no.
They like
Nobody
each other
has
too much.
anything.
Yeah, that's true too. And when someone has something, it's like very rare someone else has something to
Yep.
defend.
I heard my name. Oh yeah, that guy's name.
60,
is
right?
65.
Maybe we want it too bad. You know, we want the blood too bad. Poker gods can sense it.
Just grass.
Nah. You guys are gonna have to be
Yeah, we
creative.
gotta act like we couldn't care less.
Yeah.
And then maybe they'll give it to us.
Yeah. Turf if you have it.
When I was in high school, I could smoke a lot of grass. It's good at
Let's
that.
box in with the top pair. Nothing really else. Again, like nothing really else for. Okay, well now we got something going. Ryan picking up some equity with a pair of jacks.
There's a lot of eating it back then. Now you can eat it 1,000 different ways.
They're getting smarter. Fold.
Bet 160. Fold.
I'm too concerned these days about
Fold.
mistakenly
Oh, Ryan ends up folding. I think it's actually kind of a cool hand to
like eating weed.
start bluffing with.
So much more powerful.
Have you been off weed for a
Yeah.
long time?
Yeah.
Get spicy with.
They have scientists working on
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
You know?
I think fold's a good option though.
He was just getting
It's gonna be
more of a
my
feel
mistake
with Alex.
If I eat it, so I'm going to eat way too much.
He's just coming back from his commentating too, so he didn't get as much time to feel everyone out in that early
Right.
stage.
This guy's house.
Yeah, you know, sometimes when you first sit down at the table, you're a little extra gun shy.
Yeah.
You know, you sit there for 3 hours, you're no longer gun shy.
Out on the table, we're all hanging out. And there's
Yeah, I'm waiting for that part.
and for some reason in my head, I'm just like,
Pat Moore Poker says we need the stand-up game. I agree.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that going.
Being paranoid, like that's so stupid. And I eat like 3 of the brownies, and some guy comes over. He's like, "Which of these 2 has weed in it again?" I'm like, "Oh no!"
Oh no! Did you lost the flip?
No, I won the flip.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's why I'm still here. If I lost the flip, I'd be in Tahiti right now, on a beach somewhere.
You are on an island, or
trying to sell coconuts to people.
Weed fucks you up, huh?
It's funny, all the other stuff doesn't really bug me, but
Pot does? Edibles do, or?
yeah, well, I don't know. It started making me very paranoid at the end. When I stopped.
Yeah, I have a lot of friends have similar experience.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like.
Super board
like
for
they did the
Chewy.
And then they started making them really paranoid.
Looks like Chewy's gonna win this one.
I had one friend who used to tell me that all he could think about was like chores that he needed to do when he was high.
Really?
like man, I should have put the dishes away. Like it's like, yeah, I guess that sounds like a pretty unpleasant experience.
Why'd you fold that? You had the best. Oh my god.
Dude, I worked at this restaurant.
He had me pipped.
Why couldn't you know?
And me and the
Yeah, I gotta get in there with the 10 high.
Yeah.
when we finished everything for the night, we just had to clean up I worked in the kitchen with him. We would go in the walk-in fridge and like smoke a couple bowls and then do the cleanup. And I just got so high one night and I'm scrubbing this pan and I'm just sitting there, I'm like, I feel like I've been scrubbing this pan for way too long. And then I go through that whole process where I'm like, no, it hasn't been that long. You're just paranoid. Like you always make time last longer in your head and all this stuff. And then the guy walks by and just goes, you know, you've been scrubbing that pan for like 45 minutes. I was like, no.
That's the beauty of weed, though. You can enjoy scrubbing a pan for 45 minutes. Like, that's...
Foxen, I was dialed into that pan.
To be fair, if you know Jesse, I could totally see him scrubbing a pan for 45 minutes sober. just spacing out, thinking about
Iron Man, I scrubbed some stuff
a random story.
Just life or like a hand he played, 3 years ago or something.
Or like an idea of what would make a good movie.
Me and that pan were one by the time I left.
Yeah, I guess I don't know Jesse well enough to make that assumption, but...
Oh, yeah. Definite ADHD there with the Jesse Sylvia.
The like science behind it, but apparently they cook better. And they actually stay clean better. I've noticed when they've been used a little bit. Like a fresh cast iron pan is like harder to clean, and it doesn't taste quite the same.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess they in some way accumulate and absorb some of the like oils and stuff. Is my guess.
Yeah.
Even if you do clean it, I think you're supposed to rub.
So are you more of a tournament player or a cash game player?
You know what? I don't know anymore.
Okay.
I got in with cash, and I'd say I play that more often. But then, come like March, April, I start like getting into tournaments for WSOP, and like it starts to ramp up, and then I'm just in the mix, and all I want to do is play tournaments during like the summer.
Yeah, I mean that's the time to do it, of course.
And then you get sad because like so many losing sessions, and then you go back to cash. You're like, I'm not playing tournaments ever.
Yeah, I always tell myself I'm going to play cash during the WSOP, and I never end up playing any cash.
Okay, so I do play cash because one, the games are really good.
Sure.
Two, like if I bust, I feel like I can just win my buy-in back, and then it's like unlimited bankroll.
Yeah.
Hack.
I guess like I'll play for like 10 hours, bust out of a tournament, and then I'm like, am I really going to go play cash right now?
If you were ever going to play cash,
Right.
should be during that time.
Okay.
It's like the best games that Vegas ever has as far as cash games go.
Cash games in the summer, yeah.
Well, the rodeo's pretty good games, and when the rodeo's in town. And March Madness actually coming up is a pretty good time, but other than that, like WSOP, if you can get
I
in.
was thinking about coming back to town for March Madness.
Yeah, you should do that.
Yeah.
For cash, for sure.
I meant mostly actually for to go watch some games, but maybe I would squeak in some cash too.
Oh yeah. Well, they play it on like all the screens.
Right.
So.
Oh, true.
Get a little double, yeah.
Yeah. No, I've always wanted to go to like a Final Four game, just kind of feel the atmosphere.
In there, but no.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I like live sports games.
There it is.
That's what I was thinking. How was that not our first guess?
Yeah, that was obvious.
Yeah.
In hindsight.
So we've got some Jesse anecdotes to support my theory that he could scrub a pan for 45 minutes sober.
Race to 60.
A lot of people in chat asking about Landon's Nirvana sweatshirt. It's causing quite a hubbub of him not being born yet for that band.
wasted 200.
Yeah, they're wanting me to quiz him when I go back to the table.
Yeah, or we could quiz him up here too. Just bombard him with
Nirvana questions.
Nirvana quiz questions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but like
Just got them some pans.
he just buy pans or get new pans to save his life. So I was like, okay, we need to get new pans. So I got like the hex clad pans that like
Yeah, so
like kind of like half of this.
Someone made the argument though that like, you know, we were born after the Beatles, but there's
chemicals into
quite a few Beatles fans. I'm a huge Beatles fan, and
I mean, 45
definitely was not around in the 60s, or was I?
Right.
You'll never know.
Yeah, you don't have to be around just to be a big fan of music groups.
Well, not even
Yeah.
how it became real, but how it stayed relevant.
It should probably be
for
more
so
like
long.
35
it's
minutes.
Still on the
just-
shelves.
Especially if,
there are like 30-year-old lawsuits that prove
Yeah,
it's
so it'll
like
be a little bit
association
over
with
each
cancer
time,
and
yeah,
stuff,
yeah.
and you can still go out and buy them with no label, no warning.
Oh yeah, you have to be locked in for WSOP to defend your Player of the Year.
Yeah, for sure.
Was it you that won 2 bracelets? Like you were the first one to win 2 bracelets?
No, I won 1 bracelet.
Just one? Oh, never mind. Just kidding.
Jackets and
Yeah, I won 1, and then
it's just crazy.
the very next night, I think I got 3rd. I almost went back to back.
I don't know.
You were so close.
Very close.
Maybe that's what it was.
Back.
It was early in the season, right?
Yes, very early. It
Yeah.
was like first few nights I was there.
17 before you started peeling.
Because we were doing some WSOP quiz questions on our podcast, and it was like who's won the most bracelets so far, and
Thinking about
I think we thought you won 2 at that point, and then
Okay.
got corrected or
the same guys.
something. But
Yeah,
it's
I'm
pretty
not
sweet.
sure if anyone won 3. I think there was a few 2
Yeah.
bracelet winners this last WSOP.
I guess more like lobbyists. Than
Was it Brewer? Who was it?
I think Brewer won 2. I think
It's all about lobbyists.
Yeah.
REA might have won 2.
Oh yeah,
No, but
yeah.
Yeah, just like somehow to,
But yeah, I've been slacking on the mixed game. I want to learn that so I can better defend my title.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's why I want to learn mixed games too. It's not to defend any titles, I don't have those
Right.
yet. But I just think that you have more of a shot at winning a bracelet, like
Yes.
smaller fields.
And just to get different forms of poker in.
yeah, that too. I'm curious about learning new forms.
There's a guy who.
I mean, I have such a long ways to go, so
blanking out his name.
a lot on the plate there. But
Really good enough though.
here we go. We got an ace-10 versus ace-jack hand. Landon Tice choosing to 3-bet the ace-10 off.
Yeah, there's some boards that could make this one interesting.
Yeah, or can actually be useful. Yeah. All right, so next person should get about 35, 40 minutes. Do you guys want a high card for it, or just have Justin pick someone?
order. Let's go that way.
That is not a board I'm thinking we're going to see too much blood.
No. Come on. Landon's got to
I haven't read it.
continue his
I know it's a close.
story after 3-betting.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Going to make a
It's a book about
smallish bet here. Is it
I
small?
learned about DuPont
Bet 260.
because they were super
A
against
little
it.
less than
Nick says, I think Chad Evasage won 2. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was correct pronunciation, but yeah, I think he won 2 basically right away.
Okay.
Chad.
It's going to fuck a lot of stuff up. Right?
Actually, I get some chips.
Yeah.
No, not really.
Oh,
Medical
Like
officer.
really
Yeah.
big pots or anything.
All right. Board pairs.
3-bet cup, please.
Yeah, Landon went half pot flop, Jesse called. I think Landon kind of has a nice hand of barrel.
Yeah.
What's our GG moment?
GG moment.
Yeah, are you excited?
Good.
Super excited.
Yeah, it's a GG moment.
Oh, okay.
Brought to you by GG Poker. It's a great game.
Hand versus Jesse was fun, but
It must get a little spicy.
But I do like that you had good premonition.
I'm surprised to see Jesse bet this on the turn.
What was the premonition? I didn't even.
Very small.
Gets Landon to fold immediately. Snap fold.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess it was good
I'll
though.
tell you after.
He said that, yeah.
Or we supposed to
They were speaking to him.
The deck
It's best
was
not to really talk about
and
it.
is speaking.
I just want to mess with
move, like post, can have him small line and you
Yep,
big
that
blind.
works. Yep.
And that was our GG moment.
We'll just have people.
I thought you were.
Shout out to GG Poker.
I didn't know you were trying to do it.
Also, if you're enjoying the stream, Bally Poker has Bally Live has an app, and they have the poker stream on it. And apparently, it is the best place to watch the stream. It's got the highest quality, the best resolution,
It was a
Yeah.
clearest picture, the crispest sound,
Decade of
King Jack of Diamonds.
spades.
and there's a like private chat over there. You could talk to other fans of the show.
Yeah. The vibe said the lie to him.
Yeah, the vibe said the lie to him.
Yeah, Scott says that was an opponent read from Jesse. Nice bet.
I'm more annoyed that you called out exactly what I had beforehand.
Well, the vibes told him what to do.
Does Ian have a cash game background too?
Told him to lie to you.
Yeah. I have a good mix of both tournament and cash games.
Oh, that was against the vibe?
For as long as I can remember.
But I said, yo, keep this to yourself.
Cowboys say you should probably start a training site. What a troll.
Thanks to the Tough River.
Go start one, Daniel. I'll subscribe.
But he went for the, like, whatever, B120.
How good was your hand when you jammed?
I was surprised to see Landon not barrel with the 10 of diamonds on that last hand, and I was surprised to see Jesse bet the turn too. Not sure if that's what Cowboys is alluding to.
Surprising behavior popping up already. People are getting comfortable. People are making reads.
I did just get aces.
Alex just flopping trips here.
I had 9.
See, this is the thing, is like, people will hit the board pretty hard, but there's just not like
I got lucky, no 9 came.
a ton of other stuff going on with other people's hands.
Bells, show one, whatever you guys want to do.
All right, Ryan picking up a pair of 8s. Alex gonna try to go for some value. I think Ryan's gonna probably find a way to get rid of this 8. Yeah.
And that PLO bump.
Just too good of hand, Foxen.
Folded out everybody's equity.
Oh, and the King 10 5-6. He just had nothing.
Yeah, dude, like a 5-7-8 type hand.
What'd you have? You had like 10s?
Just now?
Yeah.
Pretty sick.
Ace jack.
I had
You value bet bluff
an
me?
ace with a flush draw, but then I had nothing.
They're not actually
ace
grabbing the
10
PLO cards great. We got to be really good about like.
Yeah, they mentioned.
I value block.
For PLO?
Yeah.
Yeah, for PLO,
we missed a couple.
you need to be really, really careful on the PLO. Make sure you rub it a
Obviously,
decent
it wasn't
amount.
like a bluff. I bet 15% or whatever, but
No, it was a good value bet.
not really. Folded ace.
Yeah. We had to protect. That 10 was coming.
Some spades and stuff like that. You call. I think.
Raise the 16. Fold. Fold.
Ned says if Cowboys was drunk on the stream, you'd have 10 times as many viewers.
Well, get on here, Cowboys. I'll order you some tequila right now.
How are the dubs, Chewy?
Got everyone catching a piece, I guess, if you count the deuces. But
Thing ever.
Jesse with
W's a G.
top pair. Good shot.
Any more garage visits?
Any more what?
Any more? Have they like taken out to the garage anymore and see if they'll fly?
No. I think we kind of know where they're at.
Okay.
At some point, maybe.
Probably just see this check around
It's just
again.
comfy. It's cozy where they are.
It's good.
Okay.
Hard
Yeah,
to want to
really
make any
funny.
changes then.
Say again?
Hard to want to make any changes then.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, but what's his blueberry
All
count?
right. Jesse
It's high.
Yeah.
getting a 2 pair,
His pumpkin
but
seed count is way higher.
Oh shit.
not a very fun
new
2
love.
pair to have
New love.
on this
Pumpkin
board.
seed is sick. I can't blame him.
Yeah.
They're both sick.
He loves the salt.
Do you know when his birthday is?
It's gonna check it back.
Next month, or do we just assign one?
I mean, I could like vibe it out.
What do the vibes say?
May.
A Maybird.
Yeah.
Blanco.
Maybird.
Splunk is like a November.
Is that what your vibe say?
November.
We can roll with it.
November for sure.
Yeah.
I was thinking about like when. Yeah.
Foxen going for it.
Foxen turning his 8 into a bluff. Don't know if it's gonna work against Jesse.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I was thinking like what month they get like the bowl of seeds and blueberries like at the same time. Like he just like loses. Money.
Seems like Ryan's thinking about getting very spicy here. I don't think he's ever gonna call
Ooh.
his hand. Yeah, wow, okay.
Gonna turn his hand into a bluff.
Right. They just kind of go and stop.
We should probably get Jesse actually to fold.
They call
Oh
that.
yeah, now I think Jesse will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Alex will for sure fold.
Both players getting the best hand to fold. And Ryan taking it down with the deuces. Nice job.
Why did you get dubs?
Allergic to cats and dogs.
Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You have dubs?
I have 2 doves.
They're the best.
They're the best.
Are they?
They really are.
He's a dove lord.
Are they like
I'm a dove
really
companion.
affectionate? Can you like teach them tricks and stuff?
You can't. Well, I don't know about tricks.
Someone has pet
but-
doves?
get them.
Chewy has pet doves?
Chewy has pet doves. He said he's allergic to cats and dogs, which
They very much need connect.
I guess
the most,
I
like,
shouldn't.
Chewy thing
yeah, I
ever.
shouldn't be surprised at all.
Breezy.
Nice.
I'm not a big fan of like birds in captivity, but their previous life was way worse.
All right. So.
We let them fly pretty free.
All right, if we get to 300 likes on this stream,
The way
we will give away an autographed shirt,
almost a
one of those shirts in the
little
background,
bit of a distance from
signed by all of the
Oh, yeah.
coaches and players on the stream.
But the way that you
Yeah.
you know
Yeah, we let them
keep
do their
is
thing.
very far from that.
Yeah.
You don't have any issues with them, like, I don't know, making messes, you know, flipping around?
Oh no, they make a mess for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, but they mostly keep.
They don't have any issues with it though.
That is true. We don't have any issues with
There you
it.
go.
They mostly keep to their places.
All right, I'll sign it too.
You could just put newspaper underneath their perches and stuff.
Okay, so that's pretty easy.
Okay, so this is the end of our booth session with Ian, Matakis. If there's anything else that you want to say, Ian, before you go back to the table.
Puppy, so.
Oh, nice.
no, I'm just gonna try to ramp up the action for you guys.
Okay, your mission's to ramp up the action, more blood.
It might not be me,
Yeah.
Is it a
but
big dog?
I'm gonna get it going.
Okay, okay.
right.
I'm depending on you. And good luck in there.
Thanks, Nikki.
They're a sheep herding breed, so pretty much border collies.
Oh, okay.
Almost exactly 900.
Oh yeah.
I'm so much-
You must be getting outside a lot with the dog.
Yeah.
That's great.
We walk like
I'm worth more than what
3
I
to 4
think.
miles a day with them, pretty much every day.
You ever done? Do you go to Trap with them at all? Red
I don't
Rock?
think that's good.
Yeah, yeah.
The crab loop would be great.
Yeah, we just did.
Probably not so
Don't do that.
We just took them on a Calico Tank 2.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he did the whole thing. We went to that back ledge to see the valley.
Yeah.
Did it, no problem.
That's a nice overlook.
Yeah, I love it. That's my favorite.
Okay, so you heard it in here. I sent Ian on a mission
How old's
to
puppy?
spice up the action.
Wow.
You won't see it for 30 minutes because we're on a 30-minute delay, but
Yeah, he's been fun.
hopefully
His name?
get some action going with some straddles, some stand-up game, maybe a
was it
bounty hand.
Captain Pike from Star Trek.
Sky's the limit.
Star Trek.
Strange New World.
I'll take your word
like
for it.
Most recent.
And we're waiting on our next coach to join us at the booth.
Race the ones.
I think it's going to be Landon.
Yeah, we got him this summer. Our previous dog died of cancer start of the year.
Oh my gosh, sad story happening.
Sucks, but
Fun new chapter though.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, and he's great. It's just a lot of work, but
Yeah. I have trained a
Jesse
dog
going for it
once
here with his
from like
straight draw.
house manners
That's
to
up.
Looking for that 5.
was
Not going to get it
Maltese Shih Tzu, I
on the
think.
turn at least.
that might be tough.
It was tricky.
Yeah.
She was cool though.
Check.
The ace high board,
Whatever
a little
happened
bit
with
better
the
for
that
the
you guys had.
The husky
button
guy?
than the
I
big blind.
don't want to know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alex being
I could have kept them. But
Alex sneakily having an
like
ace
how-
10 there.
Basically, I would just be like, oh, look, new dogs in the house. That's fucking sick. Like, would it actually do anything for them? You know?
Right.
Probably not. Like, but I would like
Alex maybe going to go for value here.
walks and stuff, but not like the actual stuff. And they just shed a ton. They see so much mess.
Yeah.
As much as
That's tough. It's a lot of work.
it's a lot of work, and I am not willing to do
You
it.
weren't prepared.
I'm not prepared.
Yeah. Fair enough.
You guys down to take a question from the chat room?
Sure.
They're asking, what is the most overrated and most underrated edge in poker?
Overrated.
Overrated
300.
edge in poker.
Overrated, underrated.
Take your
What's the
time.
most overrated and underrated edge in poker? This came from you guys.
Like underrated thing?
Like something that people think is worth more than it is.
I think
Ah.
I think overrated is probably like fearlessness.
Really?
Yeah, because I think like a lot of players that are like fearless, quote unquote, take it to such a ridiculous extreme that they're the type to go broke, not play
Right.
to ICM in spots.
Fearlessness has to be kept in balance
Yeah.
with like intellect, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why it's
that's a fair
probably
point.
overrated, just because there's so many like well-known players that are like, oh, he's fearless, he does so well in these games, and he's just like blasting and getting lucky and running hot.
Could see that.
I'll put a vote on underrated for like the ability to like grind really hard. I think that was something I like. Yeah, well, somewhat disciplined, but like I think I undervalued that for a long time. Where like you have guys like Deeb or whatever that like are literally playing every day for like 80 days, and like on day 80 they're like still playing pretty good. Whereas like a lot of like really good poker players like can't get through like 10 days of like grinding really hard without like their game really falling off. You know?
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. I can't do the 80 days straight anymore. Yeah. 10 years ago, I was good for that.
I think along the same lines.
You need more weed for that.
Loving the game.
Yeah,
that's like
maybe
super underrated. I think that leads you to playing more, getting.
All right, Chewy picking up the kings.
Same thing, but
on the button.
If you show up and like you don't want to be there,
I'm gonna see a 3-bet, but I don't know if Justin will make the call. Queen Jack offsuit.
Also, it's really hard to like study hard if you're not really passionate about it.
Yeah.
Just gonna get the fold.
Or just even to like think critically in game. Like you see so many people just at the table, their phone, they're just.
You said to love the game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love the game underrated.
People in chat saying intelligence overrated.
Like Alex's.
Nick's intelligence overrated. Jason says underrated is game flow adjustments. I agree with that actually.
It's not working on you.
Do people rate that highly? I didn't know that was.
I think it's rated up there.
I think like having an intimidating table presence, people definitely rate that high.
Yeah, it might be worth a lot. I don't know. I don't know if I'd say that's that overrated.
Yeah, just the muscle part underrated. Muscle part overrated.
Yeah, it's just rated.
I think at this table, I would say Alex Foxen or Chewy maybe has the most intimidating table presence.
It would be like higher than.
Let me know if you agree with that in chat.
Yeah, underrated.
Open to arguments.
Like under 8, somewhat. You know, where it's like, oh, like it should like relatively be
competitiveness, probably
what
underrated.
Is it 60, 65?
65.
Okay.
A call giggle. You did it in the reverse.
It was like just a two-handed chip flick.
You were laughing at your.
I laugh at myself.
Landon's been giggling at a lot of his actions tonight on stream.
Oh my god.
I like it.
Yeah, it's great.
It makes me wonder how much he giggles when he plays online.
My favorite Nirvana song?
Or if it's just the live play aspect of it.
Smells like Teen Spirit.
Alex Foxen with the open ender. And at the diamond draw to the
I just have so many
straight
different,
flush.
Like, SoundCloud edits of different like Nirvana songs that just like are for lifting weights only.
I guess you can't really hit a straight flush. Don't get mad at me in the chat.
Jack,
I heard it
14 months ago.
already. Corrected it. Can't get me. He hit a flush. He's the only one with the diamond. Got the nuts. Current effective nuts.
People keep asking me this, like when I have the Nirvana jacket. They're like, name 3 songs. I'm like, I don't even need to.
You look good in this way.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't even need to. You tell him, Landon. See what Alex does here on this river.
Pot's 220.
Thanks. That's what I was doing.
Yeah.
Makes the bets, gets the folds.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wow.
Dan.
Hit a diamond.
Also, I like how you just point out that he's counting it.
It's off now.
It's on now. Landon Tice is in the booth. It's on now.
Hello.
Green means go.
Green
Here's
means
the current
go.
chip counts. Luckychewy at the top. He has not moved from the top. No one had to rebuy yet. You came close.
I
You
came
were
close.
all in, but
I
we
was
got
willing to
the kings.
rebuy.
Yeah, just pay.
I was willing to pay with kings.
Yeah.
Real falling on my sword there.
You have the highest VPIP.
Yeah,
current
VPIP award.
VPIP champion.
Yeah, VPIP champion. I always feel bad when I fold sometimes too. I have I think less than bottom. I'm like, you know what? Be responsible. And I see 42, and I'm like, you know what? They can't get mad at me.
Yeah. Who would get mad at you?
Daddy.
Daddy. Yeah. Daddy would get mad.
Daddy would get
You
mad
got some
at
catching up to do in the game, though.
I know. I'm
bottom of the leaderboard.
I know.
You dug yourself up from earlier, though.
I know. I'm grinding. I'm on the grind.
Definitely grinding. That rule about not being able to top up your chip stack makes it interesting.
It does. It's kind of cool because,
Yeah.
like, obviously in most spots, everyone at the table would want to play deeper, but it does kind of make it, it does make it really fun to kind of try to navigate that as, like, it's more of just, like, playing to see how, what the,
I swear you do that sometimes.
the game and the dynamics versus just playing standard 100 big one cash or whatever.
Yes. Yeah. Seeing if people adjust to the smaller stack sizes too, and etc. All right, we got another Halo double board bomb pot. Let's see if the graphics load this time. Got a little trouble on the last one.
It's on me.
I got some hands. Okay.
Wow. Let me give it some thought.
There's so much stuff going on at one time.
I know, and I'm really bad at. I don't play PLO, so like it takes me a minute to like really look at them. But these percentages are helpful. We can kind of just go from the highest percentage first, and Jesse Sylvia right now has the highest one, and then we can see what he has on the board. That's where my eyes go.
Your eyes go to like.
Okay, who's
cards
got the
board.
best hand, and then like what do they have that makes it the best hand?
Right, like I'm looking at the King 10-7. I see 32%, and I'm like, okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Now, how does that look here?
Then I'm looking over here, and I'm like, well, he.
Yeah.
I guess he has like. Got some. I don't know how that's the highest hand. Well, Justin Sliva now has two pair on the bottom board.
It does take a little less RAM.
Justin's got the. Justin has top two and has nothing. No one has top
No
board,
one has
right?
really anything.
No one's got nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like everyone whiffing this bomb pot.
Check. There are ways around it.
It's Chewy's turn. He's got the flush draw. That's where it is. Okay, I see.
After a lot of thought, I'm gonna go
We
with.
put it together.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
I got it right on that side.
Oh wow, Justin wins.
Okay.
Oh, Jesse bluffed him.
Did he?
Check.
Ah.
Oh, because you already played this. That's right.
That's
So this is
right.
30 minutes ago, so you know what happens.
I do.
Spoilers.
Sorry. I'll be good about that.
I was like, when did Jesse bluff? Oh, it's happening now.
It's happening right now. It's happening as we speak. Look at him! Look at him go.
This is my favorite part, though, is watching them retrace like what the action was, and then like decide on a. Okay, I'm gonna bluff this spot. How big do I go? What do I?
Yeah,
what am I
so this spot,
representing?
Jesse's
What
trying to
is
say
bluff?
that he like has a queen in his hand, and then like the blockers with like the king 10 to block king queen, and then the action behind makes it seem unlikely that Justin might have one.
Wow, Jesse takes it down.
So Jesse gets him.
Queen? Do you have a queen?
I had 9-9-7 deuce.
So people were talking about the lower stakes in this game. Do you feel like the lower stakes change the game for any of the players at the table here?
I don't think so. I think everyone's trying to play as good as they can, and sure, sometimes people might get a little bit out of line in some spots, but either way, like I know for me, like I'm just trying my best. I want to play as good as possible.
Yeah.
And it's more so about the competitive nature of playing between people that you really respect.
It is definitely.
Versus just like trying
The
to
queens are out there.
play because it's a little bit lower.
Yeah.
Along those lines.
I would agree that most of the players are doing that right now.
Everyone's trying to play good?
Yeah. I haven't seen too many people. I haven't seen really anyone get out of line. There's been like some fun bluffs, but like not really an out of line bluff, I wouldn't say.
Strong disagree on Limitless, but goodness great.
This is kind of a good question, actually, this overrated, underrated question.
Yeah.
I have played with him.
Yeah, we liked it.
So
Yeah.
What did you say?
I think an overrated skill would be some like playing too much volume, but at the same time, like an underrated skill would be like just not being able to show up.
yeah, no, I'm just
Like
Okay.
being able to put in volume and like be responsible with it. I think overrated would be like trying to
I've never really played with them.
book too many wins, like try to play cash sessions in order to try to get even or unstuck.
Yeah.
Versus just leave.
Shit.
I think like trying to
Called
stay. I think trying to stay is a.
Yeah.
trying to stay is definitely overrated. Just because your hourly is not, it's not going to be that different where if you're stuck a lot and you want to go home, like you can just go home.
Yeah.
Because, like, the only reason why you'd want to quit is because you stopped playing poker at all.
Exactly.
But it's like, not that it's all one long session and sometimes you lose a lot, but if you're stuck a ton and you want to go home, you should just go home and come back the next day.
Or the argument that like, you start playing your C game and then it becomes harder to dig yourself out of the hole.
Right, you start playing worse, you get lucky because some people will always take the stance of like willing themselves to win.
Yeah.
And when that's the case, you know, you're in a different spot where you're at the mercy of the deck, where sometimes you might get a little bit out of line and flop 2 pair, or like flop a flush draw and then get it in a win. And it's like, is that really skill, or did you just kind of get a fortunate spot in that way? And
it was a tournament that was.
I think that's a little bit overrated.
Hands up.
I think underrated, like Justin said, was being able to show up, put in volume, and that doesn't just mean play, but also study.
Yeah.
Like put time in away from the table, put time into getting better at the game versus just showing up to grind.
Yeah, it was a GG.
I like that.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Takeaway.
It was like a raised fold for like 5.5.
What do you think, Nikki? What do you got? Overrated, underrated?
I've been contemplating it because you know I haven't been in the game as long as you and the people at this table, and it's been about like 3 years of taking it seriously. I guess of like studying and then like actually, you know, going out and trying to apply what I've just learned and blah blah blah.
Limitless fold.
I think. I mean, this is kind of obvious, but
pretty bad spot.
I mean, the thing that comes off the top of my head is like results being overrated. I think you see it especially in the tournament scene, you know, where people are almost like in the shame department, where people are like, well, he can't be good because what does he want? You know, or
he hasn't
whatever.
won anything in years.
Yeah, or whatever. And it's like, they can still be good and not have won in years. Like, live tournaments, the amount of volume you would have to put in for the variance to catch up is like, they could have played perfectly and not binked anything in those years.
Yeah.
See the hands.
And I don't even know if this is underrated, but I think game selection counts
very
for
underrated.
a lot.
Good action.
Yep. Especially when you're trying to build a role, you know, putting yourself in spots to make as much money as you can is going to be a lot more important than trying to like battle some of the better players that you can play against.
No, at the time.
So definitely that. Game selection is definitely underrated.
I feel like you were on.
That's a good one, actually. It's very good.
Pretty early.
I was, but this was even before that.
All right, so Landon, you're going in here with the queen jack off.
I'm in.
It's a very standard opening spot.
Yeah, good open.
More Perry Crawford.
Yeah, good open.
Good open, good hand.
Do you want to talk about your giggle bets?
Giggle bets, giggle checks. Yeah, I mean, when I play with friends like Chewy, I've just known for so long, it's very tough for me to try to like be serious.
Yeah.
You know? And like, it just doesn't really work out that way.
You flop trips. Do you know that's a good hand?
That's a pretty good hand, yeah. Giggle bet. Giggle bet inbound.
So, okay, I'm not going to tell the other people,
okay.
But one of the tells, I think, is like, you've only giggle bet when you're strong.
I only giggle bet when I'm strong?
Yeah.
I'm waiting to get a weak hand to giggle bet.
You got serious when you had a medium hand?
And
like you still had the best hand, but you got like real serious locked in.
I think it was mostly when I feel like when I'm looking locked in, it's more so to try to count how much is in the pot. It's very difficult to count how much is in the pot sometimes, especially like with the different opening sizes where some people open to 70, some go 65.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, 65 times 2 plus the blinds and antes. But the blinds and antes are always going to be like 6 or 7 bullets. It's going to be 60. And then if you defend a big blind, a little less. I just came from an online environment, you know, like they give you what the pot is, they tell you how much is in your stack, you go from there. I'm waiting for a spot to giggle bet and not have it, but
I've never heard that. I don't know about that.
But that spot hasn't come yet. I've been getting some pretty good spots.
Yeah, but 5 times the charm.
Yeah, it's called 5 diamonds.
5 diamonds.
You've probably got the most premiums out of everyone in this.
I've gotten some good hands.
Yeah.
I've gotten some good hands as of late. I got the aces. I got the top set.
Yeah, just too good. It was like too good of.
It was too good of a hand. And then against Chewy, I had the straight nothing, and he had the nuts. I heard.
Yeah.
I had the 10-6 of spades.
Saturated a little bit.
And I was more. See, like that was a spot where I would have laughed normally, but I was trying to keep it together.
Yeah.
Where like for me, like I'm okay with just giggle bet lose. Like I know like my hand probably wants to play in that fashion a good amount of the time with the 3-bet pre and the flop C-bet, and then river. You just have to kind of try to get king queen to fold hands like this and maybe some small pairs. And it's like whether I block here, I'm gonna block block here if I have top set. I'm going to block here if I have ace jack as well. So it doesn't really matter if I'm like if I have it, don't have it. But speaking of good hands, Ryan gets one.
Yeah, finally. Ryan's been pretty card dead.
My hand's pretty good too. I got ace duck.
Yeah, no one said your hand was bad.
No, I'm saying like, look, this ace duck. This is a good hand. Like, this is a premium to me.
Okay, so he 3-bets here. All right, and I don't know what happens next, but you've said before on the podcast that ace deuce doesn't 4-bet.
No, it does not.
I pay attention. See that?
It does not.
Oh, look at Alex waking up with the ace 4 suited. This one does 4-bet for you.
It does 4-bet for me. That's correct.
You.
For me.
And maybe for Alex.
Maybe for Alex.
All of the flipping go to tables.
It looks like it does 4-bet for Alex Foxen as well.
Yeah. He's in.
People need to stop making fun of you for your ace 4 suited, ace 5 suited.
If Foxen does it, it must be good.
Exactly.
I'm too concerned. I love the intensity.
I'm gonna mess up on pineapple.
Yeah, there's like a
fraction. It's pretty hard to mess up.
There's some kind of trolling, but some, you know.
I like want to go for the nuts.
Obviously,
more
like,
than,
you
like,
could
take it.
Yeah, you want to go for you try to like beat 8 people. Like his ace is gonna beat 8 people. Probably not.
Keep it in your 9 ways, though, like.
I'm not gonna break aces. I'll take aces. Yeah.
Well, no. Like some spots you are supposed to break aces.
No. Yeah, be like a.
Oh my God! Another top set with the premium pair. Immediately. It feels good though to be like the one that got 4-bet into.
Being 4-bet into and having top set is really sick.
So sick.
I think it being 9 ways means like it's not.
This is why imposition is cool.
Which card to pitch. Yep. Like you're not.
Yeah, make imposition cool again.
It's so cool already. Underrated, in position.
In position.
Overrated, out of position.
600. Watch, I just find out I'm wrong and like your 2 payouts are way better.
Some backdoor opportunities for Alex. It's our GG moment.
What does that mean?
Oh, it's just like a fun moment brought to you by GG Poker.
Okay.
It's a great game.
Okay.
9-6-3. I don't know. I mean, your flush draw might be dominated.
Yeah, it's tricky.
You have
See, there's some skill in it.
Yeah, there's some skill.
I think you break the 10s though. You try to like make a 5-card hand.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like 10s are very unlikely to win, but I could be way underestimating.
It just depends if a heart's gonna come or not, because if not.
Deck read, that's right. Because a set might come too.
Flush draw if it's.
Well, what if a 7 comes, bro? But not a heart.
I'll take my chance.
Very intense GG moment.
You know.
It's not very often the pot has gotten this big.
I know.
The real answer for underrated is
Deck read.
See, but this is what we were talking about earlier, that it doesn't matter what stakes. Both players are taking it very seriously.
How do you know when you know?
And you need to trust it. You need to trust it.
Well, what if
Play
I
good
know
sound poker.
And then when I missed, I just didn't know that time.
then you're lying yourself now.
Check. Player check.
You know that. You know.
Ryan's gonna check back the turn. Ooh, might be a spicy card for Alex.
Spicy card indeed. He kind of went from giving up on the hand.
You know when it's like you know versus like you really want.
As you do. Ace 4 of spades here, not that great to barrel a turn.
Man, like a club feels really nice right now. Sometimes I think it might not, but then it does.
It's a different feeling.
Yeah. There's the ability to just win for sure.
330.
330.
He goes for the block, tries to get called by some king X, potentially, maybe like queens, where he doesn't want to jam into a cold 4. So, and he's always going to call flop, potentially, maybe some folds, depending on the suits, and then check back the turn. So this is very thin value bet from the Fox.
Brian jams here?
I think so. If he, yeah.
There it is.
If he's got it, he's got it.
Just pay.
Just pay.
He's got it.
He's got to just put all the money in yourself and hope that he pays. That's cool, the hand counter in the bottom right.
Now puts Alex in a tough spot.
You think you hit my favorite answer to that question?
And the turn went check check.
Yeah, it's tough now because you go for this thin value bet and it looks like thin value.
Very good. It's like playing 9 out of 10.
So it's like, does he know that I just made a thin value bet and he's trying to get me off my hand, or does he have the nuts?
Underrated. I think overrated is probably like volume, like playing too much volume. Like you get to do too much.
Yeah.
That's what you just said.
Like, if you can play a lot.
I'm consistent.
You're very consistent. I'm going to ask you in 3 months.
Show up.
Hey, it's most overrated.
Well.
20 might be a leak in and of itself these days.
Volume, underrated. Volume, underrated. Too much volume.
Alex, used up a time chip already.
Love the game.
Might have to use another one. Makes the call. And gets the bad news.
1240.
Yeah, tough one.
Tough one, yeah.
Because like Ryan's gonna have hands like King Queen suited, King Jack suited. That's going to call the flop, bet, turn, check, check. For some pot control, some hope for some clean rivers and maybe value bet of check 2 or check back. And then ace river, when Foxen bets, the king is no good anymore.
Yeah.
So it becomes good to block kings for top set that can play traps on the turn, where aces is going to mostly go for a barrel. So king, jack, king, queen can be good hands to turn into a bluff, which Alex does beat.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of a compliment to Ryan then from Alex that he would find those bluffs.
Definitely.
Go all in with.
Yeah, I think that's what people realize more so now is that when people pay and bluff catch, it's more like I just trust that you're bluffing enough for the time to make me have to call. Or if I don't, it's an issue. Where before it's like I respect you, so I fold to you out of respect. But now it's like I call you out of respect.
Yeah.
I like that.
So there's a difference in the way that the game's kind of looked at.
Really changed.
Put it out. John, I think John.
Well, that was our GG moment. Thank you, GG Poker.
That was a big moment.
Right? Okay, I'm looking at the chat now, and people are wanting me to ask you Nirvana questions.
Like Kurt Cobain. But yeah, it's like smells like Teen Spirit, like Come As You Are.
Just coming
like
up with answers. I haven't even asked questions yet.
No, like they just think I don't know songs, you know? Like I had a Nirvana phase, just like any angsty teen, if you will.
Yeah.
There's not that much angst, but just kind of more of a phase. But
yeah, their argument being that you weren't born yet.
I wasn't born yet, so I must clearly not know, and it's only for the aesthetic.
And the counter argument is like, well, I'm a Beatles fan and I wasn't born yet.
Right.
Yeah.
No, they make good music, and like when I was younger, my dad used to play a bunch of alt rock in the car.
Oh my God, how old is your dad?
How old's my dad?
I'm scared now.
He's like 60.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's 60.
Okay.
My dad's actually 45.
You were like 45. Yeah. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
That's such a silly.
But yeah, so like I've just always had that kind of music. Sometimes country. Like I'm not much of a country fan. Like I'm not gonna wear like some country music type stuff.
Yeah.
But I do like Nirvana. I listen to them from time to time. And
there's a lot of questions that are like.
There you go. Also, you don't have to be like a hardcore fan to wear a merch.
It's pretty cool jacket,
item.
you know, nice jacket. Cop the merch.
It's not a jacket. It's a hoodie.
What's the difference?
Okay, jacket's like this is a jacket.
All right.
It zips up and it's jackety.
It's just jackets.
You have to take like 3 trips.
You can open it.
So you have to take 4 trips. It's like I don't want to take any trips. Yeah, I just realized it's a small blind. They're a big blind.
It's a small blind.
Yeah, true. I just realized it. It's like 2 days ago, I realized that like emo stood for emotional.
True.
I've heard this one.
Emo music? I didn't realize it was emotional.
On the podcast, the Only Friends podcast, check it out, live 5 days a week. Sometimes at 11, sometimes at 12, sometimes at 6, sometimes at 1. You just never know. It's part of the fun.
Do you know where Riz comes from?
Charisma.
Yeah.
How do you know that one, but not the
I didn't
emo?
know that.
Because
I learned that and I was like mind blown.
Because I came up like my generation is like the Riz generation.
Yes.
You know.
I'm the Riz generation.
You're the
like
Riz
the no
generation.
cap, bussin' for real.
For real.
Sneaky links.
Stand on Business is the new one.
Stand on Business. I love Stand on Business is a good one. Stand on Business is a good one.
I really want to do a podcast episode, probably Acewell's not Only Friends, but you and Alan Kessler, where Alan Kessler has to define, you just say the words and he has to define the...
Like, yeah, like that's kind of cap. Like I'm standing on business on this one, Alan.
Yeah, and then he has to say...
What does that mean?
Exactly, he has to translate it.
Like, well, I have this article from 19.
In his way, like whatever he
Can I
thinks.
use it or is that too old?
You got the Jack 10 suited. Fun hand.
I do get Jack 10 suited. This is actually a fun hand.
Oh, you mean when I was...
I just said that.
No, I mean like the hand itself.
I know, that's what I like that it's a fun hand.
No. Like, we play
what's
post
about
flop.
to happen?
Yeah.
Why do they have the same words for different things?
Maybe in some classes, like, you can go to,
Oh,
like,
that is a fun hand. What a spicy hand.
Spicy hand alert.
Sure, if it's like maybe something science-based.
This could be a GG moment, too. It's fun.
How many GG moments are there?
And unlimited.
Oh, wow.
You are responsible for creating GG moments.
You have to create your own moment.
Yeah, create your own moment.
It was 67?
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, so are you wrong if you
multiple
don't get
choice?
it on the dot? Yeah.
Oh, it's multiple choice.
It's multiple choice. You just have to get the question right.
I picked 63, so I didn't get that one right.
110.
Can't wait to take this test.
Just get the question
I'm
right.
to get at least one right now.
There you go. Yeah. It's kind of fun. It's fun.
That's how you know who is good at SATs and who wasn't. Like, how much do you lose to ace queen and you realize, like, oh shit, shopping is like, doesn't count as losing.
Yeah, I was not a good SAT person.
Thank you.
Surprised.
Really?
Okay. Does this ace slow down the action?
I was pretty good at the standard
maybe.
stuff. Better in the creative classes.
Where'd you grow up?
Still good for your...
It's very good for me. Less good for him.
You guys know each other when you were young?
No.
Yeah, everyone from Long Island knows each other. Pretty small place. Yeah,
I went to
like
summer
18
camp
million people
in the
there.
town he grew up in, though.
Nice.
125.
Yeah, the one I got rocked on, that took me a long time, was like, they asked you to calculate the EV of the
Yay!
I needed to win. Good for morale.
Yeah, nice.
Thank you.
Dig out of that hole. Grind it up.
figure it out.
I'm only staying because I need to get out of the hole, of course.
Yeah. Very...
Gotta get
you know
a
what, I
W.
think it's pretty overrated that you're doing that.
Yeah, it's pretty overrated for sure.
They give you full frequency and pot. Oh, yeah.
What did I do wrong? I just added the bet to the pot size and multiplied by
Sounds like
the
that's your error.
Would you say there's a
error.
I would think so.
toughest opponent here at the table so far?
Everyone's really good. Like, everyone's very, very strong. So it's more just like I take the spots as I get them, and I don't really think too much about like one versus another when it comes to opponents.
Yeah.
Because you just kind of have to treat everyone relatively the same, and
He got a 36 on his.
it's hard to play differently versus some and not versus others for me. At least in a lineup like this, where I don't want to make
I
any
needed a pen and paper for some of it. You know?
judgments or preconceived things as to is this good, is this bad.
That makes sense.
So obvious.
I think that's really fair of you.
Really funny.
It is funny though.
And to be fair, like everyone's been playing really good.
Yeah.
We're trying.
The answer, you're like, I missed it.
I guess fortunately it doesn't.
Yeah,
It's unimportant for.
That's the cool. It's just similar to all of the a lot of the standardized
Really?
stuff.
90.
I feel as though like when I'm looking
That's
at
interesting.
No giggle.
like calculating the EV of a board,
Yeah,
You need to balance your
good.
giggles.
Yeah.
what percentage of
I know, because you have a medium hand.
work,
See?
what combos of the
No giggle with the medium hand.
The giggle probably isn't going to happen very much on flop.
Locked in.
Locked in.
Locked in, medium hand.
It does have.
Why do I feel like this pot size is a little bit wrong?
maybe I do.
It might be. Sometimes it is.
Yeah.
Feel it
I
out.
think it is.
I
Because it's a single raise pot.
We like to just keep you on point here.
The
Yeah.
balance of the two, I think, is nice.
My girlfriend's been playing a lot. She's studying, and she like really wanted to take this poker math quiz. I was like, oh, like it's
I never know when it comes to the consistency of bets. Like, does it really matter if you just say all your bets, or if you mix it up, or if you switch it?
really taking it seriously.
King good for me. Got the gutter, no draw.
Nailed the first two and was like,
I was willing to go all in if he called me on like a brick river.
W's on
They say, if he gets me, he gets
she's
me.
been getting W's. She won her first
Bold.
4-figure tournament.
Oh, nice.
$7. She cashed for $1,000. Won it for $1,000.
Sick.
That's pretty cool.
Pretty legit.
What's her screen name on
Yeah,
there?
that's true. You don't want daddy to reject you.
I don't.
I think that
Who wants to get rejected by daddy?
Not me. And he already did it to me, and I've got issues. Trauma.
Yeah.
That'd be funny.
So, speaking of that, we're quoting from Only Friends for those of you who are unfamiliar.
Just wanted the tournament.
It's a podcast.
Couldn't even max.
Solve for Why.
This is IP.
You're representing Solve for Why.
I am.
Can you tell us a little bit about the site?
Yeah, so it's MTTs, cash games, very into the live environment when it comes to cash games. And then there's academies sometimes. You get to come in person and learn poker theory from myself, Matt Berkey, and Matt Hunt.
In May, they're doing a MTT Academy.
We're doing an MTT Academy for WSOP Prep, and where my focus lies on these days is MTTs, so I love it. Like, I just love looking at different stack depths. I love learning new ICM principles and new ways you can get creative in poker, where there's so much to learn, and you're never going to have every spot figured out. So it's fun to be on the journey.
Yeah, I do like that MTTs just kind of keep me on my toes more when I'm playing live. Whereas like cash, everyone's kind of stacked up is the same.
Yeah, it's
You're
very
playing the same-
consistent.
Yeah.
It's 30 minutes.
And then MTTs are just like constant butthole tightening. The blinds are going up and
Blinds go
stacks
up.
getting shorter.
You
and,
can lose and go home, and that's really sad.
and like the difference in ranges of a 30 big blind stack versus 25 big blind stack. So I lose one pot and now I have to play completely different. And it's like keeps me on toes. I like it.
You got to keep you on your toes. You know, Daddy's got to keep you on your toes.
Daddy's got to keep me on my toes. When I report back,
Yeah, it's tough, and it's kind of part of the fun of the game, and realizing that not every stack depth is the same. So, sometimes you can play more hands depending on the situation. Sometimes you have to play less hands.
Yeah.
Final tables this is very, very evident these days, where if you have chip lead, you can play a lot more hands. If you're shorter, some spots you can't play many calls. You have to be more aggressive with all-ins or folds, and it's a lot of fun to learn different concepts, learn different mechanics, as well as every tournament there's it's like a new story.
Yeah.
It's like an adventure.
It is. And then they do a table change on you, and
then you get new opponents.
Yeah, and you're like at a different table position. I hate seat 1.
The time away.
Tilts me immediately when I get moved there.
Between walking and getting an interview.
Or actually, seat
a long walk.
8 or 9 is like worse than seat 1 for me.
Oh, for sure. I do like that we're playing six-handed and someone's coming in here with you to do commentary.
Yeah.
Six-handed's great.
Is that where you thrive as 6-max? Someone mentioned that earlier.
Big 6-max guy.
Yeah.
Big 6-max guy.
The difference with some RFID cards, like the ones we have at the fucking office, they're so blocky and thick. And
That's true. Thick cards.
They are.
I know.
You've experienced them.
I got to at the academy.
These ones are sick. I like these cards a lot.
Yeah.
These are some good ones.
I agree.
They're very thin, they
feel
got what
like
they need.
normal cards.
Right. The
Yeah.
other ones feel like you have to lift one at a time to see what you have.
I
And
play this now, or
All right, here's the current chip counts. Ryan now at the top of the chip count after that set of kings against Alex.
take $10.
He got the double up, max value.
pretty good.
Landon, still our VPIP king.
VPIP daddy.
VPIP daddy.
Timing.
It might go down a little bit since being in the commentary, but I don't know if they counted against you or not.
It'll probably count against me, but
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. I'll give him a little bit of a chance.
Ryan at the top of the leaderboard now. Alex with some catching up to do. And Landon, look at you're only $75 away from being out of the hole.
Not really, because I started with 2,500, but I think they recorded it wrong at the start.
Okay. So a little bit of number error. So how much do you think
I'm
you're
at the
down?
bottom of the leaderboard. I'm like -8 something. I'm probably stuck like 800.
Not less than Foxen, though.
Less than Foxen. Foxen's, I'm
yeah.
second to bottom.
Yeah,
me and
less than
Alex,
Foxen,
the
yeah.
boys.
I meant not more than Foxen.
No,
Yeah.
no. Not yet.
I just got to watch
Hopefully not.
the hand that you played.
Yes.
You can tell
Oh,
them.
also people have been calling me Jamie in the chat.
Yeah, we've been discussing.
You think we sound similar?
Yeah.
Jamie, you and Jamie?
Yeah.
I don't think so, but I know you both pretty well.
Yeah, I think that's the thing.
We gotta
I can
have
tell.
a sample, like a voice test.
Yeah, we do.
Need some,
In my opinion, I think Ashley Sleeth and Jamie sound similar to me. Like when I was listening to both of them commentate during WPT, it was like they were commentating the two different tournaments, and they sounded very similar.
if you closed your eyes, you couldn't tell who was who.
Yeah.
What we have here. Oh, I missed this hand.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't get to play this one because I'm here
you came
now.
Up. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so now we're entering the world where you have not seen any
I'm
of these
entering
hands.
the unknown.
Yes. So you have to guess along with us what people's actions are instead of spoilers.
Right.
Okay, so Ian says has the best hand, but he made a fold. So now,
Ryan
heads up to the
bet.
turn.
Ryan bet with the gutter on the bottom and 2 pair up top.
And this is really Ryan's forte is PLO.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Luckychewy with the mystery hand.
He's got the mystery hand.
Nikolai in the chat asking when the big game comes out. I don't know yet. They said early 2024, but I think they're still editing it.
Oh, for your cameo?
Yeah, for my loose cannon cameo. It's not really a cameo. It's actually I'm the main event.
You are the main event.
Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah.
That's kind of fun.
Chewy went for pot with the mystery hand and got it through.
Yeah.
Or got
Maybe
unlucky.
he has the nuts.
Maybe he does. It's really hard to do, but he might have.
He might.
I was like, this is going to be a spicy one. It's like, oh.
Albert in the chat's rooting for you, Landon.
Thank you, Albert. Thank you.
Any words for the fans out there?
Not really, you know.
Yeah.
Thank you for being the fans. You know, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching the show. It's actually really fun. I really enjoy playing in this kind of format. Just playing shorthanded. 6 max cash.
Maybe the 7 deuce game going.
Being in the booth with Nikki.
I love that aspect actually, especially since I know a few of you very well, and then I'm getting to know some of the other coaches on the table.
Right.
But yeah, Jesse, as you know, was my coach for MTTs, and so I'm very familiar.
Jesse was daddy.
Jesse was daddy. He's a very nice poker dad.
He's a good daddy.
Yeah, has really solid advice.
Yeah, you're going to shred us in this one.
I feel weird calling Jesse daddy, though. Can't do it.
I can. It's okay. I'll do it for
you
the
can
both
do
of
it.
us.
You can do it.
Also, later in the night, you know, you can top up and stuff.
Oh, he's the last one in the booth. You just have to hit him with, like, Daddy Jesse's here.
Oh, no, I'm definitely not going to do that.
You got to see what he says to that.
Definitely
You can
not.
say, I said it.
Because he's got more dad energy than daddy energy, you know?
Right. He's a dog dad.
Yeah, he's a dog dad. He gives, like, wholesome advice.
Right.
Yeah.
Wholesome advice.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure we had like a variety of stack sizes and people, especially since all of us are tournament coaches anyways, you know, it'd be weird just playing ridiculous.
Both players with the same hand here.
Yeah, it's probably going to chop a lot on this texture where flop goes check. Nobody has to turn their hand into a bluff. Both pretty content to get their pot share.
Does it make you want to grind cash more?
No, because it's largely inaccessible, right?
We often have seats here.
RMX India says, I refuse to call my poker coach daddy. I think that's a pretty good rule.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could get by with that, along with that.
I would play more.
I've had a few daddies in my day.
Who's your daddies?
So when I first started playing poker, a friend of mine named Steven was the first person to coach/back me. Then I met Jeremiah Williams through Steven, and then he became daddy.
Isn't he like your same age?
Yeah. Yeah, he was in poker for longer than I've been. I think he started learning and playing the game at 16, 17, just getting a feel for it.
I didn't know there could be lateral daddies.
Oh, yeah.
Daddies.
I've had many daddies, so many. Then I joined Poker Detox, where Nick Howard was my daddy for a bit.
Okay.
Was there for a couple months.
And now the GTO Wizard is
And now, well, Pile Solver has always been like the granddaddy.
Yeah.
You know, at least when I first started working with Jeremiah. When I was first talking poker with Steven, he was kind of giving me some basic advice because I wasn't very studied enough to even know what theory looked like.
Yeah.
And then from Jeremiah, I started getting into working with PO Solver and using tools to run your own sims where we didn't have the database lookups like we have now.
The daddy base?
The daddy base.
Yeah.
Very nice. So yeah, I started getting into PO Solver, started learning theory, started learning that bluffing is actually a very huge part of the game.
Yeah.
And knowing when to bet with equity, knowing when to bet without equity, where a lot of the stuff modern day to people that play poker for a while must look a lot different than the way poker used to look.
That makes sense.
Like a good example being like always leave yourself outs. In some spots, you actually don't want to leave yourself any outs, where if you have to fold, that's really bad. So you'd rather check back.
Okay, and you're hired as my coach for cash.
I can be a coach, no daddy.
Yeah, it would be weird. See, that's my rule is I'm not calling my coach.
I accept that rule. It's a good rule.
Me and RMX in the chat. All right, Landon, the Grim Reaper is here. Your
My time is up. Wow, this felt so
I know,
short.
it went so fast.
I know.
Okay, I've given each coach a mission when they go back to the table. I won't tell you what the other coaches' missions were. So your mission is to get a bounty hand going.
Get a bounty hand going?
Yeah, get a bounty hand going. Do you think you could do that?
I can try.
Okay.
I can do my best.
Okay, I like it.
I will do my best.
What's the bounty hand number that you're gonna pick?
You're good?
Yeah.
He says.
This is the classic.
Yeah, 7 deuce. Okay, very standard. Yeah. All right, thanks, Landon. Good luck in there.
You're welcome. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, 50%. Did you show it?
No, I did not.
Gotta show. I was just talking about showing it. Yeah, must show. Must show.
So he's still in? Bad beat.
Yeah, he's still
It's a
in.
bad beat.
Wow. There's no demarcation of who's in.
It'll be the $1 chips. You'll get a $1 chip that'll be sitting in front of you.
Man.
Okay.
sorry.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah.
I'll win another hand.
That's what's up.
Just set your profit aside, and then you'll know that it's. Oh, sorry.
Okay, guys, looks like Alex Foxen is going to be next in the booth with us. Any questions for Daddy Foxen? Let us know. We will ask him when he's up here. We got Justin Saliba and Ian Matakis in this hand.
He's absurd.
Also in the chat, what mission should we give Alex Foxen when he goes back to the table? We've been giving each coach
Giggling in hand was something new.
something that they should add to the game.
Yeah, that is a bit new.
So good.
Ian's going to try to add the stand-up game. Justin's going to try to secretly play some ace-deuce offsuit and some 7-4 suited. And Landon's going to try to get a bounty hand going. Need to give a juicy assignment to Alex.
Beautiful tens.
Justin taking it down with the tens.
Nicely done.
It's a good time to get it.
I had the hand before.
Starting with stand-up game.
I had a 10 too.
Okay, Adam's asking why are these guys playing with half stacks? Okay, so there's a rule. First of all,
Yeah, exactly.
everyone was only allowed to buy in for 100 big blinds because a lot of the coaches on here are tournament players, tournament coaches. So the shorter
You guys have any like
big blind buy-in to start.
I'm doing a.
And then the rule is you can't rebuy or add to your stack unless you get to 0.
Awesome.
So
I don't remember.
it will start creating some stack depths that are like 20 big blinds, 30 big blinds,
Block out my.
and then we can get some strategy from those stack depths. Is the aim? This is the first time trying something like this,
You're
so
doing that on chipleader.com.
we'll see how it goes.
There.
Yeah.
People have gotten short and then spun it back up.
Definitely watch that.
Definitely makes
I'll watch that too.
it a little bit more interesting.
Was this of the 300K? 250. WSOP.
But so far, even with the lower stakes going on that you see, everyone has played
Yeah, that was a joke.
to the height of their intelligence,
Yeah, no, but
top of their game.
No.
Very GTO plays.
Block catch.
No one really getting out of line yet.
Brandon.
Yeah, that was such a.
That was a fun hand.
Yeah, that was a real sick one. Do you discuss that hand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Foxing gets the button straddle going.
Quite in depth.
I think we want things that add more action, not take away.
I still have to do a lot of the recording, so, but planning on doing it.
But if you just started button straddling, that would be pretty funny.
Check, check. Action, check, check.
Where are the other coaches on CNC? That's a pretty sick lineup.
Graph Teckle,
Yeah.
Tom Diddy, Ben Heath. Those are like the three, I guess,
guys.
top names, yeah. There's some other very good players as
Yeah,
The
well.
whole roster is pretty stacked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen the site. Yeah, it looks cool.
Yeah, CNC is great stuff.
Yeah, I've only been part of it for like 3 months now, so.
It's an interesting idea. The whole setup they have. I like it.
Yeah, yeah, like the basically not having to like subscribe to the whole course, being able to kind of like pick and choose
Pick and
your
choose
coaches.
is cool.
Yeah.
Definitely.
C-Money says get the straddle going from under the gun. Okay. Pat Moore says bounty word that if you say you owe everyone at the table. I like that one. It's creative.
Do you guys do a lot of group stuff? 'Cause ours is like all group.
It's So it's like we have a subscription model for like the CLAI, which is just like the best way I describe it is like GTO. It's like that, but with description with explanations instead of just like And it's not entirely output oriented. It's like some adjustment to player types type of like explanations. And then we have a couple video courses. The main one being the closer, which
for the last
goes
stand-up
through
game of the
tournament
night,
phases.
we should do progressive stand-up.
And then like subscribing to
or
buying one or subscribing to the other, it gets you access to like.
Oh, then you just get extra.
So it's kind of like.
So it sounds like we got the stand-up game going. I don't know if Ian started it.
Yeah.
That was his mission.
How many people do you think are usually in?
But Saliba does have a stand-up chip in front of him, that white chip.
It depends. Pretty significant. Somewhere in the range of like, I feel like the high end is something around 50 and the low end is like 10 to 15.
Okay, that's pretty similar to.
Yeah.
Take us.
Like they're accessible.
Pick it up the snowman.
Recorded and like viewable.
The hijack.
After the fact, so I feel like it reduces the live because it's not.
Foxen needs to get one player to subscribe to an opponent's site on stream.
Generally,
funny.
Me and Chance talking.
How's Chance been? She liking?
Ryan gonna raise up his ace queen off.
Cool.
Yeah, he's just been working on this stuff.
Yeah. Said he's been studying.
Yeah.
He said that.
Oh.
You're like, yeah, he's been.
Yeah.
Studying a bit.
Yeah.
Fun. This has to be the longest time he hasn't played poker.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time he played someone, but it's definitely been some time.
Run heads up to this flop. Ryan flopping this ace. Okay, I was wrong, everybody. It's not Foxen up next.
Maybe.
It's Jesse Sylvia. You surprised us.
At some point.
Hello.
Hello.
Nikki Limo.
Yeah, we had all these questions for Foxen ready to go, and you totally like.
Oh shoot!
Totally
I'm sorry.
We can
guys.
ask you instead. What's it like playing with Chrissy all the time? Is there a lot of competition between you?
You need something to occupy your time, right?
I'll just try to field his questions as much as I think he would answer them. How's that?
Okay, I like it.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys. I had a headache, so I just asked to take the next one up, so I could get out of the lights for a minute.
I'll take the compliment that you thought coming up here and listening to my voice would soothe your headache.
It's the only thing that'll fix me, Nikki. You know?
I could see that. That tracks.
420.
What's that? That tracks?
That tracks, yeah.
You don't know this, but your videos have been used for ASMR for the last 15 or so years.
Gosh, I believe it.
I've recently realized that that's not a... that wasn't like a bad joke, right?
No, but I did do an ASMR video.
I just found out that there's a darker side of ASMR as well that I wasn't even aware of.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know about that.
I wasn't
either.
going there with that, but...
Yeah.
That's funny. I was actually just trying to figure out what video made it to an ASMR thing.
No,
Steve and I did an ASMR video once.
Really?
On our show, The Sticky Show.
You guys are great.
I think we should do it.
Anyway, Jesse Sylvia in the booth now, so we'll save these questions for Foxen. Got any questions for Jesse? Let us know in the chat. Also, we can send him down with our secret mission instead of Alex for this one.
Let's go, secret mission.
Yeah, so I've been sending everyone back down with a secret mission just to get the game going a little bit. You guys are all playing very, very good, very well, very GTO, very representing your sites. Great.
Yeah.
But now we kind of want some blood now. We kind of just want some action, some blood to happen.
We're creating a little blood. We just put on the stand-up game right here.
That was Ian's task. I don't know if he was the one to start it, but that was the one that we sent him down with.
Yeah, this is kind of cool right here. So I had a button spot where I'm against the two other players that don't have a stand-up button yet. So I think I just opened bigger because they're...
So it's three-way? There's three of you don't have the button yet? Okay.
And so like they're getting really good pot odds, right, to take a flop. I mean, Foxen's going to peel this hand either way, but they're getting very good pot odds because it's as if there's like a bunch of extra money in the middle.
Yeah.
So I just started raising larger.
My wife thinks
so that Foxen can't just happily peel any two cards, but he just has 9-7 suited, so he's getting in there anyways. And honestly, maybe he still peels any two, but at least I make it harder on him to do that.
Put his mine in a little bit of a blender before he peels.
Yeah.
Oh man, he was.
The game's pretty wild when it's last player on last player because it's essentially like there's the stand-up bounty in the middle and you're playing for it. So.
And Stevie's staring at me with this.
Does make the fold. You got your button there.
So much
yeah. Felt good.
Normally.
Thanks for not spoiling that. I was sweating it.
Felt good, Nikki.
Has there been any players so far that you've been,
It is a good look.
I don't know, perplexed by or like can't figure them out? And it's kind of scary in a pot with them.
I mean, Chewy kind of owned me on hand 3 or whatever, so that wasn't particularly fun. But
yeah,
you're gonna get owned occasionally by these guys. They all play really well, and they're capable of stuff that most players aren't. So.
Well, also you said you were rooting for him today on stream, so you're like just feeding your own.
Yeah,
you're putting your money where your mouth is, and
Fuck up a hand or something like that.
I just play the river the opposite of how I should if I could see his cards every time.
Yeah.
Because I like Chewy so much.
Ashley is 100% watching some murder documentary right
Yeah, not watching this.
Jesse, are you gonna commentate the next Triton? GoBirds90 in the chat asks.
Not that I'm aware of, but I believe that's Henry doing the Triton stuff, and I loved working with Henry at the Win. So, I'd always be down to make a flight out there if they want to have me.
Alex just jammed the ace-5 suited. Landon would be proud. Landon just left. Didn't get to see the cat jam. But, but Alex also really short here, so doesn't have much choice.
Yeah.
Wait, is it?
Oh, wow.
He's really short, and Chewy opened the button, and Foxen and Chewy the only two left without a stand-up button. So he's looking to jam very light on Chewy. He doesn't even need ace-5 suit. He can have a much lighter hand. And then unfortunately for him, Ian just finds ace-king.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Rude. That's so rude of Ian to do.
It's very rude.
He already has a button.
It's about the rudest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
This is our GG moment, by the way. I'm rooting for clubs. Let's put some puppy paws on there.
Yeah.
Puppy paws.
I folded 2 clubs and 2-5.
King high.
Oh, and I agree. If the premise is correct, then the conclusion is the premise. I'm not sure if I'm right. It felt really good though.
Did she travel a bit?
Come on, clubs.
Yeah, a little bit.
You got one.
When we met, he was working
As far as whiffs go for Foxen, that's a very nice flop. He has basically every backdoor imaginable.
Yeah.
His 5's still an out. He could hit a 3 for the chop. Now he can hit a 2 for the chop.
See if Foxen can run.
Are they running it twice?
Just once.
Okay.
And for those who don't know, if you do run it twice in the stand-up game, the first board counts towards.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think my husband will ever join me.
So, Alex Foxen, I think he's bought in. This is his second rebuy.
He came with on something.
He got into that hand with Ryan Laplante earlier. Where Ryan had the set of kings.
I didn't see what Fox had. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask that, though, so maybe don't tell me, because
he might have liked. He's still really dyslexic.
Well,
seems like maybe we're not always going to be privy to the info.
There was another coach in here that saw it.
That's true.
During that time.
That's his little advantage.
That's true. That's true. I shouldn't give. You're so like fair on your against your own self.
Yeah.
Because I totally would have told you.
Well, they were downstairs debating
What do you
whether or
think
not
he
we should tell info when we come back downstairs.
Oh yeah.
So I think that we end up saying yes, but just in case, I'm not trying to not trying to game the system here.
Okay. I throw you an extra bone.
What do I think he had?
Rooting for you,
Oh, yeah, I forgot I'm your root.
Yeah, getting
Let's go.
Yeah, what do you think he had? And I'll just tell you if you're right or not.
I think he had
Hear that, chat?
ace jack. Wait, I actually don't know how preflop went anymore. I think it was like Foxen cold 4-bet, Ryan's 3-bet?
Yes. From the big blind.
Maybe like ace jack suited? Something like that.
Okay, I'll say like you got a half right.
Completely indifferent.
Well, I'll tell you which
Maybe
half.
like ace queen suited.
I'm okay to lose. I didn't fight that hard for it. I just didn't get the fighting cards. And perhaps I lacked the fighting spirit in some moments, but...
It's an interesting spot because I think generally Foxen wants to have. By the way, this is another interesting spot because Foxen is.
What are you gonna do?
One of the two not with a stand-up button yet.
Right,
so
incentivizes
he's going to be
him.
super wide, yeah. Especially when Chewy folds, like he's going to be getting in there because these guys aren't like overly incentivized to come at him, but he wants to win the pot really badly. So if Chewy's not in the pot, that's great for him.
That's true. So they're going to be playing more standard, and he's going to try to take the pot down.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, I think this is his pot. I don't think he has much to worry about.
It's going to be tough to lose. Well, there's a deuce. Deuce could come.
A deuce could come.
There's some potential.
Whose side are you on here, Jesse?
I'm on the side of blood always.
Yeah, true. We need some blood. But
I root for Chewy first, then for blood, then for me. That's how my.
Okay,
or
that's
if
the
you're
priority.
playing, I root for you, Nick.
Aw, thanks, Jesse.
Yeah.
I won't ask where I rank in that order. I know Chewy's like probably just on God level.
And we get to see it.
But I feel like Alex has shed the most blood so far.
Yeah, definitely. He's had some tricky situations. Alex takes it down.
You have.
I lose, right?
And now Lucky Chewy has to pay everybody out. What's the penalty per person?
50 a person. So
50 per person.
You're essentially losing.
You had a lighter hand than you would normally have.
I think you're losing like 250.
Unbelievable.
Normally.
Okay, yeah.
Because there's 7 of us, but there's one person upstairs, and you have to pay yourself. So 5 people that you're paying out. So it's not that bad. 250.
Not too bad, yeah.
Little 250 ball.
It's like 10 big blinds.
Yeah,
this game?
something like that.
Yeah. All right. I asked the other people this too, but do you feel like the lower stakes have changed anyone's gameplay?
Actually going to run to the bathroom.
You know, I would have thought maybe it changed people's play a little bit, but there's a level of, I think everyone at this table is very competitive, and so no one's trying to give up anything in a sense. So they're kind of trying to perform at their
peak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're going for optimal.
Yeah, I've noticed that as well. Like, really, no one's gotten out of line. Everyone's
nice having the hat. Keeps it a little
highly competitive, very locked in.
Pretty locked in so far. I mean, I would have loved to have a couple rivers back where I could have played differently, but they were small pots, so that's always somewhat forgivable.
If you're gonna lose the small ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're gonna make what you later on think is a mistake, do it in the small ones.
Oh, Jesse Sylvia picking up the pocket kings.
The kingers. Let's go.
Make sure he knows.
Yeah.
A couple of Cowboys. Look at that face. That is the face of a man who is somewhat sleepy.
Are you thinking? Yeah. Are you thinking? Should I 4-bet? Should I trap? What are you thinking here?
I am.
What size should I 4-bet?
Yeah,
are you thinking more sizing?
Yeah, because So I'll just tell you because whatever. I basically thought of what I was going to bet immediately, and then realized I only have 2,000, not 2,500. So I was like, oh, I guess I should go a little smaller. But I'm always 4-betting here. I'm just going to find enough 4-bet bluffs that if he wants to hero fold something, I don't care. You know what I mean? But I'm always 4-betting here.
I have
a win 3,500.
15.
I guess wanted to know, like, if you are tanking to be balanced in your tanks on, like, when you're gonna fold, because you said you thought of the bet size immediately, but then you adjusted to the stack depth. But like you tanked a little bit, like you're looking at it, you're tanking a little bit, like.
Yeah, it's like sometimes when I have a bluff. Let's say it's one of the more obscure bluffs, like maybe I sometimes want to bluff with like ace-4 suited or something like that. By the way, speaking of not getting out of line, Foxen immediately proved you wrong.
Okay, he really does like these suited wheel aces.
Yeah, I was gonna say this isn't super out of line or anything. Like these suited wheel aces play very well as 5-bet jams if you think your opponent's capable of 4-betting light. Because when they do look you up, you quite often have like 30% or whatever the hand was per flop.
He doesn't love this flop.
Not the best flop for Foxen.
Looking for an ace.
That's a very bad turn for Alex.
Yeah, you have the heart in there, and it's nice. It's a nice heart there. Nice big heart there.
I'd hate to see an ace of clubs on the river, by the way. That would be really terrible. I hope it's not gonna.
Oh, you got me.
You like that?
That was pretty good. Wow, just like you didn't have a good enough hand, you had to just make a rudder flush as well.
Yeah, if you're gonna win, do it in style.
It's kind of super rude.
I certainly was losing in style earlier.
Yeah.
Wrecked by Chewy.
21.
So, according to Landon Tice, the cat jammer.
And I had
the cat jammer. You know the cat. Are you familiar with the cat jamming?
Is that the ace 4?
It's the ace 5, but
ace 5.
But ace 4 suited also.
Ace 4, ace 5 are very nice hands to shove for sure.
He doesn't like the ace deuce suited for these 4-bet 5-bets.
That's because Landon is a child of the sim, and the solvers like the ace 4, ace 5, and they're not big fans of the ace deuce. But to be fair to Foxen's play here, the equity difference between those hands, like ace 4 versus ace deuce or ace 5 versus ace deuce, is pretty marginal. So it comes down to more, is it good right now to do it? Like, do you have a reason to think that this is a better spot than the other spot? Because that'll have, if you have some logical reason why this spot's a little bit better, then you should just use the ace deuce because it's so close anyways.
I see.
So I think Foxen is very, very good. One of the best in the world at
absolutely
saying, is this the right spot? Generally. Yeah. So obviously he was wrong this time, but I think that he would tell you that's probably, he had some good reason to do it or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not at all criticizing his play. He's like one of the most admirable players out there, but I also like to hear your breakdown of it.
Yeah.
By the way, I really enjoyed your commentating on at WPT. I think it's nice to hear you so like casually interject strat in there where I don't feel bombarded by like math or figures or technical stuff. I feel like it's very digestible the way that you do it.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I had a great time doing that commentary. Yeah, I really, really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Something I'll probably do some more of in the future.
Was it with Henry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I got to do it with a few people. I did a day with Jamie, which was a lot of fun. Jamie's a good friend of mine.
So I don't know if you know this, but I'm Jamie. Everyone's been calling me Jamie.
Really?
Yeah.
I did it with you.
Yeah.
And that was fun. We had a great time.
Top pair here.
Yeah, this is.
I do right now.
I almost always carry ibuprofen in my bag.
So I didn't mean to cut you off. I just saw someone hit it in top pair and.
No, it's
been very rare that we get like good hands against good hands so far this stream. Like people have been kind of card dead, and then when they get a good hand, it's.
Oh, he goes with a really small size here too, which is. Ian still folds. Nice job to Ian. I mean, he has king high, so it looks easy. But when you're getting that good of a price, taking one off with all the backdoors is never the worst. If he had a backdoor flush draw as well, I highly doubt he would have folded.
That's fair.
But. It was kind of interesting that Saliba went with a smaller size. Maybe that's indicative of just playing tournaments where his stacks are smaller and he's used to just betting like a quarter pot.
Yeah, the opening sizes were differing too amongst the players, at least in the beginning. And Justin was opening, one of the other people were commenting that he was opening like a min raise from under the gun, which is kind of like, more tournament type of range.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Looking at one clocks recently.
It's interesting because it makes a lot of sense to min raise when stacks are this deep.
I know Mikey D didn't recently, and
you would think, like stacks are deeper, so the big blind can just call with everything. But it's actually a little bit, just slightly worse to call with the most marginal hands out of the big blind because there's so much money behind when you flop. Let's say you have a hand like 8-3, right?
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I can call with any 2 here. Like if you flop bottom pair, there's so much money behind. Your opponents are going to push you off your hand a lot, and you're just not going to be able to call down with bottom pair. So those hands actually go down a little bit in value. If you're 10 blinds deep and somebody raises, you're like,
if I could choose.
Yeah, I mean, I could just flop top pair. Wow, Saliba's doing it right now. He just made middle set.
Yeah.
Some not so great things.
Unfortunately for him, his opponents haven't had much in all these hands.
This is what's been happening.
Yeah.
It's like they finally catch a hand, and then your opponent.
Chewy making a really nice full with bottom pair immediately. For a small bet. He's just kind of sandwiched between 2 players. So even if his hand's good and he gets a showdown, which is a big if, he also has a player behind him who could just swoop in with a better hand as well. So.
Yeah. Nice fold there. Here's the current chip counts. Ryan at the top, up or at 5,000, not up 5,000, but his current chip count is 5,000. He's also at the top of the winnings chart, up 2,600. Jesse Sylvia right behind, number 2 place, up $2,000.
Mr. Number 2 is
Mr. Number 2.
Mr. Second place.
I think Foxen
Mr. Number 2 is not the nickname.
That's your nickname. It's better than the one that Landon wanted me to give you.
What was that?
Daddy.
I can't do that.
Oh my goodness. That we had a whole history going back about that nickname.
I said I'm not calling Jesse Daddy. I'm sorry. I did say that you were like a good poker dad. I was like, you got a good poker dad energy.
Oh.
Give some good poker dad advice.
I got a lot of dad jokes.
Yeah, a lot of dad jokes.
Oh man.
Your dog dad, you know.
Yeah.
But
I was a serious dog dad this week. Ashley was out of town, so I had to be the full-on dog dad.
Full-time dog dad? Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work.
Oh, this is going to be a very interesting bomb pot here.
Okay, you can commentate this bomb pot because I get very confused. There's a lot of cards that flash on
I don't
the screen.
think anyone on the planet doesn't get confused in these pots.
Yeah.
They're just really hard to play.
Even looking at one hand, I'm like, okay, I got to figure this out when it's me in the pot. And the graphics are slightly behind, so excuse us while they catch up. It's hard to read 4 cards.
Check the seat set.
Oh, so you generally play quite tight in these pots.
Okay.
And careful, because it's very easy to be getting free rolled on one side or the other.
Mm-hmm.
So for instance, let's say that I had Queen 7 here and somebody started just potting it. I would never want to re-raise if I don't have anything on the other board, because if my opponent just has like King 10, he can go runner for the straight, but I can't win the other board. So you have to be quite careful in a lot of situations.
Yeah, those are the type of things that take me a while to kind of like figure out and process, and I don't have enough time like in game to go through it. So I guess it comes with volume and repetition and seeing a lot of boards and playing a lot of hands.
For sure. All that stuff is so important. This is a great game where you just got to go and play it, right?
Yeah.
To figure it out.
It's just so intimidating to me. I think I need to study for a while before I attempt it.
Mm-hmm. So I bet small on this flop, and I'm not even sure if that's particularly good, but I had bottom 2 on one board and ace queen. It may just be a check. That's how wild this game can be. And then the king comes off on the turn, which is for sure a weird card.
Yeah.
Because it means that like players can just have one board locked up. Like if you have king 10, like let's say you have like king 10 queen, right? You've pretty much got one board completely locked up, and you can start blasting and just trying to free roll people off of the other board. So
these kind of spots, yeah, that's cool to break down like that.
Yeah. So Ryan actually has king 10 ace 6, so he has the nuts on one board, and then he has ace king on the other board.
Yeah, it's
and
gonna
he
be
just leads out.
Troublesome for Justin. He's got a flush draw on one board and trips on the other board with that case king.
Meanwhile, I've got ace queen on the top board, but it's a vulnerable hand because people can have flush draws, straight draws. They could just have a set now. And then I have kind of nothing on the other board at this point. 10-6 is probably drawing dead. And it is drawing dead in this case. So it's like, do I want to call and hope that I have half the pot and continue to have half the pot on every river card? There's 2 flush draws, so I just folded, and I think that's probably extremely reasonable, but it looks like kind of a nitty fold to fold top 2 on one board. Foxen wisely gets out of there as well.
That's why I like hearing you break it down too, because I think that someone could make the case for this game being on the nittier side, but it's not that it's nitty, it's just everyone's playing very GTO marginal edges.
Yeah, and it's such a fun game because none of us really know what like GTO is in this game. We're just kind of trying to figure it out on the fly and like logic our way through the thought process. And Ryan pots the river and Justin immediately drops the Beth bombs. This is a brutal spot for him.
Yeah.
Because he's got trips and he's got top pair.
Well, like you were saying, when you know you got one board.
He has a boat and he has top pair.
When you got one board locked up.
Yeah.
You're kind of just free rolling the other person.
Yeah, that's exactly what Ryan's doing right here. In this case, he's like, well, I have the nuts on one board and I could just win the other board. Like if he has like king 6, something and one pair, then I'm just gonna. In this case, we know he has 75% of the pot because he has the nuts on the bottom board and he has the same hand on the top board. They both have ace king.
Right.
6-3.
I really like seeing Justin show a little emotion in this game because he just strikes me as a guy who's so even keeled generally on the poker table. Mm-hmm. And it was really fun. It's really fun to watch him kind of put himself in the emotional blender a little bit and show that, yeah.
Might be stationing this.
Not say king.
Okay.
Think we chop?
No.
Oh,
You
no?
quarter me.
Quarter.
10-6, bro.
I have king 2.
That's a rough spot for Justin because
Quarter me.
look, this was like not a terrible result, but this was a bad result, right?
Yeah.
And he's almost getting the right odds to put the money in still because he gets quartered, right? But he gets a quarter of the main pot, which he wouldn't have got if he folded. So he's really not losing that much money on the call.
And that's so hard too because he has trips like on the bottom to go with, you know.
He has a boat on the bottom.
Oh wait, yeah, he has a boat on the bottom.
Yeah.
Too. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah.
No, the thing is, I feel like Justin was aware that Ryan probably leads with king 10. Like, it wouldn't make sense for him to lead
We get 3/4 in the middle.
the turn with a hand that doesn't have the board locked up.
I get 3/4 in the middle.
Correct.
Yeah.
This is his 500.
And you can't have the top board locked up, right? Like,
Oh, yeah, okay.
there's so many cards that change on the top board. So
Right.
he probably correctly felt like his king dooce isn't good that often. And you have to kind of pray that either the king deuce is randomly good or the ace king just finds a win on the top pot.
What's wrong with these?
Which isn't the biggest stretch to think one of those two things happens, but
Especially when it's so funny because like the past like 2 bomb pots, everyone just whiffed. Like,
yeah.
like the best hands were like not that great.
Oh, that last bomb pot that I played was
You guys care? No.
was kind of fun.
Yeah.
That was like a really nice spot where I wasn't planning at all to bluff, and then when Chewy checked back, I kind of like, and the river cards ran out in that exactly that way. I was like, oh, I guess we bluff here now, and then
Yeah.
it was sweet.
Have a strong.
Usually I have a plan ahead of time, but the board just kind of changed in my favor, and
That's great.
yeah.
Yeah, I think the bomb pot right before that, it was kind of the same for Ryan. He just,
So I have a lot of it.
everyone's hands were very weak, and he just made a bet and never folded.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are great too.
That's why I min-raised for you. Just bleed you off a little bit.
All right. We've got ace queen off versus Foxen's going to defend his king 3 off.
We saw the delay.
Foxen looking to dig his way out of the hole. Was that our 3-bet? Did I hear a
40 minutes.
Did Foxen 3-bet hit this king 3 off?
Black hole.
Yeah, if king 5 off.
Yeah, he did.
Can I tell?
So Foxen very short right now. And these graphics actually might be off because I thought he rebought.
I think something is up.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
he did
no,
find the 3-bet. Oh,
yeah,
that's
okay.
nice. So Justin was pretty short, or Foxen was pretty short. I think he has more than 270 behind because he would not, I don't think he would have 3-bet.
That's what I was thinking.
I think he may have like 5 or 600. Well, it looks like he's like 4 behind
small,
or something, 450. But yeah, that's kind of your general type of hand you want to have, like king 3, king 4, king 5 offsuit.
Yeah.
When you 3-bet out of the big blind on that stack size. Maybe mix in the occasional ace deuce offsuit, something like that. But
on that stack size specifically, though.
yeah,
right?
and that's something that Foxen's insanely insanely confident in. The mechanics of that stack size because he plays so much 30, 40 big.
This is what I love. I think the right people got the right stack of depths because I love seeing those kind of ranges. Like, how did he adjust with this short of a stack?
I mean, Foxen, Saliba, just those two in particular. Chewy too plays a lot of tournaments now, but those two in particular just play every day on 40, 30 big blind with Nancy because they're playing every tournament that runs out here.
Because I think when you're used to playing like more deep stack cash, like one, I don't know if I would be looking for a hand to jam with, I guess, on that stack depth. I wouldn't find king 3 to just 3-bet non all in.
Yeah.
So watching spots like that is so cool. It's like so fun to like.
Negative 3 roll.
For sure.
See the best playing, you know?
So before we had solvers, you could look something like that up. That's what we would do is we'd watch the best players in the world play and then see them do something and be like, oh, I guess that's a thing. And, you know, most of the time it was good to take little moves from them. And then sometimes they were just on tilt or just doing something wrong. Like, and you're just like, oh, I'll just do that for the next 3 years. I guess incorrectly. Or you don't really understand why they did it in that particular moment.
Yeah.
Like they did a live read.
Because right there, you're like, stack depth is very important there for him to do that with, you know?
75 for
75 for both is cool.
Let's
make it.
Yeah, it must be interesting for you and other like OG players that have been through like kind of varying eras of the game to see how it's grown and changed so much.
Yeah, it's really cool because there was a period of time when I first got into poker where all the information was just kind of out there and shared. We didn't have that much information to start with, but people were on forums, just like Ike was on the forums talking about a hand and discussing high stakes poker hands. And at some point people realized like, oh, this game's getting tougher. Like maybe we'll hoard our information and only share it with our close friends. And then, the solver era came out and all of a sudden all this information was open again to some extent, and it became who can analyze it better and execute. And it's really shifted so much. Something's going down here. Foxen is all in. Are they playing? They might be playing the stand-up game, and I'm fully unaware of the dynamics.
Oh, right. That could be.
Maybe a PLO bomb pot.
I've not paid attention to the chips in front.
So if you run it...
Foxen has been really unfortunate in
I
the
know.
number of hands he's run into.
It's true.
One time.
Well, we'll see what the big lick can do here.
I can't tell. Or a straight.
Oh, wow.
Okay, there you go. He called the straight.
Well.
So if Landon loses this hand, fair game, because he did call for the straight.
Okay, chat, are we rooting for the 8?
You need to fade the turn.
Foxen needs it.
No, he's doing the prepay.
The prepay. Oh my gosh. Couldn't have gone the other way. That's very unfortunate.
RC2 is 3 buying for 2,500.
Yeah, Foxen's been running really cold in terms of his opponent's hand distribution.
So how was the booth?
And I'll be honest with you, like I think his ace deuce jam against me was pretty great. Knowing myself, like I think I find at least enough 4-bet bluffs, maybe too many. So I think it was a nice spot to go for it.
Yeah, and what we were talking about earlier too is kind of like it's kind of respectful that he's like this guy could have some 4-bet bluffs.
And he was very accurate. Like I've just worked on that spot a lot, and I'm very confident that. And kind of in the moment, I felt like also like, oh, this is such a good spot to have it because I just feel like I wanted to go after it a lot anyway. So maybe he'll come back at me light.
Yeah.
But like that made me think that I would just have taken that spot a lot.
Do I pick my hourly rate?
Uh-oh. The Grim Reaper has come for your soul now.
Is it time already?
Okay,
so we're gonna field some questions.
Yeah, Jesse, you didn't get a lot of other questions from. Oh, I didn't make you pretend to be Foxen, but
shout out to Adam Hill. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, Adam Hill. I agree, and you have. You're very in general, I really enjoy listening to your commentary on streams. I've sent everyone down with a mission, and I think yours is to get the straddle going.
Because I have something at
Yeah.
Okay.
See if you can get the straddle going.
I can't say anything about people upstairs want the straddle.
No. Everyone has a secret mission.
Nice.
Secret.
Wow, I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Landon raised under the gun earlier, and I was like, is that a straddle? Like, fully aware that it wasn't a straddle. I just wanted to mess with Landon.
He took it literally?
Yeah, he was like, no, I raised.
I love your guys' dynamic.
I love Landon, man.
Yeah, me too.
All right.
Like, he's my little brother, you're my poker dad, cute little family table.
Everyone else is just on in between.
Don't tell them I'm rooting for them too.
No. Sometimes it's okay to play favorites, and those times are when I'm the favorite.
Yes, you're the favorite.
Yeah,
for sure.
All right. Well, thank you very much for having me in.
Thanks, Jesse. Good luck in there. Yeah, don't take that off.
You.
Go in there, play some poker, get the straddle going.
Yup.
Hopefully,
we're going home to watch TV with Miss Ashley.
Hopefully you get out of the number 2 spot. You know, it'd be Mr. Number 1.
The 2-hole.
Yeah, the 2-hole.
Yeah. One day, Nikki.
One can dream.
One can dream.
We got some mystery hands.
Yeah. Or kings.
Check.
Imagine people 4-betting light.
Well, he literally just said, he was like, can I go next in the booth? He said he had a headache with the lights and stuff. And then he 4-bet. I was like, cool.
I didn't hear.
I thought he said that after.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he said it after.
I was in the bathroom during
right?
He might have repeated it, but it was like right. Wow.
Oh, you have to show your hand for stand-up?
For stand-up, yeah.
Oh, got it.
Okay, Dream in the chat asking what were the other missions. So Sylvia was first up here, and his mission was he was going to play 8 deuce off and 7-4 suited. Those were the specific hands he from any position he was going to get out of line with. And so far he hasn't gotten dealt those hands, so I don't blame him for failing this mission so far. But I believe in him. If he gets those hands, he'll play them. Then we had Ian Matakis in the booth, and his mission was to get the stand-up game going, which it has. So he has completed that mission. I don't know if it was him to suggest it, but the stand-up game did get going. And then Landon's was to get a bounty hand going. He's supposed to start the 7 deuce. I haven't seen him suggest it yet. We'll see if he gets in there with it.
That was a 7.
And then we just sent Jesse Sylvia down there to try and get a straddle going.
I was like, no.
We're trying to get some blood on the table. We've seen all of these players play at the top level. They're all playing very, very well.
Somebody was like,
but now we want the action. We want the blood. We want the spicy boards and the spicy boys.
And they've ruled that like if it's face card, you can't. Like you can't force it.
We're going 10s versus 6s to this flop.
Oh, wow.
With a known face card.
With like a known face card, yeah.
Interesting.
Or something like that, but yeah.
I mean, I guess that's gonna clearly be the move sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
if you're short and you have kings, like you're just not letting go.
For sure.
I'm gonna keep this one.
Yeah.
I like my hand.
And you also have it where you like don't incentivize people to be like, I think I saw an ace there. You know, like I think I saw like a king or something.
Ace on the flop, but
win the hand.
Foxen's going to continue. Does favor his under the gun range.
Yeah, me too.
Don't take this away from me.
I also hope you won.
Not staged.
Might be a little bit of an action killer on turn. We'll see what happens.
I was ready to
both players with showdown value.
I can see.
Foxen's 10s still holding up.
You don't call with that to not.
Yeah, and that board.
You gotta go. You gotta go.
Check on turn. Exactly.
Really
just trying to see a cheaper showdown.
You got plan A through though.
Plan A was his win.
Plan A.
Plan B was like actually make a hand.
Check the router in the
Plan B was win on the turn.
Yeah, plan B was backup of repetitive plan A.
Right.
And we're gonna see the showdown. 10s hold.
And 10 of clubs, 10 of hearts.
Not a fun board for 10s.
Chops work in this game. They just both had ace 10.
No one gets anything.
No extra value bets.
More blood.
I get that, yeah. I can breathe. More fun though to be late.
Be late and like cut the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for bomb pots.
Yeah, it doesn't count. Keep going and
Do 7 also not a PLS thing.
Oh, that'd be.
I've played a game where it was.
We could do it with PLO with trips. Same game with trips.
Yeah, that'd be good. Pretty good with that.
In a bomb
Like the do
pot,
7.
that's gonna be really
If you win it in a bomb pot, you fucking do it.
Yeah.
I had trips when you guys played that big pot. I actually had the bottom set on the top board.
Yeah, I agree. 10s and jacks are pretty tricky.
So
I think Alex played them really well, obviously.
Saying like if you win
with trips in your hand, yeah.
Okay.
Then you get $75 or whatever.
Not tricky when you flop a set. It's always the fun, the fun times having pocket 10s.
Seat 7, raise 175. Yeah, we gotta go in here this time. What's around? Fold.
Yep. Just 6 jacket. That's a 6 jacket.
Thank you.
We'll just try to get the winning first.
It's a new purchase.
Yeah, Bori's got
Every hand
6
is
stuff.
possible, right? Fold. That's so live.
It's either Bori or Aviator Nation. One of the two.
These are my go-tos.
Yeah,
at the
but that's a
moment.
good one.
For me and you,
They're a good one.
Yeah.
You got the 6 of spades, 6 of hearts? Alright, so is it me and Chewy right now?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Dang, I didn't know Fox.
It's like that.
Yeah, he's got one.
Probably peeled.
Corey, could I get a stand? Yes,
If you have it, you must raise.
You gotta get the panel up. Oh, did the hardware go down?
Imposter.
Also, guys, if you're just joining us, poker.org has allowed us to do a giveaway, and we're going to be giving away 3 hats. 3 hats and 5 Card Player magazine subscriptions. All you have to do is go to poker.org's Twitter. I think it's @poker.org, and there's some instructions there, and we're going to be doing a giveaway.
Wow.
There's also a giveaway that Bally is doing based on likes. If we get the stream to 300 likes, we'll do a giveaway.
Chronicles of
So
Narnia,
if you like the stream, be sure and hit that like button. Let the algorithm know. Tell your friends, tell your mom.
One pulse. Yeah, that needs to be unplugged and like that.
P. Small is asking why nobody from Upswing. We are missing some of the coaching sites. Hope to do more of these in the future. If you guys like the format, let us know that too. We're open to all feedback. This is the first time we're doing something like this. Not only with the rules of the shorter buy-ins and not being able to top up unless you get stacked, but also having the coaches commentate in a rotation. I think that's been very interesting.
Yeah, start with like
just getting to hear their different player insights, coaching insights, and promoting their sites. Jesse, that reminds me, he didn't promote Floptimal, but Floptimal is such a fun app. It's a really great user-friendly app, I should say, user-friendly. Very easy to pick up. Preflop app that's very useful for tournaments because you can change the stack depths very easily. So check that out.
9 of clubs, 9 of diamonds.
Why'd you do that, man?
And that's the
I
game.
had to do 7.
Oh, you had to do 7?
Yeah. Oh, that was winning or he was.
My button's good, right?
Or Chewy or I. But
No, but I don't want you guys to win. I wanted me to win. That didn't work.
I had a real bad hand. I had a really bad
So
hand.
did he.
Yeah, I did.
What's that?
I had a fun hand.
I need
I'm in
Justin
net.
to fold.
Can I have that one? Yeah.
Twice.
Twice?
Yeah.
A lucky
A giganet.
You hashtag.
Sounds good.
B Small says, as a 2-5 player, this is amazing watching Beast play relatable stacks. I agree with that. I was the most excited for this stream in particular because of that. Currently play mostly 2-5.
Yeah, I'm down.
Sometimes 5-10. Sometimes the 2-5 turns into a 5-10 with the straddle. But yeah, it's just really cool to see everyone playing at the height of their skills, even with the smaller stakes.
So, raise, C7, 65.
What's the play for food here?
So look at the blackened salmon is really good. Ask Alex about the steak.
Decent.
Not bad. The steak freeze?
Yeah, the steak fries. I usually get the steak with broccoli.
Okay.
Hold around.
Can I do the black and salmon? Yeah. Thanks so much.
We're doing the 3 shrimp add-ons.
No, I'm okay. Yeah, just salmon's good.
Wow, double.
Perfect.
75, right?
75.
Oh, wait.
Yeah,
Oh, it's both 75. Okay, I didn't overpay for the other.
I'm good. I'm all right. Thanks.
And then
Thank
you're
you.
75 for the deuce 7. Yeah.
Wow,
Oh
man,
my
destroyed these
God.
Side games.
Yeah.
Me too.
Wow.
The carnival games are rough.
The carnival games are a little bit rough.
Yeah.
Freeze the board. So I didn't want to like add them right away just because like they just cause a lot of chaos. But you know, since everyone's got a little bit.
I need a ladder, so.
Yeah.
Did you just open and everybody folded?
Yeah.
That's sweet.
He just opened and won.
That's awesome.
Unbelievable.
It was suited?
Oh, hey, it does. 7 fold.
I thought it was 2-7-0.
No, just do 7.
Just do 7? Oh my gosh, that changes everything.
Oh my.
Get 4 more combos.
Beat 1, raise, 65. C2, re-raise, 215.
All right, we have Alex Fox in the booth with us now. Alex, the chat has been anticipating your arrival, has some questions for you. First of all, how's the game been going? You have been running into it quite a bit out of everyone at the table.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely isn't the best start for me. I would like a couple of my decisions back, but that's how it goes sometimes. Hopefully we'll turn around in the future, but I don't want to spoil the stream and give any insight into that. But yeah, here we pick up kind of an interesting spot. Now that we've put in the stand-up game, it creates a lot of interesting dynamic here.
Yes. So the stand-up game is on right now, then.
Yeah.
So someone already has a button there. Got some mystery hands. I guess our card reader's not picking these up. What do you have?
Yeah, so I have 9-7 of clubs here.
Okay.
And fairly non-standard 3-bet, but given the additional EV picked up by the stand-up game, I think it's a reasonable spot to be able to play in position. As a 3-bet here, I get 4-bet, and it's somewhat interesting because this is the second time that Ian's cold 4-bet me today. I'm not really taking much, meaning from that, but...
You think he's bullying you?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not taking too much meaning from that.
I think he's bullying you. Yeah. He said, I'm out to get Foxen
I hope
today.
not. But no, the other good thing about the stand-up game is they do have to show their hand, so he ends up showing queens here.
Nice.
So I did make a good fold. If we were a little bit deeper, I could make an argument for peeling. The gapper, though, makes a pretty significant difference in my ability to play post-flop. So if it was 7-8 suited, I probably would have peeled, but 9-7 suited, just a little bit too weak, even though it might be a little counterintuitive, given that it is a slightly stronger hand. But just the no gap in the hand makes a big difference with its ability to connect with the board on the flop and have more continues post-flop. So playing those, especially in a 4-bet pot, is just going to not do anywhere near as well as like the single gapper or double gapper are not going to do anywhere near as well as the direct connectors.
Direct connectors.
Like 1K, 2K.
That makes sense.
1K, 2K, 10K buy and rat hole.
Okay, so I'm going to go scroll back because we thought you were coming in and then Jesse surprised us. So some of your questions were behind here. If you have any new questions too, feel free to put them in the chat for Alex.
Yeah, almost nobody gets that one right.
No. Okay, I remember them from memory. Let me see. Number one was, are you and Chrissy,
when did I start?
You guys are super competitive. What's it like playing together?
When I was like...
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely competitive, but that's one of the cool things about poker is like it's more of a game where you're competitive with yourself than with any specific individual. So like, I think getting competitive with any specific person is kind of a potential pitfall because you then end up playing hands suboptimally and have like a issue leveling yourself. So I think it's a game where you're more competitive with yourself than with any other individual. So while you want to win in every given hand versus every given individual, it's more so about making the right decision. So sometimes winning against someone is just losing the least. And so in that sense, we're definitely competitive in the sense that we both want to do as well as we possibly can. But the thing that makes it so that we can support each other very easily is that while we're competing directly against each other, sometimes, like I just said, it's not as direct as it might seem to viewers.
So you're not always like just playing against each other.
Yeah, exactly. If we were playing heads up, that'd be a different story. There might be a little more of a competitive spirit fostered there, but it's more just like playing each hand as well as you can. So competitive in that sense of just like trying to play every hand as well as possible.
No time.
That's great. Did you guys used to study together, or did you get together when you guys were both already well on your way?
Well, I mean, that's one of the cool things about poker is there's really no use to study, or at least there are very few players that are like that. It's a game where you're constantly evolving as far as your ability, and learning is a pretty essential thing to continue to do throughout your career if you want to stay relevant and stay at the top of the game. So we're still
You currently still study together?
Oh, of course, yeah. We're
That's
constantly
cool.
talking about hands and reviewing, basically every significant hand that we play. We're talking about it at least a little bit.
I love that. Would you say you two have similar styles or different?
A little bit of both. I mean, that's another cool element of poker is that, like, when it comes to stylistic things, it's generally talking about like a very small margin of difference between one decision and the next. Like, so, even coming down to the difference in frequencies, like how frequently you 3-bet a certain hand or something like that. So games are relatively similar. Like all I think top players are relatively similar in their approach to the game. The main differences come in those small decision points of yeah. So I'd say our games are very similar. We do differ in some elements of the game for sure, just like everyone does. But we definitely have our tendencies, and that's kind of why it's so nice to work together as far as poker is concerned, because we we both have slightly differing styles, and they actually were even more different when we first met. So they've kind of converged over time a little bit. But yeah, we definitely both, I think, help each other improve by seeing things from other sides.
Yeah, and discussing hands together. That's really cool.
3 bolts.
Don't have deuce 7 again.
6 bolts. Relay left.
I just had to get one.
The queens or queen jack?
Queen jack.
And that was the last hand. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Standing team come for ball.
I 3-bet on the small bet.
Yeah.
There it is. Thank you. We got it
off.
right now.
You were big.
Okay.
Pretty sure just big one.
You were just big one last time.
I was just big one.
Yeah. Oh.
Where we're doing the bomb pot.
Okay, so it's off
Oh,
here.
yeah, bomb pot, bomb pot.
This
All right, here's the current chip counts. Got Ryan Laplante at the top, also at the top of the winnings chart, up almost 4,000. Alex got some catching up to do, throwing kind of a party down there.
Yeah, I was giving it all out there so far. But yeah, that number's slightly off. I think it was closer to like 5,200 that I was down.
Yeah, this is, I think, a couple hands
want to clarify
behind. Yeah, don't, 5,200, okay?
Yeah, don't oversell my
58.
losses. But no, I'm looking at the chat, and I see Matthew ask about why I value bet the 5-high flush on this board. It is very thin, and some of it has to do with the dynamic that I have with Justin Saliba. I think that for one, Landon is his range is very suited weighted, so he's pretty unlikely to have any kind of a middling diamond card. So his off-suited hands are going to often have high cards in them, like hands like king jack off, queen jack off, queen 10 off even potentially. And I think all of those diamond combos are going to bet himself on the river. So I think he's extremely unlikely to have a better diamond than I have. So that's part of the reason that I value bet that, and I think that I can get called by plenty of worse hands by Justin as well. The other side of it is just from like a theoretical aspect of I do want to have, I have some bluffs for this 30% size. So I think that I can reach as far down as the 5 of diamonds for value here, given that dynamic.
Yeah, that was a really solid read. Great question, by the way, whoever asked that in chat, and awesome answer. I love hearing the breakdown of that. It's nice to get like an inside view on like what you were thinking in the moment that we just saw. Also, Justin Saliba has been telling us he thinks your favorite hand, he's convinced your favorite hand is king 5 off. Is that true?
This is somewhat of a result of that dynamic that I was just referencing, and that, we play a good amount together in some of the tournaments, and I definitely am not too concerned with sharing hands. So I'll share some of the hands that I have, and he's definitely seen me take some 3-bet spots with that hand, specifically from the big blind. So that's kind of why he likes to, joke around about that. But
well, you played it a couple times when he was in the booth too, I think.
I think I 3-bet him with king 3 off one hand. Another thing that's like, the dynamic of the stand-up game and the 7-deuce game, it becomes really interesting. So like the stand-up game favors the short stack significantly because the value lost. So there's 5 people at the table, so $75 a person. So the value of losing the stand-up game is $375.
So your short stack, it's like.
So if you only have $500 and in front of you, and there's someone with, everyone but you everyone but you and one other person rather has a win. So they're sitting down. Then basically your decision needs to be losing less than $375 or something in that neighborhood. Let's say if you fold the hand, you're still a flip to win. So less than $190, give or take, to make any decision, profitable. So it becomes really easy to play like a very, very wide range of hands. So because of this, I felt like taking first of all, the hand's like, somewhat reasonable as a light 3-bet spot anyway. And the shorter I get, the more that value of being short is exacerbated. So I decided to take an even wider 3-bet range from the big one in that
makes
spot.
so much sense.
But yeah, the dynamics of these games are interesting. I haven't played any of them before, so I'm kind of figuring it out on the fly. First time really.
Yeah, and they're not really like
about
solved when they, the stand-up game.
Definitely not. It's pretty much impossible to solve anything like that without having full understanding of how everyone else at the table rather is adjusting, because that's the bane of solvers is that in order for them to be accurate, you need to have at least somewhat of an understanding of how your opponent is responding to certain things. So not having any of that information, given that stand-up game is so new and not really studied on any significant level, it makes any attempt at solving it would just be kind of futile. So like it's cool in that it's a game that just brings an extra layer of what I've heard referred to as brain solving, and really just using your brain, thinking logically, and that's kind of how I like to approach the game in general. But to have it so that everyone at the table is forced into that type of thought process is a lot of fun.
Yeah, it kind of evens it out. It also makes it more fun, more action. Of course, more action is always fun.
Yeah. So I'm seeing another question. Do me and Chrissy ever talk about things other than poker at home? Yes.
Like what?
We are both very interested in health and wellness and trying to optimize our diets and our lifestyles in order to, maximize health, because that's probably one of the most important things, in my opinion. What's money or anything without the ability to enjoy it successfully and for a long period of time. And we're working on having kids, so I want to be around for my kids as long as possible, be healthy to run around with them, all that stuff. So health is very important to both of us, and so that's one of the things we're both very interested in, and we can pretty much talk about anything. Yeah, we actually do. We go to the gym together almost every day.
That's so cute. You guys play poker together. We work on your game together.
Yeah, we spend a lot of time together. It's.
Would you say she's your best friend?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No one's close.
It seems that way.
Yeah, I'm extremely lucky, and I feel kind of cheesy even saying that, but it is very true.
No, it really is.
That I couldn't be luckier to have someone that not only is my best friend and my wife, but also plays poker and understands everything that my life is like, and we're just like
there's a great
so
mutual
connected
respect
and intertwined in an awesome way.
I love that. Yeah, you can just tell
very lucky
by the way you talk about her, and she talks about you and your guys' life. And congrats on your trying to have kids journey.
Thank you.
So any what kind of health are you guys on a specific diet together, or you guys have separate diets, or?
Yeah, we're pretty similarly.
I saw you talking about steak earlier.
Yeah, we're both pretty carnivore-esque. I wouldn't say strict carnivore in that we're only eating meat, but it's generally the majority of our diet centers around animal products, and a lot of this has to do with just the nutrient profile that they present relative to a lot of other foods. So processed foods and sugars and all that is pretty much universally agreed upon to be not ideal.
Not GTO.
So I guess the question beyond that is do you eat vegetables or meat? And one of the reasons
balance we gotta have this percentage of macros or whatever.
Yeah.
Sounds like you skew heavily towards meat and protein.
Protein and fat are probably probably low carb, high protein, high fat diet in general. So fatty ruminant meat, it's the main thing that we eat. Steak and lamb, as you probably heard me mention before.
Oh, I was just hearing you talk about how picky you were about the steak being cooked.
It's so funny too, because this is actually something that Chrissy has I don't want to say introduced me to, because I've always obviously been aware of steak, but it was something that I would never choose to get. And there is something that when you recognize the health benefits of something, that it makes it taste a little better.
Huh.
Or I think so, at least.
It's like when something's free, it tastes better.
Yeah, sure. Similar concept. So I've gone from someone who would almost never order a steak to someone who almost never orders anything but a steak if I'm out to dinner, because it is just one of the most simple whole foods that you can get that has a extremely valuable nutrition profile.
Landon turned the straight here against Luckychewy. There's a mystery hand. By the way, sorry I didn't update you. One of our production members came up and said that they're working on the graphics. Something that happened with the table card reader. They're trying to reset it or do something mechanically, but yeah, so they're inputting the cards manually, so we might not see some players' cards, which kind of makes it a fun guessing game. But here we see, Landon has it straight.
Yeah, this is another hand that's somewhat spurred by some of the action is spurred by the stand-up game to some extent. Chewy flats I forget who raised pre-flopping this spot, but Chewy flats the button, Landon defends big, and floats on the 9-6-2. Pretty standard with the heart, especially. I'd imagine that this hand would be check raised at a reasonable frequency, given the in a normal environment. But there is something that's interesting about the stand-up game, which it adds to it decreases your fold equity of any of these like light check raises, because you know that your opponent's going to be continuing to try to win the pot at a little bit higher than normal frequency. So the fact that they have more incentive to continue disincentivizes your light check raises, so you'll be floating a little bit wider and playing a little bit more passive really in general. But yeah, there are interesting levels to this that I've yet to entirely figure out. But it's definitely something that you can feel the wheels turning on everyone in game in this spot, because at least the majority of the table is definitely not used to playing a lot of stand-up game or anything of that nature. So
you don't play stand-up game in your tournaments?
No, unfortunately not.
Your high roller tournaments?
That would be interesting. But yeah, here I have this is another spot where Justin opens under the gun, which is really just hijack here, or low jack rather, and I have now at this point, it's me and Chewy are the only two people without a chip. So one of us is going to lose this game. So seeing a flop here is quite valuable. I have the option to squeeze, or to 3-bet rather, and I think it's
flop top pair.
Yeah, I think it's a hand where like I really hate, as crazy as it might sound, I hate to have to fold to a 4-bet. So it's like almost like it's too good to want a 3-bet in this spot. So I do just decide to peel, get a pretty favorable flop, bet 30% versus the check, and
do 7.
And somehow Justin calls my hand in this. I might have spoke over that. That was as I call the button, and he says, "It took everything in you to not 3-bet King 8 off." And that was super impressive.
It's a good read.
Very, very good read.
So looks like Luckychewy just lost the stand-up game. Then he lost the last one too.
He was 0 for 3 at the time that I left.
He used to solve these stand-up games.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, it's one of those games where if you just either run into it or don't get anything that's playable, it's pretty tough to win them. But they can erode your profits very quickly. Like he was up reasonably before we started these games, and he just goes 0 for 3, and
we all know the meme.
Gives 40 big blinds out. It adds up quick.
Stop gambling all the jewels to stay in the mountain.
Right.
Yeah, especially when stacks aren't like super deep.
Biggest win of your life,
like you said. So Brad says, so this isn't live. I was like, how is Alex Boxing talking if he's playing? So we're on a 30-minute delay. And those of you who are just joining us, we've had every coach so far. This is a coach's stream. We've never done anything like this before. I think it's been a pretty fun format just to peek in everyone's mind. Everyone's playing optimally. No one's really getting super out of line. And we've created a situation where there are short stacks at play. You can't rebuy until you get stacked. And then we're adding in the stand-up game and stuff. But each coach at the table represents a different site. And so obviously you're here representing Chip Leader. Is there anything you want to talk about with Chip Leader? Anything new coming out?
Well, yeah, the first probably most relevant thing for any current or prospective subscriber is that we've been adding some new resources to the CLAI subscription model, where we're adding new hands in weekly, adding a lot of webinars and other free content on the back end of that. So I think kind of trying to build that out is an exciting thing, because we're starting to build a community of people with the Discord channel and things along those lines that just kind of give as much support to our subscribers as possible. So I think that that's a product that I'm very proud of. I spent a lot of time answering all of those hands specifically. So for those who aren't familiar, the CLAI product is basically a hand history reviewer that will feed you multiple choice questions and give you the option of whether to either check or bet different sizes in different spots, or call or fold depending on the situation. And it uses an algorithm that kind of feeds you hands that you've performed poorly on in the past. So maybe facing a check raise on the flop, if you're over folding, it will feed you more flop check raises to try to help you nail down some of those leaks that you might have. So it's kind of a system that not only helps you focus on things that you're deficient in, but it will also give you an explanation that I give to each of these hands, which I think is really valuable because there's so much work or emphasis on solvers. This is a kind of interesting hand here where I call a Landon 3-bet with ace jack off, flop ace high, but the resources that are available to most people these days lack explanations, and they lack the substance that allows them to be applicable to every game. So if you're playing high rollers, sure, using a solver is great. But if you're not, oftentimes the solver outputs are going to be extremely suboptimal for your performance in game. So what I like to do in all of these hands is most of the time I'll say what I think a strategic baseline would be. So now you're giggling? The standard play would be to call in this spot, but let's say our opponent is overly tight with their 3-betting range, maybe we can fold instead of call. And if they're overly loose, maybe we can raise for value instead of just call. Something along those lines. So I think that's where we give the alpha, so to say.
Yes.
Is that it shows a little bit more into why the baseline is what it is and how it's the best way to adjust to different player types, which is going to serve you so much better than just studying outputs.
Yeah, no, it's super unique in that way. I really like that.
I see someone say solve for Y, and I have to say, shout out to Berkey and them for that name. That's the best poker coaching name ever. I'm not familiar with any of their content, but their name is top notch. I wish that we had the option to choose that name, because solve for Y is kind of exactly how I like to approach coaching poker, is to get an answer of why you're doing what you're doing in every spot, because there's nothing more important than that.
That's a nice compliment. Are the giggle bets throwing you off at all? What do you make of those?
Well, in this spot, I was pretty dead on. He didn't giggle before betting the flop, and I just was pretty sure that was weak. The fact that he tripled off in this spot, giggled before the river. I don't know. I'm not going to read too much into the giggles, but the fact that he didn't giggle before betting the flop and then giggle before betting the river did make me a little bit suspicious. But
no, I just wanted to know what you picked up on that, because like did you read giggles as strength or weak? Yeah.
I'm not used to dealing with giggles very often. It's not a common thing I see at the table, but
not a lot of giggly.
Yeah, generally not. I haven't seen it from him either, so I don't know if that's just like a cash game environment thing that he's trying to like be loose or what. But
yeah, I love it.
Yeah, then the cover up. I don't know. There's not too much. This hand is a pretty standard call from any theoretical perspective. It's one of the stronger hands that I'm gonna have. I could have ace queen, but ace king I'm gonna 4-bet. Of course, I have like ace 9 suited, ace 7 suited, even the ace 4, ace 3 suited. Those are gonna be in there. But it's on the higher end of my get to river range. So if he has a reasonable number of bet shoves here, which I think he's probably over bluffing in this spot in general, and queen 8 of clubs is a decent combo given that it blocks my ace queens. But my expectation is that he'd be bluffing slightly more than he's supposed to in this spot. So, just trying to. There's also the element of the stand-up game that does make him his bluffs even more profitable. Now he's shoving 860 into what is it? I forget what the pot was. Like almost 1600, I believe it was.
Yeah.
The graphics are off here.
Yeah.
But it's 860 into 1500. So yeah, there's basically an extra, as I said before, there's like an extra $200 in the pot for him. So he's really betting like 860 into 1700. He needs his bluff to work a third of the time. So he gets the bluff a little bit more often given the stand-up game than he would in a normal circumstance. So that just means I have to call a little bit more often. So I think it through a little bit more than I felt necessary, but when you have a day like today where every decision that I make just runs into the nuts, it does make you second guess, are these people ever really bluffing? And sometimes the answer is no, but Landon is definitely not he's definitely an exception to that rather than the rule.
Okay. Yeah, since you've already won one, so it doesn't matter.
But now
if he had giggled before the flop, would that have changed anything?
Sure.
And also,
I doubt it. I think I'm still just calling down most of the time here, unless I find something that makes me think he's really strong.
I feel like we should just continue to play out.
Not everything is live read oriented,
But it does seem like you're really like tuned into that.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's another thing about poker that I like to emphasize in all of the coaching elements that we have, and this is something that's pretty difficult to coach. But I think that when you look at solvers, or when you look at a lot of all of the theoretical elements of studying, one thing you'll pick up on if paying close attention is how close EVs run in a lot of these decisions. So nearly all of your close call fold spots, or call versus raise spots are going to be really minimal in terms of their EV differential. So if you can start factoring in some of your live read elements or player tendency elements, they can push decisions significantly in one way or the other. So if someone's slightly over bluffing, it makes calling significantly better.
Right.
Especially if it's close to a call or a fold anyway. So slightly more bluffs will now make your hero calls significantly more profitable, and vice versa is true. So even if let's say you have a live read that you're not super confident on, and this is what I think a lot of people struggle with, applying this, and because they're like, oh, I went on a live read and I was wrong, and so then they just say, you know what, I'm going to forget this altogether because it just messes me up. And realistically, what's happening is that you have to understand that your reads are going to be wrong at a certain frequency, and that's why you weight them in the same way that you would weight in like a certain percentage of their range. So now all of a sudden you say, I think they're bluffing 10% more often because of whatever they did physically, and now we can just call a little bit more frequently. Doesn't mean we call every single hand. It doesn't mean, but so there's a threshold of certainty, or your accuracy, your expected accuracy of your reads that's important to factor into any kind of
what would otherwise be completely indifferent is like it pushes you in one direction or the other.
Exactly.
A little bit.
The last one, do it for
No, I like that answer.
Yeah.
I do think that that intuition part is harder to teach than the technical part.
Yeah, and the thing that's tough about it is that it's difficult to quantify, and there's very little certainty involved in it. So I think that's something that pushes a lot of people away from it, because it does leave you in a state of uncertainty on a regular basis. Because you might have been right about this read having a certain level. Like if you estimate something at being right 20% of the time, 80% of the time it's still wrong. Yeah. So your estimation of it being 20% accuracy could be completely accurate, and without too large of a sample size, you could see yourself be wrong dozens of times in a row without it being that unlikely. So you have to live in order to be willing and comfortable using a lot of these elements of poker in your game, you have to live in a constant state of uncertainty, which is very uncomfortable for most people. So I think that's why a lot of people shy away from it, or they underutilize it, or don't think about it enough, or just choose, and which is, you can be great at poker and win at poker without utilizing any of these things. But I think that recognizing that being uncertain and never having a way to be certain is okay, is a very good place to be when it comes to poker. Like, I could make a call that I think is good. They show me the nuts. I was wrong, but I still think that it's good because I still think that they're bluffing at a high enough frequency to make this profitable. Yeah. But without having a computer that has solves and is giving inputs and outputs, I will have nothing that will tell me definitively that I was right or wrong. So I have to live with this, just like, well, I did something that the computer will say is wrong, but I think it was right, but the result was bad. Right. So I have to just be comfortable with that uncertainty, which I think is really difficult for a lot of people, and that's kind of where a lot of the gravitation towards solvers comes from. Obviously, there's also a lot of insight to be gleaned. Don't get me wrong there. There's tons of great information, and I think that as far as strategic baselines, it's, this is beyond the capability of the human brain, what a lot of these solvers are outputting. But when it comes to applying to real life situations, there are some elements that I think can push your win rate to the next level, that kind of force you to just be in uncomfortable circumstances.
It's really analogous to life as well.
Yeah, it definitely is. 100%.
I think honing that on the table definitely helps in life.
Here we have
Ryan has the
Ryan
straight.
Rivering the straight. I didn't see
the straight.
Sorry,
we don't know what Justin has because he has a mystery hand, but it seems like because we have to input these manually, we might never see a showdown from Justin. I'm guessing that Ryan takes the pot down here, and he does. I see a heart over there.
It's a big hand.
Yeah.
Really large.
3 pairs.
Let's see.
3 pair.
Could have pushed through my entire stack.
3 pair.
What makes me tilt?
I think I was calling.
That's the best question that I've seen on here. What makes me tilt the most is definitely losing a hand that I had a strong reason to do something different than what I did. That's usually where I'm the most frustrated. If I do something that might be, theoretically standard, even though I had a strong reason to believe that they were strong or weak or whatever it may be. That's usually what gets me the most frustrated, when I, allow that intuitive aspect to be suppressed by my logical brain. And it's like a hard thing to balance, because it's difficult to decipher between emotions and intuition. Emotions can lead you to make very bad decisions, and I think intuition can lead you to make very good decisions. So sometimes they feel very similarly. Like, let's say you have a really big stack and you get 3-bet and you have the strong feeling to fold. Maybe that's because you have an emotional attachment to your stack. Maybe it's because you have a strong read that the guy is strong. It's hard to decipher between those two things. So it's to me, that's where I get most frustrated at myself, when I have some kind of a insight in that regard and I don't utilize it.
So when you're getting a stake, but the way
I think a lot of players, if they just trusted their gut a tiny bit more, it's like that, always that second guess, or you try to logically talk yourself a different way.
Oh, Bobby?
Yeah, definitely.
Great. I like
well, I did take Chip Leader's the closer course. It was very good. It was nice to I like the way you guys structure it. You were explaining this earlier, but what separates you is kind of explaining the reasoning behind the moves, and not just the moves themselves, which I think a lot of people have a hard time breaking down. And being able to develop kind of heuristics of it versus player types and all kinds of stuff like that.
Yeah, I think these are some of the most valuable things for when it comes to like the fundamentals of playing. They're obviously very valuable, but if you're a pip off here or there in your raising range or your defending range, it's going to make less of a difference than when you can have the ability to recognize like dramatic, dynamic shifts within the game. So I think that's something that Closer is really valuable for, is showing you kind of all the different facets of the tournament and where and who you can take advantage of in different spots.
Yeah, that's huge. And I haven't really seen that anywhere else. So it's a really cool thing that you and Chance have put together. And you have a new course coming out too, right? You have the Bracelet Hunter 2. You already had Bracelet Hunter 1. And you're going to be going through the 250K?
Yeah, this is one that I'm definitely excited to finish up and get released. Me and Chance are going to do a review of my 250K win, the WSOP, what was it, 2022. That was a really fun tournament. My final table was, pretty interesting. A lot of fun spots. I pretty much was just chip leader the whole time, so that's
always fun.
it'll be a course that's mostly focused on playing as the chip leader at a final table.
That's fitting for the company name.
Exactly, it fits the name. But the other side of it that's cool is like anything else, when you're watching some of these spots, we can get to dissect other players' decisions at the table and see how I might have done them differently, or what the ranges might be in certain spots. So although it's coming from the perspective of me as the chip leader, I'm still kind of, and that's one of the keys I think to playing ththese spots, is recognizing like how would you play in their shoes, and then how can you play optimally from yours given that information.
Yeah, super helpful. Yeah, because often we're up against the chip leader, and it's like, how do you play against
there's
that?
always a chip leader.
What is that?
All right, well, Foxen, it's been a pleasure having you in the booth. Is there any other
Thank you for having me.
questions? That I think that was the gist of it. You did such a awesome job. I just want to listen to you talk about poker forever.
I feel like I didn't even look at any of the hands I played. I'm too distracted answering questions, but I hope you guys enjoyed it regardless.
Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for us listening, the card reader broke, so it was hard to see what you were up against or how to dissect these hands. All the other coaches got the advantage over you in getting to see the whole cards as they came up. Ryan Laplante up at the top. You did dig yourself out quite a bit there. You're down only in the 3,000s.
Yep.
And your VPIP went up quite a bit. Look at that.
Got a few more playable hands. Yeah, at the beginning it was pretty lame, but yeah, got some playable hands. hopefully go get some more when I get back down there.
Yes, so kill it down there. We're really happy to have you in the booth answering these questions. Really cool to see your insight on some of the hands that you played, especially that 5-high flush. Like, that was a really cool breakdown. And I think everyone's just interested in hearing, like, these just different ways that people's minds work in this game when they're playing against other high-level players. And it's been really nice to have you in here.
Cool, thanks. I'm glad I could give some insight. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Well, good luck down there.
All right.
I was supposed to give you a mission, but we haven't really. I guess. Is there like a junk hand that you could try to sneak in there?
A junk hand?
Yeah. Like, what's your favorite? Well, I guess King 5's your favorite hand.
I mean, King 5. I don't know if I could call that a junk hand.
That's not a junk hand.
Yeah,
when it's your hand, it's not a junk hand.
I mean, I did peel the 6-3 suited from the small blind before. That was a little bit out there.
A little spicy.
But yeah, I mean, playing a stand-up game, playing against wide ranges, but.
So each coach has gone down there with a mission. Ian's was to start the stand-up game. Landon's was to get the buttons, well, not button straddle, the under the gun straddle going. He did not do that. Justin's playing some 2 random hands that I can't tell you about. One of them's his favorite hand. The other one is a random hand. And then Jesse, I forget what we gave Jesse, but yeah, anyway, let's pick a mission.
I'll do my best to win a hand with 5 deuce suited. If I get
5
that,
deuce suited.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a pretty junky hand, but I think I can.
Suited, though.
Yeah, is it unfair to take suited? I don't know.
So it's gold when it's suited.
I mean, it's better than unsuited.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go for 5 deuce suited.
Okay, I like it.
All right.
Rooting for you. Good luck down there.
All right, thank you very much.
Spin it up.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody check out Chip Leader Coaching. A lot of winners in the game coming from Chip Leader Coaching.
3 of diamonds on top. King of diamonds on bottom. Check. Check to see number 1.
All right, I think we do. Oh yeah, we have Luckychewy left. I thought Alex was last, but I totally forgot about Luckychewy. So that was pretty cool, especially with the card reader being down. I thought you guys might enjoy us just picking Alex Foxen's brain, especially when we have, you know, that resource available to us when we don't normally have it. He's not really like on any social media platforms answering a lot of questions. So I think it was really fun to hear the insight inside of his brain. Also, great questions in the chat, guys. I thoroughly enjoyed listening to it. I thought that might be a little better than, you know, trying to call the cards that we can't see on the board. But that being said, I am also interested in Chewy's insight. He's got a very different vibe. Not very different, but he's got that other level vibe. So if you have any questions for Luckychewy, I do believe he's next up here.
Seems well balanced.
I don't know. I'm kind of a boxing sure.
And if you're liking the stream so far, go ahead and give us a like. It helps us out a lot in the algorithm.
He strikes such a good hand, too.
Lets people know that we are existing out here. And if you like this format, it helps us bring it back. Maybe with higher stakes, maybe with a couple new faces in the mix.
She been playing cash all or just stands for them? Yeah.
But all these coaches have been just really great examples of high-level play, thinking through all of these spots.
Yeah, that plays like the one.
Logically, reasonably, player-oriented.
I assume she only plays like 1 or 2 tables at once? Just one?
Yeah, she has just an iPad, 60 big, plays on the iPad.
I was gonna say if she wants extra volume global poker, but if she's just one tabling, then doesn't.
Dude, for Christmas, I gave my dad and my brother a little bit of money on Global Poker. They're in a
Lars, I don't know any of the coaches. Why is that? I don't know why that is. Luckychewy was just at a final table for the WPT World Championship, took down his biggest win. All of these have been very high stakes crushers in the game for a while. Luckychewy and Justin Saliba and Alex Foxen.
I mean, you didn't have like a straight drive.
Just played a bunch of tournaments during the Poker Go series. Justin Saliba representing Poker Go Coaching, not Poker Go Coaching, I'm sorry, PokerCoaching.com. Which is Jonathan Little's site. He just took down the Poker Go Championship.
Again.
It changed a lot.
It changes a lot.
Jesse Sylvia got second in the main.
Kiero like that.
WSOP main.
You know.
Yeah.
Been a coach in the game for a while.
That'd be so sick.
Been a world-class commentator.
I want that to happen
Just commentated at the WPT stream at Win.
I'm sure he knows plenty of hands-on.
Landon Tice probably the newest to the mix. But representing Solve for Y, which was founded by Matt Berkey, who's been around for a long time in the high stakes cash arena. So I don't know why you haven't heard of them, Lars. Ian Matakis with the Player of the Year.
Heads up.
All right, we got Ace Queen versus Queen Jack here. Ace high board. Looking pretty good for Justin.
Wow. 7, 100. Go. King of hearts. Check. Check. 3 of diamonds. Check. Check. All hands, please.
Ryan gonna check it back. Justin taking it down. Ace Queen.
Seat 7, queen of spades, jack of clubs.
Matthew Kagan in the chat. Thank you. This is a great lineup. I really enjoyed watching everyone play, as well as having them rotating in the booth here. If you're just joining us, you should go back and watch the stream later. You'll get insights from each one of these coaches as they rotated through the commentary booth,
Yeah.
commentating on their own hands, because we're on a 30-minute delay.
Honestly, I'd be lying if I told you I did.
What's up? Danger looms.
I just do it in games in which, like,
danger.
Our danger. Just
Yeah, if you have any questions for Luckychewy, let me know in the chat.
it makes me feel like
Also, if we should send him back down with a mission.
Yeah, no, it's good.
What mission should we give him?
good players. I'm not like, stressing about, oh, I'm running
please.
this one instead.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, okay, I rolled this one.
Yeah.
No, I think
There's definitely a lot of merit to it. I just think when I was doing it, I was just like, go, go, go. And I'm like, that's the number I want, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
And then I was
no,
like, all right,
just-
fine, I'm done. I'm done doing that.
I just pick which I'm gonna pick, and then
And then you do it. You're disciplined with it.
Yeah.
Smart.
That way I'm not being like emotional about it or whatever. You know? And I only do it in spots where it's like, I know it's like a lowest frequency or medium minimum frequency.
Sure. I like it.
330.
And then I never do it in, you know, if it's a soft lineup at all, I'm just not doing it. I'm just trying to solve for the situation.
Sure.
But for you guys, I'm just gonna try to play as well as I can, as balanced as I can.
There's definitely something out there. If I like really don't know, or if I like feel really confident in it, call.
Yeah, if I know it's like, you know, and just a ridiculously.
And Matakis is going to 3-bet the 7 deuce. I don't know if they've gotten the bounty going. I hope they have. He did say he was going to try to get things spicy, get things going, get a bounty hunt going. Luckychewy though, flopping top 2.
Each time I know it's pretty low, and each time I just rolled.
Bad timing here for the 7 deuce.
Yeah, I guess it's easy. Try to give you the rope.
Yeah.
Maybe it does Jack 10, yeah.
Because, like, honestly, if I wasn't
Ian gonna continue betting here.
Yeah, that's a real thing.
I would have either barreled the turn, or I would have, like, overpotted the river.
Yeah, exactly. Just always put money.
Yeah, exactly. And I know I can't just, you know, keep doing that first to you guys.
Yeah.
And, like, I don't know if you're going to overfold to me or underfold to me, so I'm just going to not bother and just...
It's reasonable.
Oh. Too hard.
All right, well, Luckychewy just joined us in the booth while he's in the middle of this hand. How are you doing that time travel business?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is one of my specialties.
I believe it. I've heard things about you.
I've heard things about me, too. I don't know if they're all true.
Yeah, I mean...
How's it feel to just flop top 2 into the 7 deuce?
This feels good. The fact that he turned to a pair feels even better.
That's pretty optimal for you.
This is great.
745?
It's always funny watching yourself. I'm like, wow, I'm pretty slow.
I think out of everyone that's come through the booth, they've said you're the hardest to read.
Yeah.
So however you look right now, it's pretty good.
I mean, I guess that's part of the goal, right?
Yeah.
I just like to kind of keep my own space intact so I can think clearly. I've tried looking, like staring people down. It just doesn't work for me. Yeah.
Not that type.
I just feel like it doesn't, for whatever I have going on, it just doesn't add enough for what it sacrifices.
Okay.
Someone asked a question here. What's the biggest misconception of being a top-tier player? If you were just starting again, what would you focus on learning? Interesting. I don't know. I guess biggest misconception of being a top-tier player? I guess that we always know what we're doing.
Yeah, it's a great one.
A lot of times, you know, you have some ideas and you're trying to kind of map them onto the situation you're in, but it's not always gonna work so well.
Check.
And if I was just starting again, what would I focus on learning? I mean, I think in the beginning of your journey, you have to play quite a bit to just sort of get some reps in, but with all the tools that exist, obviously, I'm CEO, founder of Octopi Poker. I would highly recommend checking that out. You know, if I was beginning, I would love to have that as a tool. I think technical ability is sort of one of those things that when you're new to the game, it helps a lot to learn. And once you learn it, you can then start to disregard it in certain cases.
How much is it?
How much is it after you shove?
It's great.
Yeah, I love it.
This is great vibes.
Yeah.
The numbers are a little off. I think I only had 800.
Okay.
It's not quite as big a shove.
Yeah, everyone that's kind of in here has also said that the numbers are a little off here, so I'm not sure what's up with that.
They're having some trouble today. It's all good, though.
Yeah.
We still have a good stream.
Yeah, it's been awesome watching all of you guys and then having the rotation and people seeing the whole cards. And
it's a great format to have the coaches come into the booth. I'll answer a few more questions here. How'd the name Luckychewy come about? I got the nickname Chewy from granola bars in grade school, and then I just slapped the Lucky in front when I started playing poker.
So because you like Chewy bars?
Yeah.
And you just you really like Chewy bars.
Some of my friends just started calling me Chewy, and I was like, sure. And it literally just stuck since 3rd grade.
Candy is great, especially when it's.
You used to have a lot more hair, and people thought it was maybe a Chewbacca reference.
I know. I know.
Was that intentional?
No, not really. Because Chewbacca, he's Chewie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Behind my house.
It wasn't lost on me, though, the irony.
You got all the way to
Yeah, you look like someone that'd be into Star Wars. I don't know.
I've dabbled. I saw some Star Wars.
Very Sith-like of you with the hood here.
Oh. The Sith are the bad guys, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know a whole lot
I hope
about
I'm not the Sith. I want to fight the Sith.
You're the Sith in this hand. It's kind of rude of you to have top 2 when Ian has bottom pair here.
It's rude of me. Look, he came into my pot with the 7 deuce. Not that I blame him, of course.
Is the 7 deuce bounty on? I know.
It is, yeah.
Okay, good.
I mean, it's actually quite an interesting river decision for him because typically his bluff catchers here, like queens, jacks sort of hands, are going to block a lot of the bluffs that I might turn up with, like ace, jack, queen, jack suited kind of stuff.
Just a winner has
Yeah, do 7.
Oh, he makes the call because there's that extra if he gets paid off.
His overlay.
Yeah, there's more in the pot, basically.
It's very hard to do, but you did it.
Yeah, I don't entirely blame him there.
Yeah, I would do the same thing. I would just
both of them are.
It's also sort of thing where at the stack depth, when I don't,
I mentioned it right when you tapped, but you must
Great hand.
like when I bet the turn, I probably don't have a flush draw very often. I'd likely either shove the flop or just check the turn and take the free card because I don't want to get check raised all in.
Oh.
Yeah, he needs a.
So a little bit tricky for him there.
Sure.
Can you tell us a little bit about Octopi? It hasn't all the way launched it. Is that correct? It's in beta?
Correct. We are still in beta.
Okay.
I think the way I like to conceptualize it is a social platform for kind of all things poker and a heavy focus on poker tech and poker education.
It didn't come through.
So,
I'll just turn it off.
is this meant to be loud at the moment?
You guys want to do a round of
You can turn it down at
okay.
Does that make it less loud for you?
That's great. Yeah. Okay, cool.
There you go.
Yeah, I was unable to hear myself.
Yeah.
We have 3 main. So we're in beta right now, free beta, so people can sign up and they'll end up getting a discount when we do go live.
Yeah.
We have kind of 3 main tiers to the product. One is a studio, which is kind of all things poker study, a database for hands that you might want to import or upload live or online, the ability to share those and comment on them with friends or community, Sims analytics.
Like it goes into a hand player, or it's like a readout of the hand histories?
Yeah, we have both. We built our own hand history replayer.
Cool.
And input functionality. Yeah.
Sorry, is the standard
and
as well, right?
then simulations and analytic tools that would be familiar from other programs. We have a theory that some of the interfaces that we're creating might be a little bit more exciting and intuitive for newer players.
Yeah.
Particularly, or really any player who hasn't found the existing interfaces to be super appealing.
I'm up in the poker game, down in the.
I've kind of realized throughout this process that I'm kind of in my own echo chamber of this poker nerd that's so used to looking at these grids and using these tools. And it's been fun to kind of break outside of that and expand creativity and, bring some innovation to the space in that sense.
That sounds really neat so far.
Yeah.
Flopped a bottom set here.
So much fun together.
Yeah, this is a dream flop for him with the ace out there as well.
You just love nerding out about the same stuff.
Yeah.
And then I'll just quickly mention the 2 other things we have. One is we call it Poker Base, so it's a database of streamed live hands. So currently we have all of 2023 from the Poker Go tour and most of 22, and I think we have all the 2024 stuff already uploaded.
Are these specifically your hands or everyone's hands?
This is everyone's hands.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's
so
cool.
part of our partnership with them, they allowed us to digitize their streamed archives.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're
That's very unique.
Yes, it's very, very interesting idea. I think it's cool because in every other sport we have this ability to kind of, recall what has happened in previous iterations of players matching up against each other. And I just think it'll bring a little bit more professionalism to poker. And I guess for me, I want poker to be seen as a sport and ideally, lift it up a bit. And the third thing is a marketplace for kind of all things poker. So whether it's, you want to find a private coach, you want to find a course, training video. Eventually, we'll have books and merchandise. We have a rating system, and yeah, I think it's cool to bring forth all of these things into a public marketplace where right now, it's a bit tricky if you don't know someone to get private coaching. You kind of have to go find someone online. Yeah.
I had a lot of trouble finding a private coach. It felt like it was like kind of gate kept, like where no one would like give a referral. People were really, why are people so cagey about like not saying who they're being coached by? I haven't understood that yet.
I think it's probably a little bit of an archaic kind of thing where there's somewhat of a mentality of like, well, if they know I'm being coached by this person, they might like look at that person's hands and get some insight about me or some secretive thing. Same reason people sometimes don't want to share their screen names, right?
I see. Yeah, I just put my coach on blast all day.
Yeah. Who is it? Can we say?
Yeah, it's Jesse Sylvia.
Oh,
You've been playing
sweet.
with him.
Well,
but
he's quite an accomplished coach.
To find him, so when I came to this space, like I just came from a different industry where you get coaching right away. You want to get good at something. I came from the acting industry, and
cool.
Yeah, and it was just like entertainment. It's just very like I'm used to very entrepreneurial, independent stuff. You want to get good at something, you get a coach, you get a manager, you get like there's a business.
It's not a taboo thing. It's like expected.
Yeah, and it's like people are like want to show off who they're coached by and stuff. And so I got into poker. It was like, okay, I know I need to get a coach. I know I need to study. I need to get a sim. I read all the books. I went to training sites. I did courses and stuff. But I really do better with private coaching. So I was asking around, and I'd heard people mention they had coaches, and I was like, who's your coach? And people were like really kind of locked up about giving referrals. So I was getting a little frustrated on that, but ended up talking to Andrew Nemi, and he referred me to Jesse, and Jesse gave me a quiz, like asked me what my goals were. It was to switch from cash to MTT, and like I didn't really have the framework to do that. There wasn't a lot of study materials that I could find on my own about like studying MTTs, and so he gave me like a quiz, and then I guess I passed the quiz because we started working together, and I bought like a 10 session.
10 pack,
a 10 pack, and it was like right before WS. It was like 2 months before WSOP, and then that was my first WSOP, and final tabled my second event, and that was like
awesome. That's
super fun. Like just a really fun start to tournaments. And
totally.
Yeah, it was really awesome. So immediately I was like, yeah, Jesse's my coach. But then I still hear people being like, well, I don't know if I should say who's coaching that person. And
I would hope that some of that dissolves over time because I don't really see the value in it.
So the marketplace aspect, circling back to that, I think would have been super helpful to me at that time.
And you're not alone in this. It's quite common. People want coaches, and even if you find someone, then you might want to see, well, what are other people's rates? What are their ratings? How often are they being hired for these things?
Yeah.
And of course, the marketplace won't capture everything. I think it's awesome to have that comparative ability because different people are going to want different things, right?
Oh, sorry.
I think some coaches are more well suited for more advanced players and some more so for beginners, and some for kind of everyone. So I'm very excited about it. I'm glad you see.
No, I love that. Yeah, I'm excited for you guys to full launch too. I've definitely been hearing about it. I work on the Only Friends podcast, and they were talking about it. You actually were guesting not too long ago about the mass data.
Yes, that was a very interesting episode.
Yeah, that was a really interesting, one of the most fascinating episodes to listen to.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
I really enjoyed chatting with both of them because they're just formidable, I guess, sparring partners in a sort of conversation bordering on argumentative format.
Like debate team type.
Correct,
but more so tournaments.
Yeah, but it was very interesting hearing an aspect of, I guess, poker that I don't really hear a lot about. And I mean, honestly, it scared me a little bit off of online poker, but
and fair enough, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think the ecosystem has significant problems, and this is one of them. Obviously, we've seen in more recent news some of the other problems with more I guess, threatening security issues. But I don't understand why. As time has gone on, I've kind of sided more and more with Nick's position that if something can't be policed, and we see data being used in all other industries, is this really the way that we want to try to sort of keep going? I'm not sure it makes sense, because what ends up happening, I mentioned this on the podcast, but the well-meaning participants are the ones that get screwed because they follow the rules.
Right.
And then the people who don't care end up getting access to all these hands. And sure, it doesn't mean that automatically you're just going to win all the money if you have access to hands that people have played, but
you get a significant edge.
Yeah, and even if let's say it gives you a small edge, I just don't like the idea that you can't police bad behavior. To me, it's just kind of an ineffective rule, and I just personally don't see, if we step outside of the rules, I actually don't see if there's anything ethically wrong with that.
Yeah.
Because we do things like this all the time, right? We share hands with each other, and we sort of get insight into hands that we actually didn't participate in. So, yeah, I'm not sure. It'll be interesting to see how things progress.
Yeah, I didn't form a hard opinion either way on that, other than what you just mentioned, that, if you're not in the know, then you don't get the edge. You just don't get to be in the club.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, and I don't like that. I've never liked that idea of, as you said, gatekeeping. I think poker will do a lot better without that.
Yeah.
But here we can watch me
okay.
with a mystery hand against pocket jacks.
You and Ian really getting into it.
Yeah.
This session.
So this is a spot where we have the straddle on. I opened in the small blind, the 10 to 135. He made it 540, and I went for a click 4-bet here. And my thought was...
What, did you say your hand yet?
I did not say my hand.
I like the mystery.
Yeah, I guess I should perhaps wait to say my hand. Well, I guess I'll just talk about the strategy generally. Yeah. This is a kind of spot where, so he chose quite a large 3-bet size, and he's in position, which is a little bit unusual. And as a result of that, I should just call quite a bit less often and 4-bet more. So my thought was, I have certain hands that just kind of are strong enough to induce, the big pairs and ace king, ace queen suited kind of thing. And then I have decent plethora of hands to choose from for various bluffs here. And
it just keeps coming back.
We will see what I have in a moment.
I like it. It's good. It gives and it takes,
Yeah.
All in.
C4 is all in. C1 forward.
And that is not a good hand. Yeah, I had ace-5 offsuit.
Okay.
Which I think is kind of a reasonable-ish hand. I mean, I put in something like 35% of effective stacks, so you do have to be a bit careful about, at a certain point, right, you're just getting almost 2 good pot odds once you 4-bet and they've shoved on you. But in this case, when he makes such a large 3-bet, I'm not too worried about it because it's such a polar range.
Yeah.
And with the deuce 7 game on, I mean, I think that's kind of a big part of the reason he chose that size, and well done by him. Got me to spew in 950.
Is the stand-up game on too as well?
I think stand-up game was off at this point.
Okay. You didn't fare so well in those stand-up games.
I sure didn't. I had a tough stretch there.
Yeah. Hope it turns around for you. But you've done well outside of that.
Yeah.
You ever play the 6-max game still?
And this generally was a fun game. It's just cool playing with people that we all kind of know each other pretty well.
No, I haven't been on.
Yeah, that's been a really fun dynamic to watch.
Yeah,
especially,
it's like a home game.
Yeah,
it has that vibe.
And you've obviously played more with some of these players than others, and then getting to see you guys feel out the others. Yeah, it's been really neat to, and then having you guys rotate and discuss it.
Yeah,
and hearing your take on it versus Alex's take on it.
Totally.
Sylvia was talking about Alex's favorite hand being King 5 off, and then Alex came in and was like, "Oh, he thinks that because of this."
Yeah, I'm excited to go back and watch some of what the other guys said.
So good.
Why do people think that you've talked to aliens?
So, it's not completely baseless. I did see an ET at one point in my life, 11 years ago.
That's not that long ago.
No, it's not that long ago.
Because, like, you know, I think of that as being the 90s because I'm a millennial, but it's like really was like 2013.
2013.
Holy
yeah.
shit.
And you can imagine that would change someone quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really? So I kind of went down a bit of a number of rabbit holes
So
after that.
You were sober?
I could have just
Yeah. I was laying in bed.
Okay.
I saw like a orange flower of life, opaque sort of overlay on reality. And if I closed my eyes, it was still present. So I had this weird experience of if I open my eyes, I'm seeing what's in my room. If I close my eyes, I'm still seeing what's in my room.
That's scary. It's like a little freaky.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it was scary. I was just confused.
Okay.
And then that kind of got even more opaque. It was still kind of there. And then at the foot of my bed, you know, just like you'd think from seeing E.T., like a gray alien, the big black eyes just materialized. Similarly opaque, like not fully in this world, but very much there.
Okay, so when the whistleblower came out and said like they're living in dimensions that are layered on top of, oh my god, this is so not like what we're supposed to be commentating
but the chat loves this stuff.
I love this stuff.
Yeah,
so
I love this stuff too.
So the whistleblower was talking about how they live in dimensions that are like layered over our dimension. Is that kind of sounds like what you were experiencing?
Yeah, I do think that is largely true. They exist in a different dimensional plane of reality, and that's why, like, you know, they have this apparently advanced technology, assuming they are real and assuming what I saw, you know, has some merit. Because I don't know. I mean, I know what I saw. I don't know exactly what it was, but I know how I felt when I saw it.
Yeah.
Which was shock and like intensity, like
and
a really intense energy.
Definitely awake, definitely sober.
Yeah.
And did you see a craft or anything?
No, this was just in my room. I was in bed, like the lights were out.
What did it want with you? Did it try to communicate?
Yes, I think so. The backstory to this is that earlier in the day, I'd watched one of those documentaries with my roommates, like, you know, aliens are real, the government's covering them up. And I went outside that night, and I was kind of looking up at the sky, and I was like, hey, like, where are you guys at? Like, show me you're real. So then this happens a bit later.
You manifested aliens?
Well, I think they probably heard me.
Yeah.
I think they're probably so sensitive. Their consciousness is so...
Oh, my God.
Permeable.
And then they were just like, we out here.
Yeah, and then they just turned up, or one of them
and
turned
they're like,
up.
hey, no one will ever believe you. And then they vanished.
Yeah, I mean, I would never tell this story in this kind of setting because there's just no reason for me to be believed. But since you asked about it, I'm more than happy to share.
I love this.
Yeah.
I'm the right person to tell this story.
Oh, that's
too.
awesome.
No, I absolutely I do another podcast called Shit They Don't Tell You. We've delved into conspiracy-esque stuff and and Bob Lazar and.
Oh, you know about Bob Lazar?
Oh,
wow,
yeah,
okay.
like
Super cool.
We're huge fans, and just how like they tried to discredit him and all kinds of stuff, and the disinformation. We've gone through a lot of alien stuff on the pod, but that's really interesting to hear.
Yeah, you know, if you like this, I got a tip that I should listen to this podcast. Joe Rogan did with this religious studies major, who, because of her background, you know, when she started hearing about aliens, she's like, this has to be nonsense. I'll go like talk to some people and figure it out and make sure it is. And then she just became a total believer when she went to a crash site and saw some abstract materials, and one thing led to another. So definitely up your alley.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, definitely check that out.
I think her name is Diana Walsh Paluska, something of the sort. DWP were her initials. I remember that much.
I'll remember that.
Yeah.
Because it's like the district water power or whatever. Like my energy bills.
Yeah. That's how my mind works as well.
Yeah.
As
associated with something
associated
else,
memories, totally.
Well, these are topics you won't hear on Only Friends. They are shunned.
Well, until they see aliens themselves.
Yeah. Then we can make fun of them.
Yeah.
I would love for an alien to mess with Matt Berkey.
That would be funny. I mean, maybe they already are, right?
Yeah, true. And he's just covering it with like lots of logic.
I see. What is Colpoise is spamming the chat about vegetable oil. So I used to have a car that was converted to run off vegetable oil.
What?
Yeah. This is apparently not terribly uncommon. I don't know actually how effective it is long term, but yeah, you can buy these veggie oil kits, and if the car runs on diesel, you can get a mechanic to do it. And I had this old like Mercedes car, and yeah, it ran off vegetable oil. It was pretty cool. I don't think it's an overwhelmingly profound story, but
I just have never heard of it.
yeah, he sent so many messages, and
Yeah.
I figured it was worth.
I saw
mentioning.
this like old video clip of cars that they've invented that run on water before. They were kind of awkward, but they they
Like
work.
hydrogen combustion kind of situation, or you're saying they. No, yeah, it's a car that operates on the road like any normal car would.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
And it's fueled by water.
Right.
I don't know if it's steam or like whatever it does in there.
I'd heard about that as well.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it does make sense, right? Like I'm not an engineer or a mechanic, but I think in traditional engines, the combustion process is the hydrogen from the fossil fuels, right?
I'm also not an engineer. I just.
But it makes sense that you could reduce the chemical compounds that are being utilized.
Yeah.
To the most
you could
essential
just
things.
throw a bunch of words at me and I'd be like, yeah, that probably makes sense. I just saw
that's dangerous.
a video.
Don't tell me that.
I know. I wouldn't believe it or like straight up, but I would have to go look it up later, right?
Okay.
But the video clip was about cars that never made it, like basically, like where
Interesting.
it's like here's this car that like ran on water, and did you even know this existed? No, I didn't.
Right.
And,
yeah.
And I don't know the ins and out. It didn't like explain it in technical terms. It was just like, oh shit, that happened, and we never heard about it again.
That is fascinating.
Yeah, because we should have flying cars by now and stuff. So it's like,
I was told that as a kid, so
Where are they?
I'm waiting just the same. Good times.
Alex, we're doing a round of straddles.
Okay.
And then we'll do the progressive.
Double straddle?
Yeah, if you want.
Okay. And the progressive
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, we can start the progressive stand-up whenever.
Progressive stand-up and oh, okay.
For progressive stand-up, we'll do $50 per, just because.
yeah, if you're just joining now, we had our card readers go out like an hour ago, and wow.
Well, this is a great opportunity to practice our psychic abilities, is it not?
Yeah. Do you get psychic abilities when you get visited by an ET?
I think as just a human, you have psychic abilities.
Do you think the moon affects it?
I very much think the moon affects it.
Me too.
Yeah.
It's a full moon.
All the heavenly bodies.
Yes.
Ian keeps having good hands. Well, Chewy, he got them back with King 10, but then he tried to 4-bet.
So, yeah, anyway, the card reader went out, and we've had a lot of mystery hands. And because of that, well, one, we can hear the breakdown when, someone is up here that was also in the hand, or based off of what we can see, but they've had to manually input it based on the showdowns. So, Jesse, this is a 30-minute delay. I don't think we saw a showdown from him in this hand. A little bit of a spoiler.
30 minutes?
This is an interesting spot. I guess we were slightly caught up in discussion, but I think the action here was open button, call from Jesse, check call flop, and then perhaps a small bet on the turn, because the pot size seems to indicate so.
And the pot sizes have been a little bit off?
A little bit off, but
Yeah.
I'm thinking Jesse bet the turn. In either case, it's interesting in either case. This kind of looks like an ace, a confused ace, and justifiably so. Not a whole lot beats you when the turn goes either check or bet and call. Someone asked about my hobbies. I'm super into rock climbing. Big fan of pulling on stuff and seeing if I can stay on the wall.
Yeah, me too.
Is there an indoor place you go to, or you go somewhere like outdoor?
Both, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, there's a Red Rock Climbing Center that's in Summerlin that I like quite a bit. And then going to Red Rock itself, it's actually one of the best climbing destinations in the world. Tons of climbers, yeah.
A lot of energy.
Travel from all over here.
I was being accused of being on Adderall by
Because you're talking so.
Oh, I see my boy Sam in the chat. We go climbing together. What's up, man? Yeah, this looks like a tough spot for Jesse. It's he's squarely bluff catching. He can imagine that maybe Ian is raising an ace that's chopping with him, assuming he has an ace. I don't think he would think this long with a king, although there's a chance he has a hand like King 5 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky. Because it's not really a line you see someone take as a bluff often. Because you just can't really represent all that much. I mean, the main hands here are slow plays, right? Like aces, kings full, or ace four kind of hand. Fives full that improved on the river. Deuce three suited, probably not super feasible. Probably just not a hand that opens. And then ace five is kind of the one that makes the most sense.
Do you think that the bounty hand being in the mix and the fact that Ian was playing it earlier maybe adds to some of this contemplation?
Totally. Yeah.
The Y, like the Y.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I do think the bounty could be playing a role here with the 7-deuce, but it's a hand that might just keep betting on the turn instead of, giving Jesse the chance to bet the river or even just kind of get to showdown with a king.
Yep.
That makes sense.
I saw your hand.
Well, Ian does take that down.
He does.
Yeah, were you dealt into this hand?
Ian looking to rebuild after that said 7-deuce hand.
Yeah.
He waited for you.
So stand up is not on.
Yeah, stand up is not.
Are you still in the strat?
Yeah, we're doing round of straddles, yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
60 straddle 50.
And then
Okay, so are we playing progressive stand-up?
Progressive stand-up. Each chip is worth $50.
Okay. Each chip is worth $50.
Yeah.
All from the
Yeah,
total
from
loser.
what-
So now they're playing the progressive stand-up game where, usually you just have to win one hand.
What a game.
Well, so still you have to win just one single hand to not be the person that pays out. But because often people win multiple hands, here you'll get, doubly, triply, quadruply, et cetera, punished if someone wins, many chips before.
You have to pay out each button rather than each person?
Yes.
Got it. Yeah, so this must be the last stand-up game of the night. You faded it by being in here.
Yes.
Because you haven't been running well.
Although I finally went on a little bit of an upswing in the stand-up game. So, yeah, maybe this would have been my glorious time, but I'm plenty happy to be here with you and
Well, I'm happy that you're
you're
here with us as well. Was not expecting to have Alien Talk today, but I'm so happy with the result of that.
Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
I actually really do enjoy doing commentary. It's fun, kind of interacting with everyone and seeing the game from the bird's eye view. It's good times.
Yeah, and I think that people like to hear from high-level players like yourself, Jesse, Alex Foxen, all these commentators that have come through the booth that we don't really get to hear a lot from.
Yeah.
It's really nice to hear your insights.
Well, I'm happy to share them. Jesse here makes I would say, nice but fairly standard 4-bet with ace-jack suited. Takes it down.
I saw that.
Ace-7 of hearts. I should have just pulled the trigger.
It's like, well, Brian's folding a blocker.
What, the 17? No. Oh. Real.
Oh, since we only have like 20 minutes left, if multiple people lose, do the people that get the chip, we can just essentially pay the people anyways.
Oh, you're saying
Yeah. That way, if you're winning chips right now, you're not getting fucked by it not ending. Yeah. And then whoever's
So
left.
the losers just have to pay
You
accordingly?
winners win, losers lose. Yeah, exactly.
Unless you're out, and then we're all going to give you like $6 and call it a day.
Does Octopi run on a Discord? Were you mentioning a Discord?
Yeah, we do have a Discord server where we're building, some nice community interactions, and then we also will have the ability to kind of chat and communicate through the platform itself.
Very cool. I think that's so helpful, especially if you're new to or newish to the game, don't have a study group yet.
Totally.
You get the advice to form a study group, but then it's like, well, how do I go about that?
Exactly.
And it's nice to have, okay, here's a spot that you can go to.
Yep. And this is something we plan to build into the platform at some near future point as well, is the idea of study groups where you can search for people that are at a similar skill level and are also looking for somebody to work with. Because I get asked all the time, where do I find people that are at my level? And I'm like, well, there's forums, there's just meeting people at events, but, an actual seeding process I think would be really useful.
Yeah.
And I just know from my own experience coming up in poker, I got super lucky to find 2+2 in its early days when it was a very small community. And I just sort of, had this small group of poker friends fall into my lap. But yeah, it can be quite tricky, but it's so invaluable to have that network to, crack the code of the game with together.
Landon Tice not quite with the cat jammer hand. Slight variation there with the offsuit.
Yep.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, Andrew Nemi referred me to Jesse when I was looking for coaches, but for cash, he had referred me to Hand History Lounge, which is him and Benton Blakeman. That they break down cash hands, and everyone was at a similar level. There was 1-3, 2-5, some 5-10 here and there, but Lee Jones is in there, and it's a lot of people just you just share your hands from different sessions, and then you have Andrew and Benton giving within 24 hours they'll give you feedback on your hand. And,
love that.
Yeah, and it's very good deal. It was like $40 a month.
Yeah, that's great.
And it was like unlimited hands you can put in that form, and then a lot of your peers are commenting, and it was really cool to have that resource. Like
that's what it's all about. Is just kind of people working together outside the table, and I really do think we're kind of all better for it because poker is such a complex game, and for me, it's such a kind of profound vehicle for self-discovery and an insight to your own mind, because you're so often faced with these decisions where you don't know necessarily what the strategically quote-unquote correct option is, and then outside of that, you kind of have to ask all the practical questions of like, am I trying to act on some bias here, or how is my opponent, feeling at this moment? Are they just playing their hand, or are they acting on something?
Yeah.
So
kind of navigating this.
This is intriguing.
World. So Landon is gonna cat jam with the slightly not cat jam.
He spoke too soon.
Yeah.
9 to 5.
So Jesse here, I believe he went bet, check, bet, and Landon is running into a kind of scenario where he has so many available bluffs. It's not hard for him to have a single heart hand because the flop bet was small and it was rainbow, so it's not hard to just peel with kind of any old hand, but he does get it through. Nicely done.
So he gets a button.
Ace diamond, 5 heart.
Jesse not happy to see that.
No, of course.
So thank you through the previous action.
Yeah.
Missed a giggle raise opportunity.
Yeah. Well, you did balance it. I feel a little cheated having not gotten the giggle raise.
What do you think of those giggle raises?
I think it's hilarious. I tend to not have thoughts of laughter going through my mind before raising, but more power to him.
Online. Just like when I was doing like Perkins prep stuff.
Yeah, it's really endearing to watch.
It is a bit endearing.
He would bet a river.
He's a funny kid.
Yes.
And he'd always be like, why do you call me so much? So I just think about this every time I'm in a pot with it.
If I called there, I would have been pretty out of line combo, I feel like.
Yeah. It's an out of line game. It's not a line game.
It has evolved. I like how we've slowly added the prop bets in, added the stand-up game, added the straddle, added the bounty hand.
Yeah, the game definitely got pretty action towards the end.
Yeah, which is great because in the beginning we want you guys to
feel each other out a little bit,
feel each other out, play your best game optimally because you're representing all your different sites.
That's fair. It's a fair point.
But then after an hour or two, let's get some blood going on the table.
Want some excitement.
Yeah, and this has not disappointed.
How have you been finding the limit games? Yeah.
So Ian here raising in position against Landon's limp. They're, what is this, 60 some odd blinds effective, so there's some linearity to his aggression, and then some kind of, really bad hands. I think Landon will probably just check and fold on this board if he does face a bet. He doesn't though. Ian checks back.
Yeah, I think the true one's a little higher. It was like around 2 or 3.
Gee, yeah, that's really nice.
Someone asking if I'm really allergic to cats and dogs. Yes, unfortunately.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's why you have the doves.
I have
we
the
were hearing,
doves.
yeah.
But you know, like, life gives you gifts in the funniest ways because I just can't imagine not having these doves. They're the most adorable.
Aw.
Yeah, the female, like, she'll squeak for me when I come in the room and want affection and acknowledgement. And I mean, she's just this sweet little complete beacon of innocence. She's a white dove.
Wow.
And
you have 2 of them.
Just melts my heart. Then we have a male dove who's a slightly different breed. He's just a complete bro. Like, it's so
When you
funny.
say slightly different, is this just a pigeon?
No, they're both doves. They're just
Okay.
slightly different breeds of dove.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Why are you doing?
Interesting Landon here going for this small bat.
Pick one. Yeah,
I don't know if I like this. It feels like the hands he wants to bet for value are worth a little bit more than this. So it's not clear to me that this is a terribly effective play, but it does look like Ian has a hand like ace-9, let's say. So he's just kind of squarely bluff catching. Nicely done.
Huh.
Gets it through.
Gets it done.
And a second button for young Landon.
And then he gets another.
Okay, so I go off on weird rabbit holes, but I did
please.
watch. I did watch. No, didn't watch it. I read a thing about pigeons about how like people used to be like really connected to them, and doves are just like closely related to pigeons.
Pigeons are actually rock doves, believe it or not.
There you go.
Yeah.
And so like we used to have a strong bond. They were like really ingrained in our cultures and society, and they used to carry like messages.
Carrier pigeons, yeah.
Yeah, carrier pigeons. And then like we just got over them. We were like, oh, I'm sorry, our technology changed, and now you're rats of the sky.
Isn't that sad?
You're sky rats, and
Yeah.
you're dirty and you're gross. And they're actually not dirty.
No, they're not. They clean themselves.
They're very clean birds.
Crazy amount.
They're the least likely to have a disease. Like no one has ever gotten sick from a pigeon.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I know a lot about pigeons. I know a lot about crows too.
Oh,
You could
okay.
befriend crows with peanuts and they'll bring you gifts.
Very nice.
Yeah, so I'm happy for you and your doves.
Yeah, thank you. I'll give you a little backstory to kind of shed some further light on what you're saying. So when my wife and I moved into the place that we're at now, she was feeding the doves in our yard, and the pigeons came because they're just a bit more aggressive. And then she would still want to feed the doves, and then she kind of was a little bit feeding the pigeons, and they would just show up every day. And then we kind of got to know some of them because they're just there all the time.
Yeah.
It's like you go out in the backyard to get sun, you know.
They're your feral.
There's Humphrey, and there's Little John, and there's whoever. Like, yeah, we had this whole slew of pigeons that we named.
That's fun.
Yeah, it was good times.
Did you talk about Optimal earlier in Blue Fiddle?
Yeah, a little bit. Mostly told jokes.
Yeah, nice.
Melissa calling me out for being sponsored by Big Pigeon. Didn't want anyone to know that.
Yeah, well.
But seriously, it's super superior to all the other birds. You should really invest now, guys. Get on the ground floor.
Someone's making a pigeon coin right
yeah,
now.
yeah. It's going to be going on a bull run soon.
Yep. So it looks like Alex here opened and then c-bet the flop for sort of a middly size. And Justin with a king is pretty much always going to have the best hand in this line. And here he kind of just has to decide how big he wants to bet to try and get paid and sort of what makes sense for his range overall. He doesn't always want to bluff when he has an unpaired hand. He has a decent amount of ace high in this line. But he also has, some unpaired hands that aren't a straight draw just due to the positions. Although the flop bet was a little bit big, so I'm thinking he'll bet something in like the 2/3 to 3/4 range.
Too good.
He went for full pot. That makes sense as well.
1-1. I literally told him.
It's king of hearts.
I literally told Landon. I said, Landon's like, did you really just like read his king 8-0? And I was like, yeah, we play together a lot. I'm sure he's gonna read. Like he knows plenty of my hands too. And then literally an hour later, your king 8-0. He's like, no.
What?
It's true. Justin said that him, Alex, and you have probably played the most together.
Out of this bunch.
Out of this bunch, yeah.
In the past, I'd played a lot of cash with Jesse, but in more recent times, I've played a lot of tournaments with Alex and Justin.
Yeah, I was going to go up just because I think pretty much everyone has plans. But if like anyone, yeah.
So I just wanted to check with you.
Yeah, I was going to go up.
So
Yeah,
specific.
yeah.
As far as like shutting down, it's good.
Yeah, 8:30 is good. Yep, and then I'll come up. Yeah, and then Chewy can be on as long as he wants. Yeah.
It's weird that they're talking about you like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, even with it dropping. Yeah.
Alex, it was like a podcast. It was so good.
Nice.
It's
Good.
about to be
Awesome.
you, Ryan. We were
Wait.
in the booth.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Don't be sorry, man.
Yeah, it was kind of like a podcast with Foxen and then you following him because the card readers went out and honestly I just think that we get so little time to talk with you and Alex and players in this game that'll be more valuable for people to get some insight and extra tidbits when we're not able to see the cards and stuff.
Yeah.
We are able to see some of these now, these hands. They're inputting them manually, so.
God bless. I mean, that's not easy work.
Yeah, and we only know the cards if they got to a showdown, basically.
Right.
So that's kind of a little spoiler so this hand will probably see a showdown.
Fair enough. So we can use that to try and imagine what happens. Either Ryan improves or action killers come and the pockets check down.
All right, choose your horse.
I'll say action killer.
Okay.
Here we go. Check.
It's not fair. You have telepathy.
I'm not using it, though.
Okay. That's fair then.
I checked at the door.
It's very kind of you.
Also, it's regenerating from my gameplay earlier.
I knew it.
I was going to say Jack, so I would have been off. So, actually, I think what's going to happen here is Ryan's probably going to bluff. Yeah. Pretty good range awareness here from him to see that, in this line, he doesn't really have any hand worse than a 6. So, unfortunately for him, he bet a little bit small, and Alex has an ace. So for Alex, it's quite easy to call because he's just often going to chop against another ace.
6.
But that would be an effective play against a lot of hands. Like, I think Alex probably would often fold a queen against that bet.
And it looks like this is Alex's first button, too.
Ah, is it? Okay.
Yeah, which...
Yeah, so it's good to just lock it up and
Yeah, the duality of man.
move on with that win.
No. He gets $50 more if he calls.
Like, I think an ace is on the stronger side for someone that's desperate for a button.
Ace 2-0.
Totally.
Ryan kind of being aware of that as well.
No, that's the best new hand name.
This might be our last hand. Yeah, this is our last hand.
Yeah, kind of one of those cases where he's representing the hand that his opponent has, which is a bit unlucky.
The bucks and everyone else. Chop it.
Holy, he's on. We're straddles off?
Yeah,
because this is our last hand.
This is the last hand of the stream?
Yeah, it's 8:30 in 1 minute.
Okay, apparently this is the last hand of the stream.
Okay.
Ian and I are heads.
So we get to watch it together.
Beautiful. Well, it's been a pleasure, everyone. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming up and
thank you for
sharing
having
your
me.
wisdom and knowledge and insights.
It is my pleasure.
And everyone go check out octopi.ai.
Yeah, octopipoker.ai. Please do come join us. It's really just incredible for me to see our community continue to grow day by day. And yeah, the more the merrier.
How much did you start with?
So I wonder if that means that we don't get to see who loses the stand-up game.
Maybe they're just going to call it quits here, and the losers will have to, like...
Pay out
yeah,
evenly?
something like that.
Chop the payouts?
Perhaps.
No, I have nothing.
Ian taking no prisoners with this multiplied stand-up game going on. So this might actually be an interesting last hand because Ian is certainly going to put some money in, and Ryan with top pair is not going anywhere soon.
And Ian's got the Doyle.
He does have the Doyle. And there's often kind of this theoretical idea that the deuce makes for a nice bluffing card because you just don't really interfere with hands that your opponent is likely to have because, well, people tend not to play hands with deuces in them all that often, but this is a rare case. We have the stand-up game on. So, for example, if, let's say Ryan didn't have two pair.
Turns two pair, yeah.
Yeah.
But if
he
he
just
didn't,
had a single pair,
yeah.
he would be more likely to have a pair with a kicker that is not a deuce. So just kind of an incremental edge. Now let's see if Ian just decides to slam in another bet. It's a very reasonable play, in my opinion.
It's fucking beautiful. When I get dealt, I just like, I want a 3-bet, but
kind of somewhat expected once he arrives here with this kind of hand.
90.
Yeah.
Nice play.
690.
I mean, he's really up against it here, but
He does have a gut shot.
he does have a gut shot, and there are some rivers where he can choose to continue. I think the ace is kind of the main one that he's looking for. The king makes a lot of sense as well.
I got shoved on that one.
It was beautiful, though.
And I think Ryan, with no flush draw on the board, will be pretty content to just call this bet.
And it was stand-up game, so being shorter was even better. So I was like,
oh yeah.
Particularly with the queen in his hand, interfering with the possibility of Ian having a second best hand, but it's just not that easy to find a semi-bluff here. Like, if Ryan is to raise, he has to ask himself, like, you know, what are the bluffs that I want my opponent to think that I have so that I can get paid when he has a hand like king, queen, or what have you. So, looks like
I know he has,
he's agreeing with me, and he goes for the call. Very nice.
Get away.
You gotta get away.
And then just call him down on all the boards that don't hit king 4 through king 6.
Yeah, and just pray he's not bluffing.
Like shit, fuck, there's a 3 now.
What?
There's a 3
And now it's going to be interesting to see if Ian just decides to go for the rest of it.
He's got ace queen, so that's pretty good.
At this point, it's very clear that Ryan has at least one pair.
Okay.
And it's often just going to be a queen, so it's a bit tough. He does give it up.
I mean, queen of diamonds.
And a nice spot for Ryan.
Yeah.
You did it for Doyle.
Well, that's it. We must bid each other farewell.
Yes. So everybody, thank you so much for tuning in. If you liked this type of format, this type of game with the coaches stream, this is our first time doing it, and I thought it went really well. I really enjoyed just watching you guys play, hearing your insights here in the booth, getting to see you guys commentate on your own hands.
Super cool.
Here are the final chip counts. Ryan at the top. Ooh, kind of home field advantage. He commentates here with us.
Oh, he's got the vibes on his side.
Yeah, he's got the vibes. Alex Foxen right underneath him. Ryan at the top of the leaderboard as well. Jesse Sylvia right behind him. Alex Foxen still with some catching up to do. If he had more time, I bet he would. Landon Tice dominating the VPIP charts. Alex Foxen managed to get second. He was at the bottom of the VPIP charts in the beginning, and then he caught some cards, started getting involved more. But yeah, it's been a pleasure having you here, Luckychewy. Thank you so much for your time, your wisdom, and everybody go check out octopipoker.ai and try not to summon aliens, I guess.
or maybe
do
do.
it, yeah. Just the right ones.
Yeah, the right ones for sure.
The good energy.
Important caveat.
Yeah.